for an internal transformation to happen within a person, there has to be a noble friend who has transcended the personhood. And then we talked about how he's able to see through the ego uh, of a lay person, of a mundane person. We call someone who does not have, who does not have this understanding and realization about how the mind works. We call them, in the context of Dhamma, we call them a mundane person or mundane plane. So this transmission of the internal transformation is entirely depending on the noble friend. And so when one sees whatever we call our lives, from the so-called birth to so-called death, and whatever in between, is a story in our minds. You can think about everything that happened to you in the past, all the bad things, all the good things, everything in between, without even having to leave the chair that you're sitting on right now. And we cannot even find any proof to whatever happened except for your thought. If you said your mom treated you poorly, your mom's story will be different. People who experience that situation, those situations will be different. So it's just a story in a mind. And even this, so whatever our story is, our own unique story, is a mental construct. Just like how the mother is created, an image was entangled with the sound. How the color yellow, ball, bat, everything was created. Democracy, marriage, company, whatever things that are seemingly existent, and also things that there's no physical existence, such as democracy, socialism. We cannot, pinpoint a location and say this is socialism and this is capitalism. It's a collection of lots of concepts, lots of ideas that are, lot of thoughts that are made up of images, sounds predominantly. But if you zoom in on certain pieces by which these ideas are made up of, you will see that it has all these elements: smells, tastes, touches, all that. So we live in a mentally constructed world, thinking that we live in an expansive world that has been existing from some point in history to some point in the future. But what we have is this moment. This is not a knowledge. You can experience it within you. If you followed these discourses, you will see that it makes sense logically, and if you investigate it within your own human experience, who better to experience or investigate your own mind than yourself? We don't need a scientist to do that. He or she will have no idea about your own mind. You're the scientist of your own mind. If you can investigate this within you, you will see that there's only this moment. Initially, yes, logically, but moment by moment, as you begin to see, every time you kind of creep into a thought and go to this mentally constructed world. How dare my mother did treated me this way? Parents are not supposed to treat kids this way. I was being neglected. I was abandoned. Whatever the thoughts. When you're in those thoughts, it feels so real. You can see the images in the eye of the mind. It feels like you're reliving the entire situation, but if you can take a step back and say how those thoughts were created, how the thought of a mother, this current thought, those situations, how those mental images were created in the first place. Every time revisit, you have these painful thoughts, take a step back and do this experiment investigation. With time, slowly but surely, these the belief in these thoughts, the understanding that these thoughts are real, they really happened to me, slowly dissolve. And the weight it had on you, the grasp these thoughts had on you, these thoughts had on your story, on yourself, on your being, slowly diminish, dissolve. And the absence of these, just like how you would push a rubber ball and try to keep it under the water, you have to continue to give effort, give that force to keep it underwater. But when that pressure is no longer there, it's a relief. You don't, until you do this investigation within you, it takes time. We've been listening to these sermons for more than 5 years now, and we've practiced every minute of every day, trying to understand what this mind is. Every time there's some sort of restlessness, some sort of anger, some sort of pain, we would go back to see how that particular thought was created, how that particular belief in a thought was created. If there's a self really existing in a thought, my mother treated me poorly is a thought. There's a mother in that thought. There's a self in that thought. There's an idea of a mother treating a child in that thought. How to treat a child well, how to mistreat a child, how to treat a child well, a mother taking care of a child, an image of that, how to mistreat, how were you abused, there's an image of that. An image is nothing but colors and shapes. Are these colors and shapes in your mental image, did they exist somewhere, or did they come into existence when we started thinking about it? The self that is in that thought, is it a real self, or is it just a thought about a self? So this kind of investigation is what we are referring to. Based on the Dhamma you listen to, this kind of investigation is of utmost importance moment to moment. You will definitely see the grip being loosened and the tranquility that comes within, because this is unconditional. It's not fixated on anything. If I have a car, I will be happy. If I have that, I will be happy. That's conditional happiness. This is unconditional. When the conditions are removed by seeing the truth about how these thoughts are created, that kind of tranquility, that kind of happiness you have never experienced in life. And that is slowly but surely you become like a feather. There's idea of no idea of an existing world holds you, but that doesn't take anything away from your life. You will be performing whatever your daily activities the same way. You will be going to work, you will be taking care of children, you will be taking care of your wives, your husbands, your businesses, your responsibility towards your parents. Everything will stay the same. But that internal judgment, how dare you talk to me? How would you do that? This you against the whole world, you fighting the whole world to keep your sanity, keep your conditional happiness. That need is no longer there. You're not seeking anything, you're home. You must have heard these things before. But this is something different. This is not avoiding thoughts. This is not momentarily coming to a state through meditation. This is sustainable path of understanding and realizing how your own thoughts are created, so that what arises, not even what arises, but wherever, whatever the initial state in which you enter this path is now transformed into an unconditional state where it doesn't believe in an external world. Not that it doesn't exist or that it does exist, but how it came into existence is clearly seen within, and how this so-called self in the same mechanism came into existence is clearly seen within. There's no need to cling. There's no aversion, there's no delusion. And what's left is enormous amount of compassion, loving kindness, sympathetic joy, equanimity. Why there's no self now interfering in any kind of communications we do. If there's a self, that self wants the best. But that self wants recognition, more. That self needs more and more and more. Today you like to eat something. You're like, oh my God, I'm going to have that expensive steak, or I'm going to make that, um, I'm going to try that new recipe. And you're like, oh my God, this is so tasty. I love it. And you'll, go to the same restaurant or make that same recipe enough many times. And you're like, it's not exciting anymore. And you have to find another thing to now replace that same excitement you gained from, uh, before by trying these recipes on your restaurants. Now it needs to be replaced with something else, something more. That's why the billionaires, however much they have, they're not enough. They want the next thing. They want to they want to control their houses. They want to have bigger houses. They want to control bigger houses. They want to have bigger areas for themselves. They want to be prominent in the society. They want to have their say in the political arena. They want to populate different planets even. It's nothing is ever enough for this mind. That is the nature of the mind. But if you see how the mechanism in which the mind works, you will not be deceived by these urges to have more, because you know how it works. You're not deceived by the pigeon being pulled from the sleeve of the magician. You know how the pigeon was carefully kept earlier. There's no magical pigeon coming out of a sleeve. When you see how the magic trick is performed, you're not deceived anymore. You're not deceived by the desires. You're not deceived by the needs for more and more. You're not deceived by the hatred these thoughts bring about, sadness these thoughts bring about. You just watch it. There's not even you watching eventually. It's just an experience. This human experience is just an experience. It's not somebody else's experience. So I think that's enough for the day. We had some disturbances. I apologize for that. And Theron Sarnai, Dr. Ravi, Theron Sarnai, Arahant. Let's meet again tomorrow.
Theron Sarnai, Miss Harshi. Theron Sarnai, Arahant. Theron Sarnai, my dear Dhamma friends. Yes, we have been talking about the mind during past few days. Actually, if you recap a little bit from that, so why do we study? Why do we learn about the mind? Why is that? Because people tend to think the mind is us, mind is themselves, the mind is mine. So then people keep faith on their minds. Some saying, people might, you might have heard these things. Listen to your mind and do whatever the mind allows you to do. Those kind of sayings are there within our society. The mind, listen to your heart, listen to your mind. If it suits, if it allowed by your, if something is allowed by your mind, just execute, just execute it. So if your mind doesn't allow, please refrain from doing those kind of activities. Likewise, you can see, you might have heard so many things, so many sayings are there, so many discussions are there in the society. Why is that? Just because people are thinking that the minds represent themselves. But in Abidhamma in the sense, it is not a big thing. People might think Dhamma is different from Abhidhamma and so on. The sake of uh, Abhidhamma is not something very hard. Abhidhamma is learning this Dhamma in systematic way. Understanding this Dhamma in systematic way. This philosophy. So it's actually not a philosophy, it is a Dhamma. Dhamma in the sense, the system. So understanding the system in systematic way is called Abhidhamma. So there are a separate Pitaka also for that. That is called Abhidhamma Pitaka. Within this, each and every chapter describes how your mind got created. So if people tend to believe the mind belongs to themselves, so studying the mind, the way that mind has been formed, if you study that, that invariably says that you study about yourself. Yes, that is well said by Lord Buddha as well. Don't try to find some things about someone else's. Try to focus your camera towards you. Then try to find out who you are. What is the purpose of being here? What is the purpose of becoming here? What is the purpose of being a human other than some kind of an animal or non-living being? So as we are the human, we are the one who separate these entities. This is soil, this is a mountain, and these are trees. They are lifeless things. So these are animals, they have a life. If you kill them, you collect more and more sin. Those things are bad things. So if you help other people, that will carry you more and more merits. It is a good thing. So all these things are there in the society. But if you closely study this Dhamma, or the philosophy that has been revealed by Lord Buddha very closely, it says everything is a creation of your mind. That means you are the one who is responsible for creating these things. In other words, your mind is responsible for creating everything. That's why Lord Buddha said in Pali, Chitte niyati loko. Your mind is the world. So, if you happen to study about your mind, that implies that you study everything in the world as well as yourself. Both will be done together. Studying it, how your mind has been created, studying the way that your mind has been built, that will help you to understand both the worldly things as well as you. So that is the point. That is the whole intention of revealing this Abidhamma through the Abhijnana. Abhijnana is super kind of wisdom. So it goes beyond your five senses. That sensation can reveal much more things that can be captured through your that cannot be captured through your five senses. It goes beyond that. It's like a superhuman. It is not a power, some kind of an extraordinary power. So it is the ability to see the things in a very different angle. So there is some kind of a penetrative insight. So that is, for that we call this abhijnana. In such people, they tend to feel more than the things they feel through their ordinary senses. So through that abhijnana, Lord Buddha has revealed these things. Lord Buddha has found out the problem is the mind. So that is the reason why in Abhidhamma Pitaka, everywhere in the Abhidhamma Pitaka, it talks about these five aggregates. In Pali terms, it says Panchaskandha, or explanation of these five aggregates. Skandha Vigrahaya, explanation. How these five aggregates would lead for you to make you to feel some kind of a living nature, alive nature. So ultimately, what you feel is that you feel that you are an existing, you are an existing creature, not only a human. This is valid for, this sensation is valid for each and every animal. That is, Lord Buddha had seen the way, the mechanism which leads to uh, give such kind of a sensation. Everything in this world we feel, we tend to feel that with the self, with the self, with the self identity. So even though you start your uh, career as a lawyer, as a um, teacher, or someone else, so you tend to feel, so I have this kind of qualification. So now I am a lawyer. So I must perform, I must carry out my work in this way because I'm a lawyer. So in each and every thought, there will be a notion of I hidden underneath the self perception. Even though you travel from one place to another, one country to another, you tend to think, I'm the one who is traveling from this place to the other place. Likewise, in each and also when you live within your family, so you play a certain role. It might be, it may be as a father, it might be as a uh, mother or children. So you have a certain role in that family, even within that family even. So these experiences in turn shapes the self, contribute to shape the self, and vice versa. So how does this happen? How does this happen? These experiences will further establish or contribute to establish the self identity. So when you become older, when you grow older, that that self identity would be bigger when compared to a smaller kid. So that's why Aryan Maharshi explains that in his sermons. Small kids have a kind of energy which is so small when compared to an adult. So how does this energy came? How does this energy come? This energy had come from the through the perceptions. From where you get those perceptions? Through the faculties that you have. Ultimately, what what is what will be the ultimate results? Creation of a thought that is powered up with the self. So for that we call uh, Sakkayaditthi in Pali terms, the self identity, the uniqueness that you have, the Atma, the soul. But in Abhidhamma, Lord Buddha has explained the mechanism which contribute to develop this self-identity. So once you are able to understand this, so then you will find out, then we'll realize actually that there is no such a thing called self-identity. So that's why you need to learn something about Dhamma. Before you start practicing Dhamma, you have to know what the truth is. So basically, in simple terms, at first you have to learn some amount of Dhamma. So in that sense, you have to learn about these 5 aggregates. So what are those 5 aggregates? In Pali, I will tell, first of all, I will tell them in Pali. Then I will try to explain in English. Rupa, first one is Rupa, Vedana, second one, Sanya, third one, Sankara, fourth one, Vijnana, fifth one. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Rupa means basically the form. Vedana means the sensation or the name, Nama. Sanya means perception, third one. Fourth one is Sankara. Sankara means mental formations. Fifth one is Vijnana, the consciousness. Why we are learning these things? Because we need to know what is this consciousness, all about this consciousness. So because we are having such thing, such consciousness, that's why we tend to feel that we are alive. That's why we have to learn all about the consciousness. Then through the Abidhamma, what Buddha revealed to the world is this: the mechanism that which contributes to develop this consciousness. Rupa, form, sensation, perception, mental formation, then comes the consciousness. Let's go one by one. This is the key point. Key point. Rupa. Rupa means what? Earlier we thought Rupa means forms. Earlier we thought. So we have been taught actually from our Dhamma schools even. Rupa means the things that you see. But that is wrong. This one is wrong. Rupa is not what you see. So if it is Rupa, if it is the Rupa, if we say what you see is Rupa, see as Rupa or form, so there are certain sensations that there is no such kind of Rupa, visual projection or temperature. Let's get the temperature. How you do you have that kind of a visual thing there? No. So Rupa is not the thing that you see. The form is the vibration. Even in the quantum physics, it says there are certain things that has infinite number of positions. So the probability of being in one position is a probability. For when you look at it only, it represents something. So likewise, Rupa means or form means the vibration. Then comes the other. So the vibration would lead to the second thing. What is the second thing? Is sensation. This each and every vibration contains or is responsible of producing some kind of an energy. So one vibration has one smaller thing. If it vibrates more, it will be generating more energy. So likewise, that energy is capable of giving you some kind of a sensation. That is the second one. Vibration would give you some kind of a sensation. And comes the third one, the perception. If it happens to, if that vibration is able to give you some kind of a sensation that is capable of producing you some kind of a projection, that is the sanya, perception. So we'll take an example. We'll say you clap your hands together like this. So there had there, there hadn't been anything before. You collide, you clap your hands together. So what happened then? It produced some kind of a sound. That is the perception. That is the sanya. Rupa, Vedana, uh, sanya. The third one. Then what happens? It tends to come repetitively. It does not vanish all of a sudden. Due to the repetitive vibrations, it produces more and more sensations. Then, of course, it will generate more and more perceptions, not only one. So, that is the sankhara, the repetitive happening of the same thing, same perception. So, when it happens, you tend to feel something is existing. Even the sound that is created after clapping your hand, you tend to feel that it's existing. It is real. So when you see a lightning, the same thing will happen. There are billions of trillions positive and negative winds produce small amount of currents. So they combine each other. So due to that collision, some kind of energy would be generated. That energy is capable of creating some kind of projection. That is the light. When these lights come together, aggregate together, it will produce a huge blast or huge light, huge flashes. So then what happens? It is then this huge flash is capable of generating the sensation of of mm, a live kind of sensation. It is there. Lightning was there because I heard the sound, not only the flashes. So that is the explanation of five aggregates. So all started with this vibration, initial vibration. Due to so then comes the question how this initial vibration had occurred due to the collision. If there is an collision only, there would be some kind of vibration. Otherwise, no vibrations would be there. So that is the mechanism of how your senses work. So if one sensor is capable of generating the light, so that we call the vision or the eye. So here we are not referring to your muscular eyeball. The ability to see or the vision is the perception of light. So Lord Buddha explained these things very well. very nicely through these five aggregates. Vibration will lead to give you some kind of a sensation. That sensation is the name. That will that will project you as the kind of perception. If the perception is light in that very particular moment, your vision has been vision. Your vision, you can visualize things. If the perception happens to be the sound, that is the point where your ear faculty got created. If the sensation is heat, that is the point your skin got created. If the perception is bitter taste or um, sweet, sour, so that is the point where your tongue sensation got created. Then think further. If you think further, you will see not this one particular vibration has all these things, not only the sound. Just clapping your hand would will produce not only the sound, it also produces the heat also. Same vibration at that part as well. And might be there's light, but we can't see. And also pressure, pain, all these things can be are captured through the senses. So that is the very exact point where your senses got created. Collision would lead collision of different ends was the cause for that. If some kind of a impact is there, oh, impact means the collision is there. That is the point where your what do you call this sensors got created. Otherwise, there won't be any kind of a sensation. So vibration is the initial thing. But what we see is, but we don't know these things. The mechanism we didn't know until today. Until Lord Buddha revealed this to the world, people didn't know that. Fortunately, even after 2500 years later, we hear the real thing, the Buddha's word, how this consciousness gets created. Consciousness is formed. But in most of the religions, they stop there at the level of consciousness. So some people tend to say there is kind of a universal consciousness. So the ultimate, the stage that you can achieve is uh, going to the level of that universal consciousness. But Lord Buddha revealed that is not the end. He explored further how this consciousness is formed. That is very well described in this Abhidhamma Pitaka. In Abhidhamma Pitaka, you will find all about the things related to five aggregates: Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. The mechanism of which the consciousness is formed. So the Dhamma is this, the system. The system. Because you feel some kind of you have some kind of a consciousness, you tend to feel the worldly perceptions. That you feel that you are living the alive feeling. That is the problem. So in absence of such a feeling, you will be like a tree. You will be like a what you call a mountain, non-living being. But Lord Buddha said, when you analyze, when you realize this Dhamma, you will understand there is no such a thing called a consciousness even. Wow, it is. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. So if there is no such a thing called consciousness even, would there be difference between you and your chair with, that you used to sit on it? No. There won't be any difference. But yes, that is true. But we still feel that we are different from the chair, from the uh, mm, trees. That because we think. That is because we think that we are different. So how we think? Through the mind. Through the mind we think that we are different. We have such a thing called consciousness that is not there, that is not found in the chair. So why we tend to think like that? Because of the mind. So yesterday we talked how this mind gets created, and day before yesterday also. Sure. The mind is also gets created in the same way. From the perception that receives through your senses, the mind gets created. So you learn how the perceptions gets created. There is nothing to be taken as real because all are produced from the initial vibration. So vibration will lead to produce some kind of perception. That is the point where your organs or the sensors get created. The sensory inputs in turn come together collectively. They produce this worldly perception. That is the chair. That is the mind. The mind tells you this is the chair. So if the initial vibration is not there, is there any chance of creating this mind perception? No. So within that path, can you find anything, anything that is really existing. No. Rupana will lead to some kind of perception that will lead that leads to some kind of uh, due to the repetitive happening of these perceptions, you feel some kind of a consciousness. That consciousness, the 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 consciousness which are generated within uh, these senses collectively, Tinna Sangati Passo, will give another kind of perception. That perception is the chair, the worldly object that you deal with. That is the mind. So now, can you understand? It is not difficult to understand. The mind is not a permanent thing. The impermanence of the mind can also be understood. The mind gets created in this very moment. This chair got created in this very particular moment. And also, as I told you earlier, each and every vibration carries an inherent energy within it, along within it. That energy comes together from all the perceptions, and the perception that is created ultimately within that chair, that energy is also contained. So that energy will produce you a feeling that the chair is real. So it gives another kind of sensation, consciousness. So you tend to feel this chair is real. That is the problem. That is the issue here. Nothing in this path, nothing in this pathway is real. Everything has got created due to the previous cause. That's why it is called cause and effect Dhamma, cause and effect law, dependent origination law. Vibration became the cause for the sensation. That became the cause for the perception. Perception became the cause for the result of mm, mental formations. This mental formation will uh, collectively created the what you call this consciousness. All the consciousnesses, all the perceptions came from the different what do you call this um, senses collectively created another kind of perception. That is the chair. But remember, once you saw the chair at the first time, let's go back to the childhood age. Childhood. So when once you saw the child chair at first time, was it became a real thing at the first time? No, we went and touched it. Then we felt the consistency of this chair. Then sometimes small kids go and lick it. Then you will feel there is no kind of a sweet taste in it. Then what will say? Then they tap on it. Then they hear some kind of a sound. So from these senses and repetitive engagement with that, the child get to know it is a thing, it is a real thing that is really existing. So due to the repetitive attachments, engagement with that particular mental formation, the child tend to feel that it, this object is real. So this is the way that everything in this world gets created. Everything, everything, even the self, even your body. When you peep into the mirror, you will see your own reflection. If you are a small child, if you see this image for the first time, think they tend to go behind this mirror and see whether there's a similar kind of a kid there. He does this for one first time, second time, and third time as well. He tried to tap on it. So he only feels that the mirror, a surface of the mirror. He does. He won't be able to uh, um, hold the hand of this image. Then gradually he will get some kind the understanding of there is nothing inside. Then after, when he grows up, he definitely knows that there is no person within that mirror. So that comes through the understanding. Same thing happens to the chair as well. Same thing happened to the apple as well. At, at the nursery, you will, as a child, you will learn this is an apple. Your teacher shows the apple and tells this is an apple. But next day, when she asks what it is, you might, these children might not remember because it they heard it only once. Then again, teacher try to describe the uh, apple. This is an apple. This color, its color is red, and uh, uh, she may offer the apple to have a bite of it. Then you will realize this apple has some kind of a firmness there, and also then you will learn it is sweet. Then you will remember. But on the third day, if the teacher shows this thing, that signal comes, those signals comes together into your mind. Then you will answer, yes teacher, this is an apple, this is very tasty, it's a fruit. Likewise, the repetitive actions, repetitive perceptions will lead you to make you to feel, will lead you to make you feel that it is real. That is the way how this entire worldly perceptions, worldly things God created. This is that is because the ultimate cause for everything is the initial vibration. So this is something to be studied. This is something to be analyzed. This thing, this is something to be kind of experiment, to be carried out by you. So if the chair is existing, who feels this existence of the chair? Then comes the question. Then the mind, the thought, try to figure it out. There is a person who perceives this existence of the chair. Who is the person? The person is the reflection that I saw through this mirror. That is me. Then that is the way how the notion of I, notion of self comes in. From that day onwards, you feel that you think that actually you are real and you are existing. But think, all these things happen into a certain rhythm or certain system. No one had created it. No one narrated this script. It happened into a certain system. That is that explanation is given in cause and effect Dhamma. So if this happened into a certain system, no one had, and also without any engagement of a self, ultimate result was the creation of yourself. So now you can understand whether yourself is real or not. It is also the part of the same mirage. You capture yourself with your own senses as you capture the chair in front of you. But as long as you think this picture is that image is existing, you think that you also existing. You are also existing. So that is why that is why we need to understand this Dhamma. Once you realize this Dhamma, you will realize that there is no such a person here. That is the initial message that has been given by Lord Buddha. There is no one here. Nitsato Nijiva Sunyo. But unfortunately, we have been dealing with the self. We can't deny it at a glance. But once you start to realizing this Dhamma, you will feel that your self-identity starts to dissolve. So that is the journey. That is the journey. So from the self to the feeling of non-self does not happen all of a sudden. Even though you know this thing, this Dhamma, this does not happen overnight, maybe, because we develop the self within us gradually. In the radiant mind, there had not been the self. So, if you see a newborn child, you will understand that they don't know that they are alive or not. They just react to the external stimuli. But after they grow up, when they grow up, they tend to feel that they are they are existing. The self identity gets builded up gradually. Likewise, same my same thing happen in reverse order. Now, once you understand there is no such a self here, the feeling of the self or I-ness will dissolve gradually, start to dissolve gradually. That's why we said, that's why Arahant also says like that. It not does not happen very quickly. So to that period, we call this is the journey to the Arahant. But the magic is, but the miracle is, we tend to feel it that that our self identity is dissolving, is reducing. So so that's why this Dhamma is self evident. You feel that your self identity is now getting reduced day by day, because how much you become thorough with the Dhamma or the system, how much you feel this illusion, this there is no such real things. We are living in a huge mirage or the illusion. The self identity starts to fade out. That is, that will be felt. No one would feel it. You can feel it. You are the one who feels that. You can feel it. So that's why Lord Buddha say this is a Dhamma that is Sandhitika, self-evident. So no one no one who see no one from the external, no one can say he's on the path or not. He himself knows that he is on the path, because he knows that his defilements, his I-ness, or his self-identity now started to dissolve. It has now started to dissolve. Now it's dissolving. For that we call the diminishment of the defilements. Defilements in the sense raga, dvesha, moha, uh, extreme greed, ill will, and moha. So raga, dvesha, moha. These are the defilements. So unless you feel your defilements are fading, you can't say that you are realizing this Dhamma. That is the evidence. That is the evidence that you have, that you are realizing this Dhamma gradually. How much you realize, that will be reflected with the level of your defilements. So it is a very clear path. It is very straightforward. It's not very hard. You do need you do not need to learn even one single word Pali. So this is a practical Dhamma. You can do it. So if you happen to listen this Dhamma, so you have fulfilled the eligibility criteria already. You have those, all the qualifications are there within you if you happen to listen to this Dhamma. So you can do it. Try to understand the system. Try to understand how this notion of self got created, and try to understand it is not a real thing. Then what will happen? You will be, one fine day, you will be able to perceive or feel the exact Dharma that has been preached by Lord Buddha. The Dhamma is Nisatto Nijyo Sunyo. There is no person, no doer, no living being here. So, Teruvan Saranai will meet tomorrow as well. Teruvan Saranai.
Peruan Saranai. First of all, I pay my homage at Buddothpado Arahant's feet, our spiritual teacher, noble friend. Uh, Out of kindness, he has shared this beautiful message of true Dhamma with the entire mankind. And well, all Dhamma friends are welcome to the evening Dhamma talk. So, in this segment, let's discuss a few aspects uh, related to this true Dhamma that would help everybody to understand this beautiful message. So, 2500 years ago, Gautama Buddha, having completed his perfections, uh, with facing numerous difficulties, numerous challenges, over so many, actually uncountable number of eons, disclosed a never heard before Dhamma to the world. This beautiful message is nothing but the fact that there aren't the entities that we think there are in the external world, and on the other hand, there had never been a self. Because if we look at this concept in the form of an equation, self or I equals the external entity that becomes real. So, if uh, I would like to take an example. So, if you see a tree out there, on the other side, the existence of self arises. So, this Dhamma is a research, actually, a research to find out who you are and where you are. Who you are, where you are. Because we believe this physical body is the self, is me, because we identify it as it with this pronoun, first person pronoun, I or me. It is also a label given to this image uh, by the environmental factors, or in other words, the people or the family members. And so, with this basic understanding, let's see how the world has understood this true message of Gautama Buddha. One common thing that all humans experience, despite their language, despite their geographical background, despite their religion, despite their caste or educational background, social background, then their class or economic status, is everybody is subjected to death and suffering. When we take this word suffering or dukkha, we have to define this word very carefully. What is this dukkha? What is the definition given to suffering in true Buddhism? So, the basis of Buddhist philosophy is the Four Noble Truths, which starts with Dukkha Satya, the truth of suffering. So, what is the difference between suffering and the truth of suffering? Even before the Lord Buddha or Prince Siddhartha was born to the world, people, diverse literarians, philosophers, scholars had discussed the suffering of the mankind. So, if we consider the writings of uh, great poets from the West, people like John Keats, even William Shakespeare, the greatest ever English literarian, and people like John Donne have discussed the suffering. They have identified people being uh, aged, and when with the age, how they lose their strength, how they get weaker and weaker and become just puppets. In their beautiful poems it is mentioned, and how the separation from loved ones and the death bring suffering to people, and they have tried to find a solution to them, but still they were unable to identify the real cause of suffering. All these philosophers, even the religions that existed uh, before the Gautama Buddha attained Buddhahood, they talked about suffering. They thought this suffering occurs due to their past actions. They were in the ground of action and effect, karma, karma bhumiya. So we know certain religious groups, they punished themselves, thinking that uh, when they suffer intentionally, they can compensate for their past r- wrong deeds or past karmas. So it is such a crazy world, isn't it? They actually they considered the physical body as the self, and they believed that this self has performed certain bad deeds, and by punishing this so-called self, they can liberate from the suffering. And some other people actually in all religions existed before this true Buddhism was disclosed, or before Lord Buddha uh, achieved Buddhahood. They all talked about suffering that arose from the external entities. This body, actually body being subjected to death, body being sick, getting different illnesses, diseases, then aging, one might feel that it is as internal, because mistakenly we consider this body as me, and me is the cynosure, and around me external world exists. That is the big picture that we have about the uh, self and the external world. But the truth is, this body is not me. Body is also external in that sense. Actually, there had never been a self. Now, if we analyze this further, the child born to the world as a result of a natural process, there is no difference between a human infant being born to the world and a, a seed grows into a small plant. It's the same phenomenon, that existence, that is the nature. Nature always actually has a beautiful process for its existence. So this, as a result of the sperm and the ovum of the parents coming together, this zygote arises, and there is a certain vibration that telepathizes into that zygote in the mother's womb, and this grows uh, with the being nourished by the uh, food or nutrients consumed by the mother, and after 10 months, uh, in the form of a human figure, another infant, the birth in the sense, not in birth, this is not the birth defined in Buddhist philosophy, but from the mundane perspective, the birth of a child happens. But that particular infant does not know whether he or she was a inhuman, and she or he has a certain name. She or he is born to the human world, human realm. She or he has the body parts like eye, ear, nose, mouth, the tummy, legs, hands, all these body parts. The infant is not aware of them. So gradually, all these body parts are also introduced to as the child grows. When, in the sense, when uh, if this newborn is healthy, he or she is born with 6 sensory faculties. Actually, mind. develops later, rises later. But I, the physical eye, ear, nose, mouth, and the skin, the body sensation. So at that level, it's a bunch of sensations only that um, because no identification is there whatsoever. So it's like that's why we call such a newborn possesses a radiant mind, Prabhaswara Chit. So as a natural phenomenon, if the sensory basis or sensory faculties function, no one can prevent their the process of seeing, process of hearing, process of uh, feeling, so on and so forth. Process of hearing happens in relation to the ear. Process of seeing happens in relation to the eye. Process of feeling happens in relation to the body sensation like skin, nose receptors, smelling, and tongue receptors, the taste. It's a natural phenomenon. So, can you imagine that experience? We actually can only imagine because no one of us can recall that original sensations, experience of the original sensations. What happens is gradually the identification takes place, naming or the labeling in for the experiences of the sensory basis, certain names are assigned. For example, now the newborn, the the commonest figure that associates with the newborn is the mother. But it is also the world that names the one who gave birth to this newborn as the mother. Otherwise, there is no fixed kind of people and entities with these names. So, this figure gets very close to this newborn, woman. And even I say woman, it's also a label assigned to certain gender. Actually, we cannot open our mouths without these names or labels. So it is such a complex thing, complex and both simple at the same time. Once you understand how a single thought gets created, it is the structure or it is the composition of all billion of thoughts or whatsoever. That's why the beautiful example of Buddha comes to play, because Buddha says if one sees the stem pattern of one mango leaf, he does not need to observe each and every leaf to understand the stem structure or stem pattern. It is the same. So, mostly the first thought that gets created in a radiant mind is mother. How does it happen? Does it happen at the age the child is able to use the label mother, or even before that? This we have to understand very carefully. Now, child's body sensation captures the warmth of something, and this warmth uh, creates some attachment, because this for this we have to understand this, uh, how the power gets created in association with these sensory experiences. So now just imagine the mother comes closer to the child to feed her or him. Every time the newborn's body touches this mother, some warmth is felt, and it is actually this interaction body touch. What is I mean, if we go deeper to understand the philosophy, so what is this touching? Touching means now what we identify as mother's body, mother's skin is also a certain vibration. Newborn's skin is also another vibration. When the interaction happens, certain power is generated. So this power at the, I mean, basic level, it's so minimal. It doesn't have a huge impact. It's just warm. But gradually, when this warmth is felt by the body repeatedly, what happens? The certain perception arises. Not only the warmth now, the taste of the milk. This figure comes closer, that warmth is there, and the feeding is done. So the taste of the milk and the smell of the milk all come, and maybe a child sees this figure now, the shape, and maybe child hears the voice of the mother. So with these sensory inputs, there is a certain perception. Child may not have the name mother, but still the perception is there. With the experiences of so-called sensory inputs, the child has already experienced repeatedly, certain perception arises. So that perception actually later it gets more and more reinforced, because next when the child's vocal cords mature enough to produce sounds, when that familiar figure occurs or is captured by the sensory basis, the word is given, the sound mother, mother, mom, mom, mom is given to the child's ear. So in response to that particular vibration continuously occurs in the eardrum, child's vocal cords react with ma, 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 ma. So the first thought, I mean the word comes out, and we the people looking at this scenario says, oh, the child is now calling mama. Child learns the word mama, yes, and we repeat it so many times uh, to uh, actually establish that concept in the child's system. So similarly, all other labels are introduced, assigned to the like uh, uh, your hand, your face, your tummy. So we do lot of work. I mean, it is not only at the nursery school that the child learns things. Uh, from the moment the child, the newborn, is able to produce sounds and identify stuff, we begin to train them like the system. Actually, it's not fair to call that it is the baby or what's the system. We feed with information like, oh, touch your head, touch your ear, touch your nose, touch your tummy, baby, show us your hand, raise your hand. So all these labels are given. So now, after that, gradually, child feels the ownership of these and begins to identify them as my hand, my face, um my leg, my tummy, so on and so. So gradually, this expands and expands, uh, and unfortunately, that radiant mind becomes a machine full of such a lot of data like what we are today. So that is the plight. That that is what happened to us all. In the 40, 50 years of life, we have gathered, accumulated so many, so many thoughts. Actually, we can't say accumulated, but still, uh, the thoughts has arisen one after the other. If a single thought arises in a fraction of a millisecond, can we even imagine calculating the number of thoughts, number of stimuli that have arisen in during this lifetime? But interestingly, the birth and the death happens in a single stimulus or single thought. That is the main actually concept that we have to uh, penetrate through to understand. Because if we uh, really understand that no thought, no stimulus exist more than 17 uh, milliseconds, actually, that there is no uh, identification of that particular time. Also, we call it chittakshana dahata, that is incalculable. Uh, such a short time, uh, and this stimulus or the thought arises and ceases then and there. But since this happens at such great speed, we feel as if it's existing. This is why we experience an existing world and an existing notion of self also, because there had never been a self, but we feel as if we had lived because of this speed. How can we believe that the death happens in each 17 chittakshanas? So, what is this death in this mundane world? The definition given to death, that is also the death from the mundane perspective. But in Buddhist philosophy, birth and death happens in every fraction of a millisecond. Now, just imagine if we spin a fire band very fast, we cannot prevent others seeing a fire ring because we feel there is a fire ring that exists. So it is the same principle, same phenomenon um, in terms of the existence of all these entities and people and all situations, even all we feel as existing because they arise and cease at such great speed. We call actually this in Buddhist philosophy, this arising and ceasing of thought is explained in several strategies. So it is the best explanation for me, of course, is the speedy, how the speedy vibrations come together or interact to generate some power, and we mistakenly consider this power as me because it's a feeling. It's not we doing it. This power actually, when we speak, about it like this, still it becomes a thing when actually when we say that uh, two vibrations, the external entity, there are certain formations out there, although they are non-existent, the moment they arise, if the eye faculty, ear faculty, all these other sensory faculties function, they, because everywhere there are vibrations. So vibrations of similar frequencies interact, and if we consider C, that interaction happens in the eye, and it generates because these vibrations that interact are always of opposing charges, like positive and negative charges. So like a battery, the two ends of the battery, positive and negative ends connected with the wires, generate some power. This power is generated continuously. This power connects with the this nervous system, and it is transmitted to each and every body cell also. And this power is taken as me. So the manifest form of this power are the defilements. To better understand this, now let's take another example. Now certain visual formation arises. So the eye, uh, this interaction of vibrations takes place in the eye, and that very moment the eye is the prominent sensory faculty here, but in no time all other sensory faculties comes to work, and finally mind consciousness, the mind arises and identifies that person with the name. So for example, somebody called Mr. Pereira. Mr. Pereira is the label given to that figure at some point in the past. So some visual formation, now that figure rises, so the eye, uh, seeing happens in relation to the eye. At the same time, if there are any past sensory inputs related to this figure, all come in one shot and as a single shot, and mind identifies Mr. Pereira. So now just imagine there are 10 people in that particular room and seeing Mr. Pereira. So Mr. Pereira is a person who has done some injustice to me. So the power that gets generated uh, with his appearance is very different from what the power. Now just imagine Mr. Pereira's loving son is there. So the power that is generated uh, in that stimulus, when the son perceives that image, me who was kind of uh, ill-treated by that person, another person who has Mr. Pereira has helped that particular person. So it might generate a different level of power. But we believe ignorantly, all three of us saw Mr. Pereira, and actually how ignorant. The real experience is clouded. Each of uh, our mind is very different from each other's. But ignorantly, we just sum up saying, all of us saw Mr. Pereira. That's why we always find an existing world with people around, and me experiencing everything. So this beautiful Dhamma is to untangle this illusion, this knot actually. We are entangled in this knot. And the other thing, now I told you, Mr. Pereira has done some injustice to me. So from the mundane perspective, so this suffering, this power kind of, it's some intense power, because he has maybe taken a land inherited by me from my parents, uh, using, by force, or use in illegally. So that power, uh, it's seeing him, some intense power may be generated in the mind. But I believe ignorantly this suffering, because that intense power itself is the suffering, dukkha. Oh, that dukkha came from Mr. Pereira, that external entity. That was the definition given to suffering before Lord Buddha disclosed this pure truth to the world. In Gautama Buddha Sasana, the dukkha that we talk about is not the dukkha that arises from external entities or external people. What is the cause of this suffering? We call it the ignorance. Now, just imagine Mr. Pereira died all of a sudden. Now there is no such person called Mr. Pereira. But when somebody talks about Mr. Pereira, that image appears in the mind. That image arises. Oh, now Mr. Pereira is dead and the cremation was done. There is not a sign of Mr. Pereira. But still, that story pops up. This guy has deceived me those days and taken my property by force or kind of thing. The whole story pops up, and now in that thought, actually there is nothing. It's the sound and the bunch of colors that arises. But it is the spring of sorrow or suffering, the internal burning in the sense, the moment the word, the sound Mr. Pereira is heard, that image arises, it creates power. Some power means maybe anger. Uh, in that sense, it's anger. But Mr. Pereira's son, maybe sadness. That power should be sadness. So somebody has done some injustice to Mr. Pereira, has maybe tricked him, and that person, that power may be the guilty consciousness, guilty feeling. So see how each individual experiences the same stimulus differently. This was hidden from us. This was hidden from the world. Nobody bothered to delve into this. It is so surprising that Buddha was able to discover this on his own. Now, having disclosed it to the world, having explained it in beautiful 84,000 Dhamma discourses, we still find it, we still struggle to understand this beautiful principle, beautiful truth. So, just like the perception of Mr. Pereira, the suffering arises from each and every perception that we believe to be real. Unless and until we see through these stimuli, we cannot liberate from suffering. First, we should understand how these stimuli or the perceptions become so real to us. If someone has wise attention and wisdom to see the reality, that is yoniso manasikara and yatha bhuta jnana, we shouldn't be scared of meeting Mr. Pereira or a devil or a deity or any entity or any person, because they are nothing but sound and form combinations. if the beauty is when we know how this suffering arises, that uh, actually automated contemplation happens at the beginning of the path. First, we should understand the truth by listening to quite a number of sermons. That depends on uh, the individual's capacity of understanding this truth. Actually, individual in the sense the system, how much the system is able to uh, get this. It may be different from system to system. And then once this bit of information is fed, the system itself will do the rest of it. So the I will, the system will function dropping I. It will drop I or the self will after some time. So as a system, the sensory experiences will be there. Interaction with the world, so-called world, fake world will happen. Nothing would change. You would not leave your loved ones. You would not leave your job, because this Dhamma is to be realized through wisdom. Nothing can be let go by force, intentionally. Because in the past, so many people have told me at different points, you have to think like this, you have to get rid of this, you have to see through these. They are mere words, because this progression in the path is also a natural phenomenon. What we can do is uh, actually talking to our noble friend and listening to sermons and taking part in discussions immensely help to convince the system the fact that there had never been a self. It's a big mistake that you have believed that there is a self. It is the self view that uh, that actually augments the suffering that arises as a natural phenomenon, because the moment the external internal arises, suffering is inevitable. That's why it is said that if there is a chair, on the other side the self is there, then the suffering is inevitable, because value is there. With the stimulus coming, the moment the stimulus becomes real, the next perception, actually there is a perception that it's there. We don't see it as a mere stimulus. We feel that it exists. So that is the danger. So if something exists out there, on the other side the observer exists. So suffering does not come from external entities. It arises due to the ignorance, in other words, our inability to see the truth. Truth in the sense that we only associate with thoughts. Thoughts cannot have impact on anyone. They are empty. There is no substance in thought. So these are not mere words. These Dhamma points should be self-evident. You should see it through yourself, and definitely you will experience it. This suffering, I need to re-emphasize, does not arise due to external factors, external entities. It is the power, it happens due to the self-view, self-perception. When we are convinced that living is just the reinforcement of perceptions, or actually sanya abhisankarane, repeated occurrence of perceptions. When we fully understand it, when we actually feel it, when it becomes self-evident to us, we will not suffer because of empty perceptions, thoughts. It's so funny when we think that we can cry because of a thought. We can be so excited because of a thought. We can feel so angry because of a thought. We can repent. We can actually, we are nervous. All these emotions are manifest forms of that thought power, mind power. Isn't it funny when we actually understand this beautiful truth? The suffering that arises due to thoughts will diminish, will fade away, because knowing the truth definitely brings down the level of that power, thought power, mind power. So you will gradually feel the tranquility. So we have been going with the current ignorantly, thinking that all sources of suffering are out there. But real source of suffering is the inability to see the truth of the stimulus, accepting it as a thing. This perception, accepting the perception as somebody or something. So when we know, when we actually see the composition of the thought, one, actually it is the penetrative insight. We should remember one thing: even after realizing Dhamma, the thought will arise as a thought. You will actually see Mr. Pereira. You will not see uh, the original visual formation, auditory formation, you will not see them as separate entities or the name separate. You will still see Mr. Pereira, but you will know, even without active contemplation, that there is no burning, there is no uh, power, intense power, because it's just a thought, just a stimulus. If you actually you think it's Mr. Pereira, and just like ghee cannot be converted to milk, we cannot separate that visual formation and the labor. They will come together, but still, since you know the truth, you will not be deceived. And this is the only way to uh, get rid of the suffering, in the suffering. And that is the truth of suffering, the first truth of Four Noble Truths. So let's wind up the discussion here. See you tomorrow. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you. Uh, pay my homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahasi. Thiruvan Saranai.
Answer. May I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Now we know that it's very important to know the philosophy or the Buddha Darshana that Lord Buddha has preached to the world. We know it is never heard before Dhamma or the dependent origination Dhamma. Actually, we can't be real Buddhist if we don't know the philosophy which Lord Buddha has preached to the world. But in order to understand it, we have to listen to many sermons as possible. Also, we have to associate and discuss it with our noble friend Buddothpado Arahant. Because once you are in the path, you encounter lots of difficulties, lot of pitfalls. So a true friend is the one who has already gone through this practical path, the practical path to Nibbana, and understand the philosophy of Lord Buddha. And also, he is the one who has already realized the pure truth. So we were born as human beings. So we have to find out what is the truth in the world. Otherwise, as Arahant always emphasized, we are like born blind and will die blind, without even knowing at least why we were born, isn't it? So actually this truth we talk about is very beautiful. It's a beautiful truth. Lord Buddha has told about this truth 2600 years ago. But actually it was hidden. Why was this truth was hidden? It was hidden because it couldn't be written in a book. It was felt. But actually it is in the Tripitaka. It was written in the Tripitaka. But there should be someone who could read it, who has to read it with wisdom. So Buddothpada Arahant has revealed this hidden truth with wisdom. So this truth was always there. But as I said, it was to be read with wisdom. Though all of us knew that Lord Buddha preached about cause and effect Dhamma or the dependent origination Dhamma, we used to write it in books. We used to read about it. But there was no one who could explain it properly. We knew that it starts from ignorance and ends up in bhava. If I talk about myself, I used to buy all the books which was written about dependent origination, listen to a lot of sermons. Yeah, so I knew that it starts from ignorance and ends up with bhava. And also, if you do good merits, you go to heaven. Likewise, if you do bad merits, you will go to hell. So, in our childhood, we thought that hell is down somewhere and the heaven is up somewhere in the sky. At that time, we only knew that because when we go to temple, it was highlighted. Don't do bad merits. Don't do bad deeds. So you will end up in hell. So we try to do only good deeds. So especially we tried not to break any of the 5 precepts. Refraining from killing any living being, refrain from stealing, refrain from bad behaviors, refrain from talking lies, refrain from taking liquor. So in a way, actually it was good. So we observed it every day. But while doing that, I felt that there's something missing. So I thought there's something in Abidhamma. So I went in search of Abidhamma classes. Wanted to know more about what Lord Buddha has preached. So I learned that Lord Buddha has preached Abidhamma to gods. So I thought it could be something very special. So I started reading Abidhamma books. So actually I didn't know that I was gaining more knowledge. Likewise, it was going on and on for some time. And with that, gaining more and more knowledge only. With that, also, without even knowing, Nibbana was going further and further away. Now I know that Nibbana one cannot get from knowledge. It is not in books. It is practical Dhamma. If I didn't listen to Buddothpado sermons, what would have happened? I would be still going after knowledge. So what I wanted to tell was that, as always, we invite you all to come and listen and contemplate. Listen to Buddothpada sermons. You will, if you are searching for Nibbana, and we are searching for a practical way to get rid of suffering. Your path is here. You will actually feel the change within. You will definitely feel it. So I'll just say something about my life. So if I say about my life story, actually my childhood, I was raised in the village in 70s, and I had a very happy childhood. I had a lot of cousins. I used to play with them, jumped in rivers, bathed in rivers, ran about in paddy fields, climb up trees, and I happily used to help my grandparents. My grandfather was a farmer, so I used to help them. So my grandfather especially, he used to read us books when the night time comes. During that time, he read the Jataka stories. So we as children like to listen to him. It was like real. And also he told us to do good deeds, not to do bad deeds, respect elders, otherwise you may end up in hell, and so on. So we didn't have any current those days. So we used to tell stories to each other. Actually, we had a simple and happy lifestyle. So my life changed once we came to the town. First, it was very difficult to adjust. It is a new situation, new school, new friends. I missed my village. Actually, it was a difficult type of a lifestyle. My parents, they were also suffering at that time. We had a lot of difficult times. Anyway, it also helped me to search Dhamma, I think, those days even. So likewise, every one of us have their own stories, isn't it? How they were searching for Dhamma, searching for true Dhamma, mean to get rid of suffering. So in Buddothpado sermons, you will absolutely find the path to freedom from suffering. Buddothpada Arahant, with his own experiences, reveals the truth which was hidden 2,600 years ago. So actually this is a very rare occurrence to find someone who reveals the pure truth by his own experiences. So first you have to listen. And the true Dhamma, the Satya Jnana part is very, very important in Dhamma. One has to listen with an open mind. because it's like not like normal the day-to-day Dhamma we hear. So you have to study the material that is expressed. Then only slowly but steadily you will be able to recognize the truth by yourself. So this is not a belief. This Dhamma you will experience within yourself. This spiritual transformation within will take you to Nibbana by itself. Actually, it happens automatically. You just have to go on listening to Dhamma. So you don't have to go anywhere. You just have to stay where you are and look into yourself, because Dhamma is there, not outside. You can't find Nibbana from outside. Lord Buddha has said, Salayatana loko loko, Salayatana nirodho, Nibbano, which means the senses creates the world. It's a sensor created world. So when we realize this phrase Salayatana means the 6 senses we have. So we create our own world. We create our own world from these 6 senses, isn't it? Imagine you are blind from birth. The world created by eye will never be created. Imagine you are deaf. The world created by the ear will not be created. So imagine your nose is blocked with a cold. So you won't feel the smell, whether it is a good smell or a bad smell, isn't it? And likewise, if your tongue got burned due to, say, drinking hot tea, you obviously won't taste anything. Imagine, say, you have gone to the dentist to extract a tooth. They inject a local anesthetic. After that, you don't feel anything. You don't even feel the tooth is extracted, isn't it? Likewise, imagine you were given general anesthesia for a surgery. You won't feel anything during the surgery. So it is now possible to anesthetize a part of the body and do the surgery as well under local anesthesia. So what I wanted to emphasize is, now you understand that if that part of the body is numb, you won't feel anything. We have those experiences, isn't it? Even when doing an eye surgery, they do it under local anesthesia. So only the eye will be anesthetized. So now likewise, you understand that our world created by our senses. So we'll see how the animal world is created. They have their own world, which means their own senses. For example, if we take a worm, it has only one sensor. The worm does not have eyes, ears, or nose, isn't it? But he has body sensor. So with that, it can perceive the environment. So also they can sense sound waves and vibrations, cold and hot, through their skins. So that's why they go under the mud when they are hot outside. They squeeze under the mud. They also respond to pain. So it is the world of a worm. If we take a bat, their senses are different. So their sensory system feels the air. So they navigate through environment. So their sensors help them to they also have a radar system navigate and that is the bat. So if we talk about a snake, they possess highly specialized sensors. So it allows him to detect the environment through infrared. It's heat. It's like radiation. It's actually very interesting that they can see a thermal body image of the prey even in the complete darkness. So that's the world of the snake. If we take a bee has highly specialized biological sensors. They have antennas. The sensors are in the antennas, legs and body hair. So they can detect smell and taste. They also can detect magnetic fields and UV light. So these sensory hairs can smell 100 times better than humans. So that's the bee's life, bee's world. So if we take a dog sensors are well developed. As we know that their smell is much more than humans. They also have a very sharp hearing and detect far away sounds. If we take a mosquito, it can sense infrared radiation, also help locate and bite people. and they have this specific type of protein found in the tip of the mosquito's antenna, so it also helps it. They also use vision, taste, heat and smell. So why I wanted to highlight this is because then we can understand and we can see the worlds are different. So even when there are 5 people in the same room, they are different, isn't it? Different means their thoughts are different. So if one asks why different people have different thoughts, then the story goes back to the time where the zygote happened. Now, as Arahant has said, we know it is a story of one vibration. That one vibration is unique. So it's like a combination of genetic, environmental and also past factors, which is individual to oneself. So even the science has proven no two human beings are same. Even they have the same parents, go through the same situations, grow up in the same place, they could be different. We have experiences in our own families, isn't it? So, say even if everyone on earth had the exact same education and knowledge, but their opinions would be different based on their personal perceptions, based on their personal perceptives and perception of the world. Basically, they create the world of their own by their own senses. So for example, say 2 people are reading the same book on a topic neither of them familiar with, and they will process the information in different ways and might come to different conclusions. So what I wanted to emphasize is every single one has their own sensor created world. All are thoughts. So also Arahant explains that there are billions of vibrations which we cannot see because we don't have those sensors to catch them. Vibrations like 10D, 11D and so on. So likewise, we can't catch the radar system. But there are animals like bats who can catch radar systems. Even a plane flies accordingly to the radar system, though the human eye can't catch it. So Arahant says that there are birds who can detect the human aura. So all these senses are actually vibrations. So when we talk about light, if the eye sensor vibrates only, we can detect the light. So imagine somebody's eye does not vibrate to the light, so he cannot detect the light. So the creation of light won't happen. So as we said, all are creations due to vibrations. So all are creations of the vibrations, and you can't say it is there and you can't say it is here either. It is created at the moment. So Arahant explains how from that one vibration, how the light, the smell, the sound, the feel and the mind is created. So there are more than 10,000 sermons in the Buddothpado YouTube channel, and you can listen to these sermons, and also you can understand how the illusionary world is created. So if we talk about color blindness, so say a child does not vibrate to red color, so he is colorblind, which means there should be the same vibration to telepathize. The example Arahant gives is the tuning fork. Imagine one tuning fork in one room, other tuning fork in other room. So once you vibrate one tuning fork, the other tuning fork will vibrate accordingly. The same thing happens when there is thunder in the sky. The window pane vibrates. So if we go back to the radiant mind, so when does the mind creates? Here, as the vibrations happens in the sensor level, the baby feels something. He sees something, hears something, tastes something, but he cannot identify what is it. So that's why Arahant says, if somebody takes the baby to another country, baby will adjust to that situation and will call those people my mother, my father, my sister, and so on. But say a child about 5 years was taken by somebody, obviously the child will know his own parents. He might cry asking for his parents because his mind is already created. So I have my own experience, when I kept my daughter in the nursery, she was crying throughout, because at that time she already recognizes familiar things and people. So as we know, this mind creation is a beautiful story. At Montessori level, the child is introduced mainly to colors and shapes and letters. But we have to tell it repeatedly, isn't it? Otherwise, they can't identify from the first glance. It's like learning a new language. Even for an adult, it's difficult to learn a new language because we rarely use it in day-to-day life, because we use our own native language. Though people communicate through words, languages, animals usually communicate with sounds. They understand their own sounds. Animals communicate through various methods with sounds and signals. They signal when they are in danger. They signal to attract mates, to establish territory, or to find food. You must have noticed a crow. He does not eat alone, isn't it? He always signals to other crows by sound. Their sound is different actually, the way they talk. So likewise, bees, if you take a bee, bees dance. Insects, they release some chemical. Monkeys use various gestures. Some aquatic animals use electric vibrations. Example, the eel. So these signals allows animals to influence the behavior of others, aiding survival and reproduction. What I wanted to highlight here is that not only humans, but all the animals have a communication system, a vibration system. They understand each other. So it does not have to be in words. All are actually different types of vibrations, which as humans we can't identify them because we don't have the sensors to identify them, their vibration. So as Arahant Maharsa says, there are billions of vibrations. So we know that we see only 3D, 3 dimensions, but there are more. There are more as well. So who has developed Abhijna or super wisdom can only feel those. So as we have only 5 senses, plus the mind, the story goes around it. But what we should know is that all are creations due to speedy vibrations. All are creations at the moment. So this is wisdom. With this wisdom you can't get through knowledge. So the Satya Jnana is very important to know how the thoughts are created. With colors and sounds at the Montessori level mainly. So this keeps going on repeatedly. So it enhances when the child starts to write and read. So more and more knowledge is gained. So if you go back to the radiant mind, it's not yet tainted with defilements, but the glue is already there. So Arahant Master takes the example of the phone. When you give a phone to the baby in the cot, he grabs it. He grabs the phone with both hands. He puts it in his mouth. You must have actually noticed that babies, whatever they take to the hand, they put it in the mouth. So if we put a music in the phone, he listens to it, he smiles to it, he listens to it attentively. Sometimes he sleeps also. So he takes the phone to his hand, he puts it upside down, looks at it, and he enjoys it, enjoys the music playing in it. But what happens when the mother or the father tries to take the phone back? He starts to cry, isn't it? And he grabs it and he holds it. He holds it tightly. So later in life, he does that for the toys as well. So he prefers the brighter colors. And for loud noises, he responds by crying. He is uncomfortable for it. Also, if he is warm or too cold, he starts crying. He can't express it with language because he still mind is not created. So you must have noticed in these small children. So even when they start going to Montessori, some children, they hold tightly to the parents. That means they are already attached to the parents. So they don't like new surroundings because already they have built up their comfort zone. So likewise, the life story of the baby is slowly building up in his thoughts. Now he identifies the mother, father, even the school teacher, a friend or two, colors, sometimes red, blue, black, all the colors, sometimes the letters, shapes, shape of a cat, dog and all. So likewise, slowly his world is building up, and we say the child is gaining knowledge, but actually the thoughts are building up. It's like little by little data is adding. Also with that, the defilements, which was not there earlier, the desires, the hatred, jealousy, so it starts to appear. Actually, if we see, this all happens automatically, isn't it? All these are like datas, new datas. All are creations, thoughts. So imagine a small child is taken to another country. So he will learn a different language. He will live in a different culture, different lifestyle. So, but we know when the child is small, we can feed him with good data. So we think that he might become a well-behaved, well-mannered person later in life. So it could be the other way as well. But what we have to know is that all this happens in one vibration. It's the story of one vibration. Just like in Angulimala's story, the vibration changes. So just like Angulimala became, Ahinsaka became Angulimala, and Angulimala became Arahat. So as a child grows up, the me, my, mine concept also creates. Anything which comes to one of the senses, eye sensor, ear sensor, nose sensor, tongue sensor, or skin and mind, it comes as I see, I hear, I smell, I talk, or I feel, I think. So as long as one feels the chair is out there or the mother is there, you get the existing feeling. Then the duality is created, which means I am here and that is my mother, that is my chair, that is my house, that is my car, my parents, my sister, and so on. They are there and this is me. And with that, the power to the thought gets enhanced. So thoughts are more powerful mean that the value given to the thought is also more powerful. So it goes on and on. So he will take it as real, and actually he will do anything to keep the thing alive, which means the alive feeling. So when we talk about this value, so some value money, some value knowledge, some value parents, some value friendship. So the value also differs. So Lord Buddha has preached Chittena niyati loko, Chittena parikassati. So likewise, we create our own world. Even though we live in the same house, same place, the worlds are different, isn't it? It's a thoughtful world. Arahant asked a question. Are you the mind? Are you the body? Who are you? So if we take it as the body, does the eye see? No. It just works like a camera. It only takes a picture, a photo. That's all. Is there a me there? No. If we take the ear, does the ear hears? No. It's a sensor. Likewise, tongue, nose, and mind are also sensors. So where am I? Am I in the senses? Am I anywhere in the body? So can I stop hunger? Can I stop the pain if I prick it with a needle? No. So obviously I am not there. Imagine we are walking. We walk. When we walk, we feel the hardness of the ground. Is it me? So likewise, thoughts come to the mind. The thoughts comes automatically. So is it me? But automatically you think it's me who thinking, isn't it? Me who has the pain. Me who is in the tree. It automatically comes. Even though you think or not, the me always comes. So if you are not the body or not the mind, then who are you? We have to find out. So me is the aramuna or the stimulus which comes at this moment. It might come through eyes, ears, nose, tongue, skin, or it comes as a thought. That's why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. The stimulus is you. You are the world and the world is you. At this moment, I see a cup. So the cup is me at this moment. So if I have any sort of value or attachment or a disattachment towards that cup, you feel it within. It's like you feel the fire within. It's a feel. So that's where me is. So when you don't give a value to that particular stimuli, then me is not born there. The thought of the cup has no value and the thought has no power. So for that, you have to know how the cup was created. If the outside world is real to you, then I is also created then and there. So this Dhamma is not in a book. Dhamma is everywhere. Whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you smell, whatever you feel, whatever you taste or think, it is me. If you see the cup now, the cup is me. Whatever the stimulus comes to your five senses, it will be me. Me is created. So if you have no fire or no value to that stimuli, then the power is diminished. So it diminishes little by little. So likewise, you are in the path to end the suffering. So as usual, we invite you all to join and in this Zoom discussions, listen to the sermons. There are more than 10,000 sermons in the YouTube, Buddothpado.lk. Also you can join the English discussions from 3 o'clock to 5 p.m. and you will feel the difference. So we are so grateful to you, Arahant, for giving this beautiful Dhamma to all of us. Therwan Saranai, Arahant.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the Zoom sermon today. We worship Arahant as every day with so much gratitude for his noble friendship, noble guidance. Thank you, Arahant. We welcome everyone. We were talking about how a baby is growing up. Actually, we are trying to go back to our origins, try to find how the burning accentuated, or how the defilements formed, how we became the people are now, what really happened. So when we were talking about the vibration, we are talking about we call it self-vibration for a reason, because that is the reason for everything, the life field, the self-perception and self-view. So it's very important to understand this. Even Arahant said yesterday, and we have a Zoom discussion now. Actually, we have it for 2 hours now. From Sri Lankan time, 3 to 5, I think, PM. Arahant also was discussing. He actually discussed that in Sinhala Zoom too at 9:30 AM in BTV as well. So how this potential is there for all the defilements. How this, he was talking as a metaphor, he took the example as electricity. So the electricity is there. Any item could work in future. When we buy a house, we just buy a house with electricity supply. We make sure that the electricity supply is there. Likewise, when there is a zygote, when there is a vibration in with the meeting of the ovum and I forgot even that name. When there is a vibration which actually synchronized to some vibration out there, isn't it? Then only the zygote starts to function. I told you this before. It starts to grow, not because there is someone, there is power. There's definitely is power, which has so many features as well. This is a miracle. Definitely it's a miracle because it's a human life. We call it life because there's a life field. Can you feel that? Yes. Inside mother's womb, there is a life field. What mother thinks doesn't necessarily matter here. Mother thinks this is my baby and my darling. That's what mother thinks. So I'm talking about actually feeling the baby's life. You becoming your baby, in the sense your life, your childhood, your baby is trying to go backwards and feel it. So as Arahant was saying, yes, electricity was there, the potential is there. Potential for all the defilements is there. Why? Because there's potential for a mind to form. Even if there is no mind, it's only humans that the mind is forming. Even without the mind, there are ways, like several potentials, even if it's one sensory faculty, this vibration is going to continue. Like for an example, like a worm, it is going to continue. The vibration is going to continue. It's not going to get augmented, but it is going to get continue. Importance of human vibration is in the mind. Is all the 31 realms can be experienced. At one time, it will be one type of vibration, but another time it can be very different. So we were talking about this electricity, kind of the metaphor. Can you feel that the actual function of the fetus? Fetus is the meaning. Fetus, I hope you know that it is when the baby is still inside the womb. So the fetus is growing. There's life there. Why do we call it life? Because there is a life field. How there is a life field? There is consciousness. It can be touch consciousness. It can be any smell consciousness. It can be eye consciousness, which is not formed properly yet. It can be ear consciousness. There's a life field. It's a field only. There's no perceptions. It's very important to understand the non-form world and form world. Form world starts with the perception. You have kind of a perception. So if you actually liberate from mind only, you will be able to feel the non-form field, your own vibration. That's a difficult part. That's a challenge. But what we are trying to talk here is how your defilements started. So this baby, when baby is growing, there need not be any self there. It just grows because of that power. And that power is going to manifest through the ears, through the eyes, through the skin, smell, or tongue. And slowly they work together, and there's a new vibration. Like, actually, it's not anywhere. It's not in any place in the body. We have talked about this multiple times, but I'm reiterating this. Because from the day this sermon started, I've been trying to talk about this magic behind the magic. So the potential is working. Actually, now there is manifestation of mother, father, sister, brother, family, bat, doll, plate, school. Slowly the world is beginning. Perceptions are happening. Mind is forming. Even with the one perception, it doesn't matter. Even with just one perception, there's duality. This duality is only in this film. With the perception, the self-perception also starts. Why? Yeah, that's how it is. Mother is there, I'm here. So this mind vibration works very wonderfully, and you have to really understand this. You might need to just hear something, just the ear vibration, and it's not a ear vibration anymore. It's a sound of a crow or sound of mother or sound of rain. It is it can be eye vibration. It's not only eye vibration anymore, because eye vibration means like just like a photo. But now here comes red rose. How did the red come from? Do you know the red before? No, it's a perception. It has to be learned that this is red. After all these years, we feel like we knew that all along. No, that little baby didn't know that this is red, this is green, this is yellow, this is white, this is black. No. So they are all our perceptions. As soon as any perception is manifested, self-perception, the duality is there. So you can't really understand this self-vibration within this dream. You have to liberate from the dream to feel the chains, feel the electricity behind, feel the power behind. That's the challenge. But we are actually talking about how this is happening. Mainly, this baby didn't have any defilements, but had the potential, had the electricity to make any system work. This fridge, AC, fan, or rice cooker, it doesn't matter. Likewise, in a baby also, this vibration from psycho, that is going to power the 5 sensory organs, and when they work together, there's a new feature, new vibration, which it acts as a new vibration. It's not actually a organ as such. It's nowhere. It's not the brain. The brain is used for that, but it's not the brain. Brain is like a wires of just connectivity, but actual vibration, you can't localize it in the brain. You can't localize it in anywhere. It's just like the iCloud. This, when the mind is formed, first perception, Amma or mother, mom, it keeps forming. Babies are so inquisitive, they would like to know, what is this? What is this? What is this? We have so much questions. Why is this happening this way, not this way? Why flowers bloom in the morning? Why that Nidhikumba die when you touch? It's a small plant which suddenly collapses when there is a touch. So there are so many questions babies starting to ask. Babies trying to understand the world. Babies actually becoming the baby. Because there was no baby before. Baby didn't understand anything like that. Baby just had this alive feel, the tense, the power, the electricity, whatever the word you say, you had it. Now there's an output, there's a manifestation. What is that? The mind. This beautiful mind of humans is what you really use for to understand this Dhamma as well. So you can't really look down upon it. Slowly, baby is learning few things. Mother, teachers, family, someone, the grandmother, grandfather, whoever who is there is teaching you. Even your little brother or little sister will be teaching you, the little baby, that this is that, this is this. This is how you do it. This is how you walk. This is how you eat. This is how, otherwise you don't know. But you have a word now. You have actually an understanding of eating. When someone says eat, you have a mental picture about that. But if you don't know what the meaning of eat, you will just look at you because there's a sound. When there's a meaning, you will really get it. Okay, I have to eat now. The baby, but it's very important to understand this power we are talking about. There's a glue kind of effect there. That's why there's entertainment of sensory functions even in the baby, even though there's no mind yet. There's entertaining of eye, that means the light. There's entertainment of ear, means various sounds. Even though baby doesn't know that this is a red toy, this is a blue toy, or this is a colorful, multicolor things. Baby doesn't know that, but baby would enjoy that. So there's enjoyment, there's extension to the life field the baby wants to feel. Whenever the life field is there, trying and maintain that is there. Remember that. Even the worm doesn't want to really die, but there's no like a big mind. It shouldn't die. No, that's not how it works. When skin is exposed to light, it just burns, and the body is trying to find a better place. Similarly, a small human baby who just came out from the womb has no whatsoever mind. Just feels, but in the feeling, mother's feel would soothe the baby. When one mother wraps it properly, there's enough warmth at the set level of warmth, not too much, not too low. Baby will be happy, smiling beautifully. So can you understand that there's in the life field also there is a tendency, urge to maintain the life field without any self there. So I feel is the culprit, is the reason that the extension, the manifestations would be there. When the mind starts, what is mind? This thought starts, the duality starts, kind of the dream starts. You feel like you are in a center and everything is happening around you. There's mother, there's father, there's this is my toy room, this is the bedroom, this is the toilet, this is the kitchen where mother works. Child will have an idea. Not necessarily someone has told her, but they have an idea. Idea has some heaviness with it, that this heaviness is going to increase. So again, I'll try to reiterate that when baby is going to kindergarten or preschool or daycare in that sense, they try to teach the little baby this bread. This is bread. Even if there is a child with color blindness, they will tell bread to something because the teacher has been telling that. Slowly, the world of the baby becomes active, becomes real. It has meaning. It has heavy weight on it. And it's not only that, still the baby is really happy. Baby's, baby understands that the baby feels the world. There's duality now, but self-view is not that strong yet. It hasn't happened to the baby yet. So baby is running around with so much happiness. When there is sadness, when there is hunger, when the baby is hurt in the skin, baby will just cry until mother lifts you up and wipe it and say, "Oh no, it's all right, darling." And then your illness is suddenly gone and you are running again. That's how the babies are. There's no strong self-view there. It's just your perception world has started. Can you feel this? It's very important to feel this, how this world started, how there was fuel behind it. When the fuel is there, there's a possibility that any vehicle can run. So when the self vibration is there, any manifestation can happen. We talk about the human baby because it's easier for you to understand your babyhood rather than somebody else. It's important to understand there's a, you're given a name. And mom keeps telling you, your name is John. Your name is Kirsty. Yeah, you keep saying that. So mom keeps saying that. Not only the dual feeling now, there's thought as well. Yeah, I am Kirsty. I'm John. This is my toy room. No one should touch it. Can you feel this? So, how baby is getting entangled in a world of thoughts. From vibration to perception. How did this happen? It's very important to understand this perception as well. Because the perception becomes a view when it keeps coming again and again and again. Mom keeps telling you, your name is John, your name is John. Poor John, the baby can't really remember that. But then with time, everyone calling him John, John, John. Baby's actually going to believe that, yeah, I'm John. Now after some time, when John word is heard, definitely you get startled. You are like, yep, I'm here. How did that happen? How did anyone get your attention by telling your name, which was nothing to do with the vibration anyway? Yeah, but now it has everything. Your name has a value. It has a value. It has a very intimate value. Even if no one cares, you will care about your own name. Even if it's the worst name ever, you feel it heavy. So this keep happening. What keep happening? The formation of perceptions. You know, perception word is very tricky. You have to understand this properly. So, red rose. Where's the red? Red is something that teacher showed you. Even if you're colorblind, you can't see red. You will be talking. You will be seeing some kind of color and saying it is red. So is red out there, or is it like an agreement, like a concept? It's an agreement that everyone makes. This is, shall we call this red? Yeah, we can. But actual perception didn't have the sound in it. So you start, with the help of the teacher, you start reading a book. Mother is cooking. That's the sentence that teacher is trying to teach you. She's trying to teach you present tense. There's various present tense. When you say cooking and when you say mother, mother is cooking. Don't you get a mental picture of that? You do. If your mind is working properly, you do. There can be some kids who can't actually comprehend that. You know, even if you know the whole trillions of ideas, even if you are very thorough with trillions of perceptions, if you get a disease at the end of, like you start to forget, you won't know what mother is cooking is meant. What is meant by mother is cooking, you will not know. It's very funny, even not funny actually, it's sad, but funny in the sense to understand how this works. Even if you say stand up, that old mother with dementia will be just looking at you because it has lost the ability to get that back into the system. But is the life field is gone? No. Life field is there. Actually, it is getting worse because the person is angry now. Person can't remember. They are really agitated. If you have had encounter with these people, they are agitated. They get more and more agitated because they want to know again. They want to get the mind bubble active again. So there's friction when that doesn't happen. So when we say mother is cooking, we are reading a book. Mother is cooking. We have a mental picture. You don't have to read it loudly. That means even sound. You didn't bring it up. Just by looking at it, you have a voice, inner voice, because you are reading it, but there is no sound produced through the vocal cords. And you know. So actually in the perception, the actual thing is not there. If you say red rose perception doesn't have the actual red rose. There's no way that there is a red rose in the room. It's just a perception. Even the light perception, we call it light perception, but what we perceive is just an experience or a feel. So we need to understand this magic properly to understand how this self-perception, self-view has happened. Mothers, friends, siblings, parents, teachers, they all help this vibration to manifest something. So there's environmental help. They keep telling you this is good, this is bad. This leave a heavy imprint on you. How heavy? You would know by your actions. How guilty you feel for some things. How bad you feel for something. So where is the red rose? Is the red rose actually there? Is independence out there? But when we say something, we have so much weight on it. There's a, if I just say, for an example, if I just say there's a war out there, from tomorrow there would be war. People would be like, oh my God, there's a war, there's a war. There would be a war from tomorrow. You immediately take this dream as very serious. And if someone says there's peace, you feel that too. It's okay, just trying to understand how this system works. A single word in your vocabulary, can you say whether it is existent or not? Your vocabulary is not mine. Your vocabulary is different to your son's vocabulary. Your vocabulary is different to your teacher's vocabulary. And Arahant would also have an vocabulary, but the heavy meaning then is actually not felt because of the truth. There is going to be a war tomorrow. There's very heavy feeling out there. And if someone says from tomorrow there is peace, there's a heavy feeling too, because both are taken as real. How did this even happen? Why every word became very important? How every word came alive? That's because of the electricity that we were talking about, because of the power that we were talking about, because of the saso, because of the taints, because of the underlying glue, that this is happening. Everything becomes alive. Whatever the word you put out there, whatever the perception you put out there, it becomes alive. There can be a variety of things. There can be trillions of data, trillions of thoughts. Each and every single thought is felt as alive or felt as actually there. We invite everyone to try and understand this. Whether it's Theravada or Mahayana, doesn't matter. Understand the truth. Whether it's any religion out there, you name it, you have it. Any religion, it doesn't matter. Understand the truth. This is a truth that you should know, otherwise it's waste of your life. one should have the idea of how you are born. What am I? Who am I? What is happening here? Am I John? Am I Kirsty? Even sometimes we might say, yeah, I know, John is just a name. But how come then, if there's a rumor in the office saying John is bad, why John feels so sad? This is the thing, every thought of an human has a meaning, has a thing, has a weight. That is the non-form world, the weight you give to anything and everything. Can you feel this? It's very important for anyone out there who is trying to understand this world, who is trying to understand yourself, who is trying to understand why I feel sad sometimes, why I feel happy sometimes, why the happiness never stays for long, why the sadness takes over, why there is an unbearable feeling inside when silent. Where is that coming from? Why this mind is glowing to everything? Why mind can't survive without scrolling the phone? Why mind can't survive without looking at the phone? Why this is happening? This glueness is there from the beginning, and it has double, triple, no, it's can't say the number. It is so much augmented now because of the self-view. So the self-perception is just the mirror image of the perception of whatever the stimulus. Can you feel that? That's a different point that should be highlighted every time. There was never a me. There was never an I. There was never me, myself. What you felt as someone. That's when the stimulus was taken for granted. You have to get this. If the stimulus or the thought is taken for granted, obviously the duality is there. Jay is there, I'm here. My mother is in Sri Lanka, I am here. We basically don't have an experience outside our mind bubble. Slowly, when you get up in the morning, it's all mind bubble you see. You see the TV, the living room, if you are in the living room. If you're in the kitchen, you will see the kettle, the pots, the stove, the oven. You see things, but even deeper than that, even if you see light, there's same thing. The consciousness. The light consciousness had nothing to do with the actual mind formations. But with the help of the light consciousness and the sound consciousness and the touch consciousness, the mind is formed. Yes. If there is consciousness, there is a life field. 100% there is existent field because there is a field of touch, field of light, field of sound. But why it feels as an entity is because of the speed. Do you get it? Do you get the dream we get into without any knowledge that it's a dream? So there is ignorance everywhere. Even in the alive field level where there is potential for the dream, the burning is there, but you just don't have an outcome of it, but just feels. It's the vibratory nature. It's just a feel. You feel the burn. That power is what is going to fuel the whole dream. And slowly, when the perceptions are coming again and again, the self is also going to happen again and again in each and every thought. Self-perception is going to come. So this is going to be reinforced as very strong thoughts. Mother and me, father and me, sister and me, brother and me, my village and me, my country and me, my husband and me, my children and me. See, there's a common factor, me, 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 me. And you feel as you were little and then you grow up, then you married. You feel as there's someone continuously. That's due to the speed. That's ignorance. That you didn't know it was speed. So when you felt alive, you believed that so dearly that it is true. And then when the mind is forming, you dearly believe that too. Can you feel this? You can. If you let go of the tension, you will definitely feel this. Everyone out there is under a lot of tension. World is real. For little children nowadays, there's an internet world as well, which is the same manifestation. But they have a bigger world now. They know too much well before small days. Can you feel that? How this is getting complicated. So slowly everything is going to get complicated. You believe that you are there, you believe that chair is there, the table is there. Yeah. So the feel that you have the table is there is what you felt as you, but you never knew that. Never knew that. What you felt was separate me and separate chair. Because that was the impression that we get from the dream. No one is actually trying to put that impression into you. If no one tells you anything also, there is this duality in this perception. Subject, object, phenomena is there without uttering a word. Do you understand? I wish someone understands. I wish every monk out there would listen to this. I wish every venerable out there would listen to this. If every monk out there wakes up, this world is going to be full of non-vibration. Anyone, each one of you is important. Anyone. It doesn't matter who you are. Whether you are a monk or whether you are normally not working, whether you are at home, whether you are working, whether you are a child, whether you are studying, whether you are in university, it doesn't really matter actually. What matters is if there is a mind, there is suffering. And when there is a mind, you can understand the mind. Suffering has different levels. The life feel is the lowest level that no one talks about. Obviously, we know that when your mother pass away, you feel so sad. Everyone knows that. Yeah, that's suffering. But you have to understand, Lord Buddha said this very beautifully. There's 3 levels of suffering. Dukkha, dukkha satya, dukkha arya satya. 3 levels. 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 why there is 3 levels of suffering. In the superficial level, whatever happens, you can have suffering. Whenever your loved one is not there, you will suffer. Whenever your loved one shout at you, you will suffer. When nobody cares about you, you will suffer. If you fall down and hurt yourself, you will suffer. If you can't breathe due to an infection, you will suffer. When your body refuses to function as the mind orders, you will suffer. So there's so much suffering. Even if you think about your death, you will suffer. Because you have so much dreams to come true. You don't want to die. But that suffering, that suffering is suffering too. No one can say it is not suffering. This dream, whenever you feel alive, there is suffering. Perception level also there is suffering. Feel level, because in feel level, you're trying to maintain the feel. In the sense, there's an urge to maintain the feel when the feel is felt as a thing. So wherever the consciousness is, there's an urge to maintain the consciousness. There's an urge to maintain the life feel. It's very subtle things. With self-vibration, there's an urge to maintain the power. So when there is a vibration, there is a power. When there is a power, there is a vibration. They work together. Why I'm talking so much about these things? This is because everyone in the world deserves to know this. Deserves to know how you felt alive. How you think that you are there. How you got the self-view. How you got the self-perception. How you have the self-vibration from the zygotic level in the baby's time in the mother's womb. They're trying to take you back to your baby time and show you there was never a self. Never. Never a self. But there was a vibration which telepathized into sperm and the ovum vibration. When the sperm meets the ovum, there is a vibration. Yes. And this gives you the potential for any co-vibration with any self-vibration. That's where the fuel was. That's where the main power was. That's where the main electricity was. That's where the potential is. If you have to feel your tense, you have to come out of your mind, please. You can't do that inside the mind bubble. You have to come out of your mind. You just have to realize that the mind is not true. Then the urge to stay inside the mind bubble actually gets weaker and weaker. So that automatically, at one particular moment, the liberation would happen, and the the strong vibration of yourself will be felt. And if you knew that it is only a sensory function, the sensory or faculty speed, then it will definitely turn out to be the non-vibration. It's a field that we can't explain. If we have had that vibration before, we will have it again, yes, but it's very rare to have it. So this is something you have never felt before, the non-vibration. It's very specific. So if we go back to the child now, child slowly starts to learn from everyone's help. This is blue. This is red. And this is rose, a flower. And this is red rose. This is apple, A for apple. And baby is trying to understand what is apple. It's a fruit. See, touch this and see. This is the apple. See the smell. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah, it's good. It's a green apple. Oh, it's a red apple. It's hard. It's mushy when it is rotten. Child is learning everything. But slowly what happens is the perception of apple is made. Self-perception is already there because it's a mirror image of the actual apple perception. How much you feel that the apple is real, that is the self-perception. How strong you take everything as real, that is your self-perception. That is how strong you are actually. You know, when people say that his ego is so high, that means how strong that he takes this self-perception as true. It comes from the self-view. Because the baby didn't have a self-view. Slowly baby understands, okay, I'm here, he's there. I'm here, mother is there. I'm here, teacher is there. Then we had so much views into that. Not knowingly, but even if no one teaches you, there would be an idea of yourself. And starts to believe no one should treat me like this. You know, everyone should treat me good. Everyone should trust me. Everyone should look after me. Everyone should be helpful. Everyone should love me. can do this, I'm very good, you know. I'm the best person ever in the world. I can do this, this, this. I have a family. I'm the best out of family. But when the question is asked who you are, kind of puzzled, isn't it? Who are you? Ah, I'm John. What are you talking about? Yeah, okay. You're John. Are you John? Well, my name is John. Okay, but who are you? Can't you see? Here I am. So they show the body. So is the body John? Is the body the John? Well, there will be a lot of difficulties trying and understanding this one. Even if you keep cutting parts and parts of body, you will say, I'm still here. And Lord Buddha tried to explain this a lot. Apart from the sensory faculties, there's nothing. But the sensory faculties give the feeling, alive feel. The speed of the sensory faculties give the alive feel. That's the problem. It's not a problem, but that is something to be understood. Can you feel this? That there is something to know. Apart from knowing everything, there's something to know. What is it? The truth. There's no Theravada Mahayana to the truth. There's no right or wrong to the truth. There is no good or bad in the truth. It's just purely truth. What is truth? There was a self-vibration. There was a self-perception. There was a self-thought. This vibration has a power. And even if the system dies, imagine the body is burning now. It's cremated, whatever. There's no thoughts happening there anymore. Is the story over? No. The vibratory effect that the world is real. I am here. That vibration is never going to go away because that vibration was not part of this system anyway. You have to understand this. It was not the sensory faculty vibration. This vibration is not the sensory faculty vibrations. It has nothing to do with that. This was the initial power which started the whole system. It's like ignite. It's like the initial push we give to the spin. Initial power. There's initial power to everything. That power is the vibration. When there's a power, there's a vibration. When there's vibration, there's power. So there was vibration when the sperm and the ovum got together. Where did the power come from? Because there's synchronicity from another vibration. Can we call it another vibration? No, they are similar. Can you feel this? It's similar because the frequency is similar. You can't call it different now. You can't differentiate them. because the frequency got similar. It is like quantum packets with similar vibratory nature. Even if it is galaxies away, it is the same vibration here and there. It is proven now. Can you hear this? It's proven now. Similarly, can't really say that something came. No, nothing came to the psycho. Nothing came. It's just synchronicity. This has to be understood properly. Then you can't say they are here. No, it's the same thing when the vibration is similar. You can't place a place. You can't really place it. You can't say here, there, because the vibration is similar. Now, that vibratory, the power. Now it's a different power. But this has the potential. The genetic things are also there. The structure is from the genetics, from the sperm and the ovum. Can you feel that? This synchronicity or the telepathization that Lord Buddha was talking about is very essential to understand how this system works. So nothing came, dear people, nothing came from anywhere to the fetus. No, that's not how it works. It's just synchronicity. So there was a vibration here, there was a synchronicity, and now there's extra power as well because of that new vibration. Because that had a much more power. And there's a story now. Have you seen babies talking about the past lives? They don't talk about that when their own mind starts. But in their feel level, they might talk about it. Because they can feel the previous vibrations, which is very normal. But we feel it's very abnormal. No, it's not very abnormal. It's just that this current mind is not active yet. The past vibrations are felt, and you can get the vivid mental pictures, sudden mental pictures, which were imprinted from before. Is that previous person here? No. That's just the vibration which works like this. It's very important to understand this self-vibratory nature. And also, in every thought, when the mind is formed, there are multiple thoughts. In every thought, this vibration is given. It's popping up. It's like a pop-up. When there is a feel of existence, a life feel is there. That's why there's a possibility of nirvana. Why? When the feel of existence is understood, the life feel is not there. It's all about ignorance. Baby can't do about anything about that vibratory nature. But once the human mind is formed and you hear this Dhamma, you can actually feel this, how this works. And the value, the power is going to dwindle slowly, going to reduce slowly. That's what we call cessation of suffering. It happens slowly. And then there's one point where you will feel the whole thing, the non-vibration. If you feel it just in a fraction of a second, as the first time, you understand that, yes, there is a life field, but it's not actually true. There is none alive field too. There's no self-perception as well. Can someone explain this? It's something you have to feel. We can explain Dhamma. Dhamma is needed. Truth is needed for you to understand the system. Then only you will get the whole idea of what has happened to you. As I said, suffering has so many levels. So we invite everyone, come to the discussions. If you are in any part of the world and you want to tune up to the truth, understand how this suffering works. Understand that there's a possibility of cessation of suffering. We invite everyone. You can come to the discussion time, Sri Lankan time, 3 to 5. We have a discussion time. We are waiting. If someone is coming to Sri Lanka to understand the truth, we invite you to discuss it with Arahant. Meet Arahant. You can meet him in the Zoom very easily. Just tune up to the Zoom meetings. You can do it from your own place. You don't have to come to Sri Lanka. We are also not in Sri Lanka. I haven't gone to Sri Lanka for 8 years. But we are tuned to this truth through our energy. When there is a noble friend, there is Buddha status out there. Do you want to tune to the Buddha status and see how beautiful that is? How much tranquility is there? Zero suffering is there. The state of Buddha, you can feel it for a fraction of a second in the beginning. And you will continue to feel it so. And Arahant is where there's no even craving for the tranquility. There's stability. There's no power at all. So we invite every one of you to listen to Dhammas, to listen to the truth. It's not a religion. It's just the pure truth about who you are, why you're suffering. May Triple Gem bless you all. Worship Arahant for his noble guidance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terusana Mahasa. Terusana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 40. Let us see how we can see and how we can observe the Dhamma while doing our day-to-day work in any of the four postures, Satra Iriya. At the beginning of your journey on the path, we would recommend a bit of the Samatha meditation, concentration meditation, and a bit of the Vipassana meditation. The reason for needing a bit of the Samatha meditation is because we have to train our mind to observe the Aramu, the stimulus that comes to your mind consciousness. If we do not train our mind to see the Aramuna stimulus, the mind will be fleeting about so fast that you would not be able to see the aramana that comes from seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, or thinking. Not being able to see the aramana is a big problem many of us face when we try to go on the path. The moment we try to see the thought that arose, we have already lost the concentration of trying to see the thought. The mind runs off. How do we learn to see the thought the moment it comes? It is up to you to develop the focus to see the thought that arrives to your mind. Seeing the thought that comes to your mind is a kusala, a wholesome deed, a skill that will help you realize the pure truth. The Buddha said, Sabba papassa karana, kusalassa upasampada, saticca pariyodapana, etam buddhana sasana. If you have a fleeting mind, it means you are not skillful. Fleeting means passes so quickly or passing swiftly. If you are not able to see your thought, or if you are not skillful in seeing your thought, it means that your unskillfulness is going to prevent you from realizing the pure truth. All fleeting thoughts are not wholesome or beneficial. Fleeting thoughts do not help you attain nirvana. Theron Sun, everybody.
Theron Sarna Shani, thank you for reading the pages for us to start. We all worship at Narayan Mahase's feet, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, Theron Saranai, Theron Saranai, Dr. Kokila. We are going to start the English Zoom discussion for today. It is at 2:45 p.m. of Sri Lankan time. We try to explain the contents of this book, 2 pages a day, so that we explain it slowly and try to start from the basic level. Sorry. We welcome actually questions and inquiries, because then we can move along that particular topic. So whoever are listening through the other means like YouTube are welcome to join the Zoom. Theruvan Saranai, all of you, and also we are very thankful to the Dhamma friends who are helping with all the technical work. Sorry. So we'll start with just briefing what Shani read. It says that it's advisable to do a little bit of concentration meditation to calm down. Sorry. Calm down the mind, because as it was mentioned in the book, when the mind is very
very disturbed or fleeting. The word fleeting was used there. So when the mind is not calm, and when the mind is sort of very agitated, or you can use various words to describe the behavior of this mind. In such a situation, the ability to concentrate on the stimulus, or to concentrate uh, and understand what these Dhamma facts are is going to be difficult. So this concentration meditation is something which has been in practice for a long time, even before the Lord Buddha was born. And Lord Buddha also did this concentration meditation for years and years under different teachers, different gurus. But Lord Buddha realized that it is not going to bring this uh, current to an end. It only temporarily suppresses the feeling, and it gives a little bit of comfortable feeling, but it's nothing to do with nirvana, because it is only momentarily a relaxation that the person observes. But as it was mentioned in the book, it's helpful in some way to calm down. So when the mind is a bit calmed down, it's easy to understand the insight meditation, or what is called as Vidarshana meditation or Vidarshana. Uh, concentration meditation, doing concentration meditation, I can give a metaphor to explain. It's something like uh, when the mind is disturbed, and if you try to look at the bottom of a lake which has all the stirred mud and other particles, you cannot see the bottom. So the mind is also like that. When the mind is disturbed, you cannot see through and through. Similarly, something like a cup of tea, if you are stirring with the tea leaves inside, you can't see through it. But if you keep it for a little while to settle down, when the tea leaves settle down to the bottom, you can see the transparent appearance of the tea cup. So, this is something similar to what we are trying to do with the concentration meditation. You can focus on your breathing, or maybe you can focus on the walking if the person is doing a walking meditation. Sometimes you can concentrate on the posture if you are sitting in one place. So there are slightly different methods of doing the concentration meditation. So it is just a small fraction of what what is taught by Lord Buddha, and also what is explained by our noble friend Arahant Wahanse. And for the beginner, this is useful, and then we move on to the insight meditation or Vidarshana meditation. So Vipassana meditation can be done in any posture. It doesn't have any specific posture, but most of the time, concentration meditation means that you are most of the time it's in the seated position. Uh, so you are not moving around to change the posture, like sitting and walking and lying down. Changing the posture is going to disturb the concentration meditation, whereas the insight meditation or the Vipassana meditation you can do in any posture. So that is the beauty of that. That means with whatever the activity you are doing, you can do this Vipassana meditation. So I think those were the basic contents of the 2 pages that that Shani read for us. Maybe we can move on from there, or we can discuss something that was discussed in one of the uh, uh, Deshana, one of the sermons done by Arahant Mahanse today or yesterday. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, can we start it that way?
Yeah, we can. About that concentration meditation part, actually, when you are so flustered, it's difficult to see, like how stimuli keep changing or how power keep changing. So it helps even if you're going to a Metmal Arane, where like a monastery where you try to do the insight meditation. Arahant says, I think, instructed maybe 5 to 10 minutes of concentration meditation just to calm down your widely flustered mind. So it's nothing major, but some people may need it more. Some people may not need it at all, because it depends on the person actually. So you have to understand whether you will need it or not. So yeah, that is about that. Anything? So we can discuss something. Of course, is there any specific thing that you will have heard or anything suitable?
Again, yeah, sorry, yes.
Anything suitable? Yeah.
There were some discussions about the perception again. Now, this topic has been spoken about again and again over the last 2-3 days, I think. We can discuss around that, isn't it?
Yeah, but is there a specific point you got interested, or anyone else?
Yeah, others we can ask, yes.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala. So it's a very important topic when Dr. Sakuntala elaborated on that concentration meditation or this tranquility meditation. So in this Buddhist philosophy also there is a saying that Samatha, there's a concept, I think, as Samatha Vidarshana Yugandan, that both these meditation traditions, they complement each other. So as Dr. Kokila said, if one has a scattering mind, this tranquility meditation is a must, isn't it? And then Aryan Mahanse has
Yeah, but the
explained.
problem is,
Yeah,
if there is no truth or satyajnana, whatever the concentration meditation is useless. So that is what it is. So
exactly.
if you have some understanding about this satyajnana or the truth, then if you go on researching about it and to feel that, bit of concentration meditation can help. That's all. But it depends on people. Actually, it depends on personalities, where the because some people actually might need it a bit, not must. There's no must at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no
And
must at all.
And Dr. Kokila, here Aryan Hanse talks about the concentration or samadhi that arises through seeing the reality of the stimulus, isn't it? That insight concentration that will be there even amidst a noisy crowd, even in a chaotic situation, that internal tranquility, inner tranquility will be there. That he says it will be consistent. So as we know, if one is addicted to concentration meditation, we always talk about that So your this confusion, your mind, the scattering mind, or the liberation from the external world will be so temporary, like keeping a rubber ball inside underneath water. The moment the one becomes a part of day-to-day work, day-to-day activities, again the mind will be will be a monkey mind. So in when one as you say, when one practices this insight meditation as the first step of understanding, and actually we can't say understanding alone, realizing, and when that external world and the self perception, self view gets uh, gradually get less and less obvious, or uh, when it becomes self-evident to the person that the nothingness, this insight concentration will gradually arise then. So that will be something, I mean, that will that persists, or that will be consistent.
Yeah,
So can you please explain? Yeah, please
that's a
explain
bit
about
confusing when you try to say that. Well, I have to first tell something, but I don't know
yeah.
whether I'll be able to tell this properly, so I'll try. So, uh, you have to understand that the non-vibration is in the is where when we have a mind, when we are in the mind, in the sense when the defilements are there, only we can identify the non-vibration. We can't identify the non-vibration without the defilements. So it is kind of a duplicate when we do that. So we have to be careful. So that is why day-to-day life is much more important than the just sitting somewhere. So sitting somewhere and trying to focus is not the main agenda of this Dhamma at all. Not at all. So we have to get this correct. Because if you try to do that, thinking that it would help you to attain or feel the non-vibration, that's not what it is. What happens is it supports the this raising mind. That's all it does. But the main important fact is concentration meditation actually can hide the defilements. So the non-vibration is also hidden as well. I mean, there's very difficult to understand the defilements in this situation. But the day-to-day life, when it comes to you're with the kids, you're shouting at the kids, you're trying to get everything done, you're going to work, you're trying to earn some money and come back and cook and do all that. So that's full of stuff. Or even in a monastery, it doesn't matter. Monastery also, there's a head of the monastery, there's followers, there's other monks or nuns. So there's some problem everywhere. But that is very important, when the mind hides, it is very difficult to actually get the vibration out or the non-vibration out in that sense. So the truth, or the truth about this vibration and as well as the non-vibration, you have to have the stimulus. So this would be when you have a stimulus. You have to have a stimulus to feel the vibration and the non-vibration. Do you get the point? So when you have that in the in the land where the ignorance is only the prajna would be there, in the sense the avidya bhumiya is needed. That is a similar word that we use. But so it is very important how to handle these both aspects of mind. So the concentration meditation is like taming the mind. It's fine. It's fine. You can tame it as much as you can, but that's not the thing that we are looking for. Whatever the limit you tame the mind, you are there because you're trying to tame the mind. So you want a meditative state, yes, you can tame the mind, have a meditative state, it's fine, it's okay. But that's not the non-vibration. That's not the non-vibration. We all get it, isn't it? So if to feel the non-vibration, it would be when we say without any posture means actually if you are limiting yourself to a posture, you have a plan, underlying plan. You're planning something. Why would I go somewhere and sit somewhere for a few hours without any intention? Would you do that? No, you have an intention. That's the thing. If you have an intention and you do something, you're trying to tame your mind and you're trying to put I always say this, the security personnel there trying to watch mind, whether mind will play some unnecessary stuff. To whom is that unnecessary? To me. It's unnecessary to me. I don't want my mind to think that. I don't want my mind to think that thing. I don't want my mind to think about anything else. I want my mind to think about Dhamma and understand Dhamma. That's it. Attain Nirvana. You're ordering your mind to do stuff, but that doesn't work that way. This is what I want. So I comes all the time. But the concentration meditation helps a little bit if it is really flustered, the mind, but then that is not going to help you in getting this marga kind of understanding this Dhamma. So the understanding this Dhamma or actually feeling this Dhamma is in the stimulus. So there should be a stimulus, isn't it? Otherwise, how can you and there should be the vibration, and there should be the wisdom for you to turn it to the non-vibration. Yes. So, but if we, and also at the same time, you can't have such a big agenda underneath to, okay, I'm going to do this now. I'm going to do insight meditation, and I'm going to understand this today. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. So when we try to think about this, that what Sudharma secondly asked was some completely different to the first question. Second question goes around and around and around about the phala. So that is the fruit of the truth. Fruit of the truth. So fruit of the truth is, what is the fruit of the truth? It's actually the outcome of. So if someone has felt the non-vibration and know that, okay, this is the vibratory level or the tense, and if we correctly apply it's the words are different here, but not if we actually the truth is applied there. We can tell in passive sentence, I think. If the truth is applied there, then non-vibration would be felt. But the result of that is your complete understanding of a stimulus or panchaskandha, or it's just improving your wisdom again and again this happens. And when you understand the so Lord Buddha says the doubts about 8 things will be gone. So then you know that there is no self, even though I feel it. Oh no, you feel it even after. Imagine someone like Vishaka. She knows the truth. She knows the truth, but she has felt the truth also. But she has all the defilements still. But what has happened is that we shattered, and she's not going to view defilements as my defilements. So it is completely different. And also, additionally, she knows that because this, to understand this to feel the non-vibration, you have to understand so much to come to that level. What you have to understand that outside, whatever we noted outside, that is including me, because me, we look at the mirror and say it is me, and we look at our son and we say this is my son. How come that happened? So this is me, that is my son. So that concept is so engraved, we can't even think about something else. How come you say that there's no my son? That is my son, and I am his mother. So that goes on because no one is actually challenging it. This get challenged by yourself because you have felt the non-vibration. So you can understand that when the stimuli is actually not true, to come to that level, you have to understand so many stuff. So you have to understand this one stimulus is we felt the projection as it is out there, but actually it's a perception. That's the main thing. The perception actually has no perception. Perception is a kind of a vibration which has no meaning at all. So in that sense, you have understood the whole thing about the Panchaskandha. When you say Panchaskandha, that is a stimulus. So without knowing the stimulus, you can't feel the non-vibration. When you feel the non-vibration, you know about the stimulus. This is like a this feeds each other, because that's how like Vijnana feeds Sankara feeds Vijnana, kind of like that. They feed each other, kind of thing. Nama Rupa Vijnana, they feed each other like thing. It is the same thing everywhere. So till you feel the non-vibration, you have so much doubts about this Panchaskandha stimulus, how the stimulus is felt as a thing, why does that matter, what is the big deal about it, all that. But then when you feel that, then this cycle, the main cycle of stimuli is here, I am here, sorry, stimuli is there, I am here, that projection is broken. You fully understand that this feeling is not there when the stimuli is not felt as a thing. So you understand actually the stimuli is also not there. I'm also not there, If the stimuli is not there, how am I going to be there? Because it's just the other side of the stimuli. It's just the stimuli. If the stimuli are not there, you're not there anyway. So the fruit, again going back to her point, the fruit is the relief you get by knowing this. The relief is you now definitely know the thought myself, the thought son, daughter, moon, mother, father, husband, family, job, shoe, whatever. That is a stimuli, but stimuli is not actually existing. Why? It is just a vibration. How can we say vibration is existing? Because it just happens. It just manifests. So the manifestation is there, but is it actually there? When can you say the vibration or mind vibration? Can you say that it is here or there? Is it under the table? Is a mind vibration under the table? No. Is it under your heart? Is it under your tummy, or where is it? The mind vibration. Yes. You can't find it like that, because there's no place like that. So you keep understanding that this vibration keep playing up. It's actually a construct. It's a construct. Even the mind vibration is a construct, and even the light is a construct. It's just the way that the human eye is. If you for an instance, if we have the science, if we remove the human eyes and have two eyes of another animal, how would you see the world? Well, you might see even upside down, or you might be like waiting for the sun to come in the morning, and you will be going out, everyone will be sleeping because you have gotten a eye of a maybe bat. So these things keep changing. So when the things keep changing, so the formation of the eye, the vibration of the eye, that is what it is. The output is the light, yes, but it is a construct too. It's a construct of the eye. So we keep understanding these things. The final fruit is the liberation, because the liberation, what you mean by liberation is the value of the mind is not there. Otherwise, you still you still can think, you still can feel, you still can see, you still can hear. So what is the liberation then? Liberation is from the value. There's no value at all. So you don't feel it. When you don't feel the mind consciousness, it will be direct. Even these descriptions, they have to be taking them very, very, very carefully, because slowly I'm also getting the point that where Arahant says, come to in the middle of the Zoom and try to, change whatever we are trying to say, because these things, if we keep saying the same way, they might think that is the truth. No, whatever we are trying to say is a message, and none of these words are true even. So it is very tricky to say that none of these mind constructs are actually true. None of these sensory organ constructs, none of them are true. So can the self be true? No, because it is felt only when these things are felt as true. Why they are felt as true is because of the ignorance. So the ignorance goes hand in hand with the self vibration. So the final fruit of understanding these some levels of this wisdom is you feel relieved. It's just the lack of defilements that you feel relieved. It's not a new thing. It is like in Lord Buddha's time, some many Mahasays, some venerables have told, it's like, I can't remember who, but it's like, putting something down, because the pressure, the power, or whatever the word you can use, the defilements, or this burning is less, that is the lightness you are going to feel. That is the fruit of this Dhamma. But to come to that, all this ignorance should be actually transcended through the wisdom. It should be, you should actually understand this, how this self vibration has formed, and because actually, is there a Arahant once said, I mean, very recently, I think, he has said this before, but he recently said that, you know, this vibratory feeling, or the self vibration, or the consciousness, is that there? Even that is not there. That is a non-vibration. So there's no actual new thing as non-vibration. There's no actual new perception as non-self perception. It's a lack of self-perception. It's kind of a void. That's why it is emptiness. I don't know whether even my explanation met her question. But what I was trying to say is, you can't get confused about the path and the fruit, because we can't do much about the fruit. We can't. The fruit will follow, but the path is the most important thing. So the path is understanding Dhamma and following Dhamma. Main part is the understanding Dhamma, and practicality of that comes with your courage, comes with your directness, comes with your what is it? Renancy uses the word like avanka. What is the word for that?
Honesty. Can you? Yeah.
Yeah, honesty. Yeah. Oh my God. The honesty. So all these things are needed in the path, in practically feeling this. So the concentration meditation can help in the practical aspect, so that because if someone is running for a but you know, that's what I'm saying. These are very tricky points, because it's only few types of people who will need any little bit of concentration meditation to calm down their mind, because already if someone is listening to Dhamma, if that person's mind is kind of already in that vibration, because you can't really understand this Dhamma without that, you know, without some kind of concentration. Because you can't, a lot of people get a lot of vitakka. What is vitakka? I don't know in the English word for that. Yeah, like underlying thoughts. Yeah, it's underlying thoughts actually, because you talk something else, you think something else. You kind of do magic double, a lot of tricky stuff underneath. So but when it is there, that is so flustered, the mind is so flustered. So even a sermon, to listen to a sermon, you need to have such a good way of absorbing that, so that it absorbs without any blockage, because the vitakka is going to block it. So this is the thing. So the concentration meditation is already there. You don't have to do it separately. That's what I was trying to say from the beginning. It's only few people who need that. And you can understand that from your own life. You will already know that that you have that pitfall, and you can correct that, isn't it? Did I even touch your question? I don't know, Sudhama.
No, that's a very beautiful explanation, Dr. Kokila, when you said one should feel the defilements to experience non-vibration, because otherwise a baby who, if a baby dies, I mean at the level of radiant mind, he or she should end this samsaric cycle, but it doesn't happen, right? Because of the change, there is still they haven't, although they haven't felt, because they haven't felt defilements. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, the insight concentration. So from your explanation, it is a fruition level, you said, right? Insight concentration that arises through insight meditation, is it? It was little.
Again, you are confusing
Yeah,
me also,
it's
because so what does that mean? What are you trying to say?
Vidarshana Samadhi, some Samatha Samadhi and Vidarshana Samadhi. Because Sarana said when one sees the truth of the stimulus and liberates then and there, that person gradually uh, gains this insight concentration. Vidarshana Samadhi.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. The
Niruvan
fruit,
So,
Samayi.
yeah,
actually.
yeah.
Dharma. I think what your meaning is Vipassana Kanika Samadhi, aren't you?
Um,
That is different to Vidarshana.
No,
So
I
because
was referring
Vidarshana is
to.
in the path, actually. That's what I'm trying to say. But
So
I may be.
Was explaining, Dr. Kokila and Miss Surangika. Actually, you might have also heard in that not Samatha Samadhi is temporary, but insight concentration, the Vidarshana Samadhi, maybe
Vidarshana,
what
there's no
is
samadhi as
No,
in
it's
Vidarshana.
yeah,
It is Vipassana.
then Vipassana Kanika
Vipassana
Samadhi. Yeah,
Kanika Samadhi. Yeah?
right. Okay,
So,
okay.
yeah, what
Yeah,
happens
yeah.
is that when you do the Vidarshana, which is the thing that Dr. Kokila is mentioning,
Yes.
the penetrative insight, the penetrative reflection, that is done even at the point of listening to the Dhamma talks. While Saranvasa is explaining, I think he made that point this morning as well. That is why these Dhamma discussions and Dhamma forums are so important, because those on the path, there is a reflection even whilst he speaks, even whilst these points are explained and elaborated, there is a reflection by the followers. And you can go deeper and deeper into these finer points. And that is why the Vidarshana is to be done at whatever point. As we have as we understand the arising and the cessation, Samudayancha, Attangamansha, has to be ascertained or understood even at every stage, isn't it? Because we know that even at the stream enterer stage, at the Sakadagami stage, and Anagami, and so on, the Buddha has been asked, what do you have to do, Lord Buddha? And then Lord Buddha has said, where they understand how the aggregates, the five aggregates are formed. So the penetrative insight or the Vidarshana that you spoke of is the thing for the reflection. But as you do that, that inner transformation automatically arises, which is the samadhi, the inner samadhi, the lokottara samadhi, which is
That is a
which
fruit.
doesn't have an object, animitta samadhi, and that is there
Um,
at every moment. It is not as if you are doing anything to get that samadhi in this moment, but
Yeah,
it
Suranika, the Animitta Samadhi is always there in an Arahant.
yes, but we are talking about just, I mean, like, even for those on the path, it is
There are
there
different
in
levels. Yeah, there are
various
different
stages,
various
different
stages.
levels.
So to the extent that one has seen through the mind and the thought process, to that extent, and to that extent of liberation or non-vibration, the animitta samadhiya or the vipassana kanika samadhiya is there. To the extent that there is the vitakka that we spoke of, the thoughts that are restlessly forming and fleeting through the mind, to that extent, the samadhiya is not present. Sorry, I just wanted to just mention that. Go ahead, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, I think, Sudarma, it just any
Thank
samadhi
you very much.
is
Thank you, both
outcome.
of you. Yeah, did great job. Both of you tried to explain, and it's clear, Dr. Popila. Teruvan Saranai, thank you.
Yeah, it's a nice. Yeah, anything else to add to that?
And Dr. Kokila, another question when you now said that Vitakka thing, at once it occurred to me. uh, So, although we call it sustained thought or initial thought or Vitakka or Vichara, it is also a thought when we look at from this insight meditation perspective, because at, at in one uh, we can't say moment even. However, there can be one faculty working no at the moment. So when the thought occurs, there cannot be other. Although we feel it as a inner
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
it's
Actually speaking, this is so
yeah,
fast. We
yeah,
can't even understand that I'm driving and I'm at the same time I'm listening.
yes, true.
Yeah,
It's very
we are able to do that because of these fast occurrence of but at the we don't even feel that we are at one time we are driving and one time we are listening, but we don't even feel that.
yeah, true. It's very interesting when we see it through ourselves. Teruvan Saran, somebody else can ask questions.
Anything actually the perception, it's it is very nice to know that the self perception has no self. So there you come to the one kind of one vibration thing, because if you keep understanding that none of these perceptions are actually true, they become actually useless, isn't it? Like none of them are actually true, so they are just constructs, a new vibration because of the five sensory organs. So that new perceptions, like chair, if we take an example, or daughter, the perception of the daughter is a construct, and there's so many perceptions around daughter too. So, so the daughter may have millions of other perceptions attached. So the daughter is like this, daughter is like that, daughter has a job, daughter has a PhD. What else? What else can we say? Whatever you whatever you want to put there, you can put. So can you see that it's one perception, but it has so many attachments. So likewise, this self perception, the thought of self, I, me, mine, has so many attachments that because, can you understand? each and every thought in this 45 or 65 years of age or 85 years of age, or even if you live to 110, that would be the same. Kind of all these perceptions made you to feel the self-perception. So they are like two sides of a coin. So it is very funny that each and every perception is so important. Why? Because it has helped you to feel alive. It has helped you to feel alive. On top of that, you have lived with your husband for 50 years. Just imagine a mother who has lived with his husband for 50 years. Just imagine. So she's 70 now. It's a story. So husband has that perception of husband has brought that alive feels so much time. You might even feel like dead when the husband is dead. It is funny how these perceptions work. You can actually talk endlessly about these perceptions, but at the end, what you understand is, yes, there's so much perceptions. All these perceptions have fueled one perception. That is why we love to live so much. Why there is propelling power? Why do we propel from one thought to another? Why do we jump so quickly? Because that's the wanting to feel live, or alive feel, wanting to maintain the alive feel. That's why we need them. That's why you need your daughter, son, husband, whatever, you know. If you don't have them, you can have job, you can have friends, you can have even the war. Doesn't matter. I have some people who read the newspaper from top to bottom, bottom to top. So that keeps you alive. You feel the life, isn't it? It's a different way to look at it. But what I'm trying to say is all these perceptions, when they feel alive, you take it as you feel alive. You try to maintain the, stuff that in the sensual world, that is what is happening. So you try to maintain your family. You try to maintain your relationships. You try to maintain the work. You try to maintain so many stuff so that the self-perception is filled. It's so
Yeah,
beautiful.
yeah, Dr. Kokila, it's actually very interesting, these perceptions, as you said. Now, in social media and various other communications, I have seen that elderly people should get involved in many things as much as possible, like meeting friends, maybe reading, hobbies, gardening, cooking, all sorts of things they advise to keep good health and fit and, healthy. So here, what is done is providing more and more perceptions, isn't it, to keep the person lively.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, the ignorance is the main problem. Otherwise, it's okay to live. The
Mm.
ignorance is the main problem because
Yeah.
the belief that you are living and you
Mm.
want to live. You want to live. That is the main issue here.
Yeah.
I want to live. I can't die. I want to live. Why? Because I want to feel alive. Why? Because it's me. That is what is needed. So that's a misunderstanding, I would say. And this alive feel has been the normal for a long time. We take it as the default. And underneath that is another thing which feel this alive feel is the feel of existence. Feel of existence, again, is the same thing. It's another perception in that case. So this is this is a very good research for you to do. And if you keep doing this research, you will be mesmerized by this truth actually, because none of these things will make sense in the end. And you keep understanding what Lord Buddha actually understood that night. He understood when the perception, the stimuli is not true, not taken as a thing, you don't feel this thing. You don't feel this thing. And that's very, very interesting observation. It happened to you, so you don't have any difficulty in judging because it's something happened to you. That's the importance of putting on actually to experience these things. So experiencing comes from truth, though. So you have to know the truth that none of these perceptions are actually existing. They are like formed because of the vibration. So does the vibration exist? No, it is a construct too. It's a misunderstanding that happens. That is the thing. This you know, the sasava or whatever the tense, that is the vibration which vibrated to the zygote. But this has no place when the stimuli is not true. That means this is a synchronization effect happening in each stimulus. And this is a beautiful thing to feel, because then only you understand this. You are born in every stimulus, but this is happening so fast you can't get it. But with the wisdom, you can see this. And more you understand this, that that the rapidity of this speed of these sensory organs, whether it is the eye, the ear, the touch, or the mind, it doesn't matter which one it is, speed has done this miraculous misunderstanding, I would say. It's not miraculous, but it's at the end it's useless. But actually it is miraculous because it has done this damage so far, isn't it? How much we have suffered. Do we need like a book to write about that? I mean, I can write a book about that, but will we end, actually can we end that book? Or we can end that book if we attain non-vibration, finally become the non-vibration, isn't it? Anything to add? It's very interesting actually.
Yeah, that part actually, Dr. Hokula, is very, very intricate, isn't it? I think I got that point. Was it Arahant Maharsa's talk this morning where he went deeper and deeper into that perception angle, wasn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? The perception, the point that you raised, Dr. Hokula, about was there even a vibration to begin with? I mean, he's explained it so many times, but there was, I think, a deeper meaning and deeper elaboration of that finer point this morning. So the vibration that we said was always there was only because there was ignorance, isn't it? If not for the
100%,
ignorance,
yeah.
there is no vibration.
That is that catch-22 thing. Because you see,
Incredible.
yeah, that thing that says when there is a I can't remember what's the English
The
word for that.
imasming sati.
Yeah, that no,
thing.
even that thing. No, there's another thing Arahant recently pointed out. You know that the power and the
vibration
but
goes
is
hand
it
in hand.
No, when
Yeah.
he clap, he says, what is that word? Is that the company, or is that the, what does he use? That for power to happen, there should be this. Is that the vibration he used? The word?
I think vibration. What he said was when there is leftover current, or I mean, when there is current, there is vibration at that point, and when
And
the
they,
vibration
yeah,
occurs, it reinforces the current, isn't it? So
yeah.
as you said, it's sort of hand in hand, like
Yeah, that's the thing. So
mm,
we can't really separate them. But
mm,
when the
yes,
vibration is not there, the power is not there. When the power is not there, the vibration is not there.
yeah,
Similarly, here, about what when non-vibration is there, the vibration is not there. So where's the vibration? There's a so-called vibration now, isn't it?
yeah. Actually, mm,
It's so beautiful, uh, beautiful to understand this Dhamma. I mean, yeah, I don't think we have felt even 5% of this, but I think it is so beautiful. I think everyone should go on researching about this.
I remember, I think a long time ago, I asked him. I don't know whether I've understood it properly even now. So I think I asked Aran Mahansa saying if vibration was the cause of the sensory perceptions occurring, and from that the mind objects and the mind consciousness form. And for an Arahat, if the vibration turns into non-vibration, then how come an Arahat can still have the mind objects? So he said, you don't understand. And then he went launched into the full explanation. I don't think I still understand, but as you said, it's amazing, isn't it? But in a way, you can understand it. Of course, this is depending on
Yeah.
where each one is, but in a way you can, and then in a way you can't, kind of thing. I don't know how to explain it actually.
No, that is where the
Sadly,
experience comes.
Yeah,
sadly,
I'm
I
sure.
have that question now, Dr. No, now when you show that non-vibration, okay, but still the projections are there. So these projections are always happening due to the coming together of
No, without the
opposing
power. So
vibration.
don't
Power is
forget the
not there.
power is not
Yeah.
there. The vibration with this here, the vibration we are talking about is not about the uh, light and stuff. We are talking about the self vibration. That's why recently Aaron also was talking about this thing in, I think, in 7 o'clock one. I can't fully remember the whole thing, but he was trying to say something about people misunderstanding the beginning bit and forgetting about the end bit and then getting nowhere. That is the main important thing, because this is about getting rid of the one vibration, one perception, one thought. That's
Yeah,
all that went away from Lord Buddha. Mare asked, no?
Yeah, the feeling of being and yeah, life.
Yeah,
If
that's all one.
yeah.
That's all that. So that power is not there. That is the only thing that is absent. So
yeah,
everything
but
else is there. But
this, I
but
mean, if
without that life field, you might not survive. That's a different story. But what I'm trying to say is, that's where you need someone to actually guide them. But Lord Buddha didn't say, go to a room and stay there until you die. No, he didn't say that. He said each monk go alone and start saying this Dhamma. So they had a pattern of living. So they will survive. They've advised a way of living. So they listened to Lord Buddha and went on alone teaching Dhamma. Nothing happened. But because they have to have a protocol for the survival, because otherwise they won't. But if they are advised to do that, they will do. because they don't feel themselves, but they will listen to Lord Buddha's advice. So that's how it is. But what I was trying to say is, this here what happens, because that now, Deakna, I have told this before, I think, to Sudharma once as well, that when we keep on saying Deakna, then we forget about the whole scenario about this Dhamma. Dhamma is about, not about Deakna. Actually, this is about both sides. Because Deakna means you are there. You are there, nothing is outside, so you are very safe actually. You can become so self-centered also in that way. So you have to be careful in that. But what I'm trying to say is it's actually about both sides. When we understand this Dhamma properly, if you understand the stimulus properly, the aspect of stimulus, it's actually stimulus only that was only there, not me. But why we felt this duality is because of the importance we have given to the stimulus. Due to the ignorance, yes, but that is the problem. So this self-propelling power is maintained with the help of the ignorance.
And Dr. Kokila and Miss Urangika, can you please help me with some term for Vidarshana and Vipassana? I'm writing an article, I have to differentiate.
I'm not
So
good
with
with
the
the words. Can
yeah,
Surangika help?
maybe Miss Surangika, because what I came across was insight for both insight meditation. But Vipassana is now, when she said only, I remembered that Vipassana is kind of superficial, seeing the ability to see each and every thought without penetrating through it even. With Darshana is we go deeper now to see the truth, as Dr. Kokila always says. So it's rather going deeper and deeper. This is the ability to see each and every the stimulus kind of horizontal. So for both, what I found was insight only. So
So
within
the
brackets, I wrote insight at some point Vidarshana. Within brackets, I gave Vipassana. But Miss Urangika, can we use penetrative meditation? Or
I think we've used penetrative insight because that
Pe-
actually gives the notion that there is an active activity involved. The penetrative insight means that there is some reflection happening, which
ah,
is accurate from a Vidarshana
Yeah.
Medihikirima
oh,
perspective.
Mm.
And with regard to the Vipassana
Because
Kanika
Marga has
Samadhiya,
that, yeah.
Samadhiya is a meditative state.
no,
So
what?
you can
Oh,
use something like kanika means each moment, right?
momentary, yeah. That
Momentary,
is
yeah.
insight,
So
yeah.
you can say maybe, I don't know if it's correct, but like an insight meditative state would be, I mean, not 100%, but at least would come close to the samadhi aspect of it,
Yeah,
because
because penetration, you can't really talk
you
about a
can't put
meditative state.
penetration there. That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, traditionally in Buddhist scriptures, what they use for samadhi is concentration. When we talk about the sati samadhi in
That's a
only,
bit difficult,
But
yeah.
it's
therefore it's
going to be
very,
confusing if
yeah.
we use that.
So,
Misleading,
yeah.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah, misleading. And so when we write these texts also, we can't change the Miss Surangika. I mean, accepted Buddhist scriptures, they use
No,
some
that's okay.
Oh,
So Dharma, maybe,
yeah.
where you can potentially find the correct terminology, Wisdom of Asia in the website. These
Uh-huh.
things are beautifully
Yeah.
explained.
Explain. No better
Yeah,
to
if you
reply.
can go
Yeah,
into
thank you.
the meditation section,
All right.
there are places where the inner transformation is beautifully explained. I'm sure that one of those
Will help.
wordings
Yeah.
would be there. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that.
Okay.
Yeah. Teruvan Saranai. Okay.
Anything else, Dr. Sakuntala?
Uh,
We
Actually, I also had one point now. This is something, I mean, going back to what we discussed and finished off. I had this question. Now we are talking about the thoughts, and thoughts are composed, or thought is the result of the five sensor faculty function, and then there what happens is just a vibration, and then vibration is also not something persisting, occurs then and there. Then I had the question, what is the cause for the vibration? So I had to stop there, and then I didn't, it wasn't very clear what is the cause now. This is a cause and effect phenomenon. So what is the cause for the vibration? Then in this very recent discussion, when Narayana mentioned that when there is a power, remaining power, or in other words, remaining current, that is a cause for the vibration. And when the vibration occurs, that current is mutually fed or mutually supported. So that is how I understood. Is it, I don't know the correct understanding. What do you think?
Yeah, ignorance plays a part as well. Actually, ignorance means all this as well. I mean, I don't think that we can separate ignorance from here. It's
Yeah.
just another way of telling, actually, because ignorance led to sankara. Is it Vidyapacha sankara? Yeah, ignorance led to volitional. Is it volitional formation sankara?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
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 So
Yes.
that's the thing. So
Mm.
sankara means speedy vibration.
Negative,
So
vibrations. Yes.
so the now imagine a zygote. We can't change the zygote, can we? We are
Mm.
already here now. So that's now from zygotic level, which never had any mind, just the chains. We come to like imagine a 38-year-old, and then to see that it's not in that level. We have so much stuff, so much power actually, so much power we have. So the how does this evolving happens? It is all due to ignorance. So this can't be actually separated. The volitional information, and then the consciousness is the third one. The Pancha Sankara, Sankara Pacha Vijnana, Vijnana Pacha
Yeah.
Namarupa. Yeah. So this
Yeah.
is all kind of interwoven, isn't it? We can't separate them.
So,
That
yeah.
Anwanse very rightfully has told that because if we try to separate one from one another, that's not the practicality. Practically, it should be the stimulus. This is a stimulus that is broken into kind of different ways. The stimulus is broken into 5 parts in the Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. And another way, the dependent origination talks about how this the upadana part happens, or the jati happens, or how the self has originated here, taking all these things. So it starts from ignorance, but the problem is ignorance is never going to be there without the vibration.
Yeah.
Because the vibration is there, the ignorance is there. Ignorance is going to evolve the vibration anyway, or the power. So this, I don't think we can separate them here and there and try to understand. And once, I think, if my memory, I don't know whether that's the truth here, the Lord Buddha was asked this question once, what is the reason for avidya? And he said astral. And again, going back to that, isn't it?
Yes.
It's
Yes.
going back to that. So they feed each other.
Feed each other. Yeah.
So that's where the importance of understanding this fully and getting rid of this power, understanding the power, this extra power, and getting rid of that power is not easy. even understanding this power and the non-vibration is difficult, and to become that, uh, it's not easy, but at the same time it's not it's doable. It's doable. And noble friend is a supportive factor here, I would say. I think we run into the other Zoom discussion now. I wonder why there's no one here, but anyway, I think we are running
Yeah, we will
into,
conclude.
yeah. So we worship Arahant as usual. We have so much gratitude for his guidance. Without his guidance, actually, we won't be understanding even 5% of this Dhamma. It's still, it's not that difficult. Come and talk to any Zoom discussion and try to get an essence of it, and you may feel this. That is the main important thing. So, Therwan Sana, everyone, may Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you so much for coming for the discussion. Thank you, Shani, for reading the book.
Therwan Sarnai, all Dhamma
Therwan
friends.
Sarnai.
Therwan
Therwan
Sarnai.
Sarnai, Dhamma friends.
YouTube, page number
Irwan Saranai, everyone. I'm going to be reading the book called Freedom of Mind, published by the Buddothpado publications. This book presents the English translations of the excerpts from Buddothpada's home discussions. Zoom discussion on Sunday, 27th August 2023. Participant asked the question, Teruvan Saranayaran Wahansa, I have spoken to you many times. I have also listened to about 100 discourses given by you. I feel peaceful. Awareness is like the ocean. And Aryan Wahansa replies, yes, I have mentioned this example many times. Awareness is like the ocean and thoughts are like waves in the ocean. Waves rise and fall, then disappear. Thoughts are also like that, isn't it? Awareness is associated with every thought. This means we can say, we feel. This is very deep. We can make awareness a thought. Thoughts are a result of the vibration in the senses. Awareness is related to the wisdom and also supreme wisdom. Actually, the path to Nibbana is led by awareness. We explain what awareness, wisdom, and supreme wisdoms are. Again, mindfulness is not awareness. However, to be mindful, awareness is needed. Then participant asks, when I do activities, I do them with awareness. Very seldom I become confrontational or resistant. Aryan Wahanse explained, is it a problem that you are not resisting, or is it a problem if you are resisting? Alamariya Jnana Darshana, a supreme wisdom gained by Arahats, this refers to all the activities done in a normal manner, without clinging onto them and without the sense of doership. Everything just comes and goes. There's no effect on them. Do you remember the incident on the bus? And then Narayan Mahan's experience when he was with those noisy people and their loud music. During this time, Narayan Mahansi gained this supreme wisdom because he understood that all these things didn't bother him. He was natural and calm. If you think I am getting aroused, that is what happened. If you think I am calm, that is what happens. There's no progress in you in this situation. Sounds, colors, hot, cold are these problems. To be able to enter the path to Nibbana, one must improve the 7 enlightenment factors, Bojjhanga Dharma. After improving the 5 powers, Bala Dharma, they are faith, energy or effort, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. Enlightenment factors are the investigation of the Dhamma, the energy enlightenment factor, the rapture enlightenment factor, the tranquility enlightenment factor, the concentration enlightenment factor, the equanimity enlightenment factor, and the mindfulness enlightenment factor. Aryan Mahanse, the perfected the path systematically. That is how we become practical. There are 2 paths to the path. They are the first half of the Nibbana path, that is, entry into the path of Nibbana, Purva Bhaga Patipada, and the second half of the Nibbana path, journey along the path of Nibbana, Apara Bhaga Patipada. The first half is related to the true knowledge. This is important. Without it, you cannot proceed. one must thoroughly understand that there is no existing individual soul. This situation occurs in the mind, and as a result, the realization of how soul dissolve can be experienced. There are 5 steps to achieve this level. Please refer to the layers discourses. When you reach this stage, you will be able to see how defilements such as desire, anger, and ignorance are fading. Everybody is entitled to escape from the clutches of the mind. When you're not trapped inside the thought of me, my, or mine, it is very peaceful. It is a liberation. The material world created in the illusion in the mind does not exist anywhere. They are unreal. They are impermanent. When this realized, one cannot see any value in these things. Just the thoughts come and go in a normal way. There's no clinging to the thought that comes and go. A person should be able to observe that there is nothing valuable in sounds or colors. He or she will know there are no objects such as vase, pot, a clay house. Everything is just clay. Names are given. Even the clay belongs to the 5 elements, and also 5 elements are conditional and changing. You should perform daily activities such as walking, sitting, and eating without the concept of I am doing this. You do all your duties from your mother without attachment and without having the idea I am helping, everything is an action happening without me, my or mine. You do not give any value to anything. Mother is present, but she does not exist as a person in your mind. No worries and no clinging, grabbing. Think of objects and people only as sounds, shapes, and colors. At times, you feel that value and also feel that there is no value. The situation is very deep. This Dhamma advice will help you to remove the personality weave or the sense of individuality. Escaping the illusory mind is the path to Nibbana. And participant says, your explanation of Dhamma is very practical. Thank you, Venerable Sir. Zoom discussion had on September the 2nd, 2023. Participant asks, Theruvan Saranai Ayan Wahanse, I have been listening to your discourses for 3 months. They are focused on how to get rid of the notion of an individual self. If I say something like this, I do not know whether it is right or wrong. When the attention consciousness is directed toward the body, is it possible to eradicate the concept of individual self or I-ness? When we are occupied with activities, we can see clearly whether sense of individual self is present or not. However, when we are not occupied with anything, is it possible to observe whether the concept of self is visible or not? Arahant Hansi then explains, there are many steps to be considered in this situation. Now we are talking about the most advanced step. When someone is walking toward the path of being an Arahant, the person has to complete preliminary steps. The discourses of the layers explains these steps precisely. The entire Dhamma is an explanation about the process of how to eradicate the concept of individual self. This is also putting an end to arrogance, and ignorance. Even when you say putting an end to the variance, anger, and arrogance, or 24 ending defilements, or putting an end to suffering, or putting an end to thinking, or traveling along the path to Nibbana, all of these convey the same meaning. You are very fortunate to have a chance to listen to this pure doctrine. These days, a people copy Dhamma and preach in different ways without having own experimental knowing. These are like imitation gold. The pure gold is the Dhamma given to the world by someone who has completely understood and experienced it. Pratyaksha. People who preach only with what they have learned or through just intellectual knowledge cannot preach the true Dhamma. Someone from outside cannot predict and other and offer the steps that are achieved in the Dhamma. It should be observed only by each and every individual by their own who experience it. No one is capable of giving it to someone else or confirming others' attainment. People who do these things are affected by the Dhamma arrogance. The people who have received the assurance or kind ratification of their attainments, called phala, by these monks later complain that they are still affected by defilements such as and suffering. This is not the Dhamma. How can true Dhamma observer act like Bhikkhu Patila or Vakali? Dhamma can be realized by all four types of people: Bhikkhu, Bhikkhuni, Upasaka, Upasika, which is monks, female monks, and lay people, men or women. Gatikara was a non-returner, or anagami state, and a lay person. Can you disregard him because he was a lay person? Aryan Mahansa is ready to accept any challenge. I'm asking all of you, try and understand the way to the path path of truth. Aryan Mahansa is always with you to guide you through the path in the accurate way. Observe with full awareness how the notion of self or I-ness pops up and dissolves through your experiences, and let me know these experiences. There are steps one has to accomplish when following this path. These are stream enterer, once returner, non returner, and Arahant. It is a gradual process. It is challenging to reach the last step. This is also the Adhigata Samadhi level. The stages achieved through true spiritual awakening never get faded. Not only you understand that you cannot get anything from outside, you become whole automatically. Participant then asks, even when you are in the hospital, you preach Dhamma to the world. I feel sad. Arhan Hanse has to devote his time for all of you to be all of you to benefit, no matter what happens to him. People need help. They are desperate to know the true Dhamma. Aryan Mahanse also explained, proceed and go forward, observing how you are freeing yourself from the clutches of outside sensual world. Please do not think of the stages that you want to achieve. When you experience the freedom, not focusing onto the outside objects, you will know how the inner fire or the stress disappear. When you experience the situation more and more, you will be able to continuously have peace. No more burning mental sensations. Proceed along. Thiruvan Saranai. Participant says, when my family was outside having a good time, one of the children was cleaning a mango real neatly and nicely and eating it piece by piece. When I saw this incident, I did not get any craving for the mango. I was calm and the mango did not arouse my desire to eat it. Response from participant. It is very important to have true knowledge first. You must know exactly how the mind consciousness is constructed by listening to the Dhamma discourses offered by Aryan Mahanse. He always talks about this, and this must be accomplished thoroughly. You also have to understand what defilements are and how they get faded. You have to observe in the manner I had anger before. I listened to the Dhamma and now I do not get angry and I'm not craving for food like I did before. Even if the senses are working in a normal manner, you have to realize to what extent the defilements are fading. Aranvans explains, I have to add something here. The problem here is associated with the thoughts. Mind sensor. If you feel that it is only a thought and the nature of the thought is coming and going, there's nothing to think about. The taste is experienced by the tongue. That is only a sensor. However, if you crave for the mango, yes, then the notion of self exists. Through the power of bondage and attachment only, extreme desire and anger are formed. However, these are not obstacles for a person who completely experiences the Dhamma. Night Zoom discussion on Saturday, 2nd September 2023. Participant asked, I have been practicing the mindfulness of the body for for about 1 hour. I practice this meditation. When I perform this meditation, I experience an emptiness. You also talk about an emptiness. The experience you talk about and what I experience, the calmness and tranquility, please explain to me, are these the same or they are totally different? Aryan Mahans explains, concentration meditation, even five ascetic, first five teachers, they did. If I say what you are doing is right, you will feel happy. If I say it is wrong, you might feel sad. Am I right? And the participant says, yes, Aryan Mahansa. Aryan Mahansa, in this type of bhavana or meditation technique, the world is considered real. This is not the insight meditation. This is what the five ascetic did. It is the wrong weave and way. We have never known what dependent origination is about. We associated when Chandra Vimala books for a long time, Venerable. In these books, Nibbana cannot be found. Currently, these books are even discarded. Society is trapped in various wrong and unaccepted weaves. Some are praying while reciting stanzas and offering flowers or statues. Some are trapped in books. While following these unwholesome deeds and wrong weaves, people have turned into tribal group. Also, some people are not looking for the true Dhamma by investigating the Dhamma presented by Aryan Mahansa. The way you have explained your Dhamma experience, we understand that you have not experienced the true Dhamma yet. Dhamma you follow relates to the Niganta Dhamma. First of all, true knowledge of the Buddhist doctrine must be realized via true knowledge, Satyajnana. Most of your problems will be solved along with this knowledge. However, you have to observe everything with awareness. Should I stop the current meditation? Participant asks. R.N. Mahans explains, people who are in the mundane level ask such questions. Once Buddha uttered, Bhikkhus, what I say to the mundane people or the ordinary world is not true to those people who are truly following the Dhamma. According to the um, according to Maha Tattalisakara Sutta, the noble being who eradicated sensual desires, anger, and ignorance is none other than the Samma Sambuddha. Aryavud is not the same as the ordinary world. To the ordinary world, maybe your system or practice is acceptable. Now we are talking about the real practice. Here you need to develop the true knowledge for this. When we were born, did we have jealousy, competition, or arrogance? He replied, no. R.N. once explains, then we did. Where did they come from? When an infant is born, in his or her mind, this is possibility which is like come for the taints to develop in the future. That is why defilements are created. This is the process. Shashrava, it is called Shashrava, or coal gum, or the taint. Ashrava, defilements. Senashara, finding of the defilement. Arahanthood and Anashrava is the complete disappearance of the taint and the disappearance of the bhavaya, which is birth and death. An infant has shashrava or taints. As long as the taints and defilements are present, there is no bhava nirodha. There is no escape from birth and death. I explained to you just one level. You have to practice the first level in order to reach the next. Then the participant asks, can the infant experience a good life after death? And then Narayan Hans explains, as I mentioned earlier, as long as someone has taint and defilements, that person cannot escape birth and death. According to Sambodhi Sutra, Aryan Mahansa explained to the world in a simple manner according to the Sutra Deshana. For the people to understand Dhamma accurately, however, these are related to the ultimate and super wisdom. Buddha explains the Dhamma is another way. This is the answer to your question. In the end, the experience of the liberation is the Vimukti Sara state of mind. We always live in a fantasy world. You can find examples in the Tripitaka. There are three baskets. When a dog sees his reflection in a pool of water, the image he sees is real to him. He believes that there is another dog inside the water. Just like this, mundane people think that they can find objects in the outside world. The world of colors and from forms created in your eyes cannot be found anywhere. There's nothing you can get from the outside world. YouTube discourses are available to you to observe and learn. The Zoom discussions are geared to answer the question people ask to solve problematic situations in their practical experience. You have to realize the truth with super wisdom. You need to practice with vigilance and wisdom. Concentration meditation is not the same as insight meditation. With the insight meditation, a person begins to realize that there is no truth in the thoughts that occur from moment to moment. This is examining the true nature of the mind or thoughts in a given moment. A thought that comes and goes. There is no truth in the thought. Buddha's doctrine is complete depending on the dependent origination. The impermanence is the dependency on conditions. And when conditions arise, related events arise. And when conditions disappear, events related to them also disappear. There are more related concentration meditation, and today, most of the meditation centers follow this pattern. This is clearly not the Buddhist practice. During the past, a monk who came from Australia wanted to offer an extravagant almsgiving to 1500 bhikkhus, and we cooperated in this activity. During this time, he wanted to learn the insight meditation. He asked me about how to practice, and I took him to Mitirigala Aranya. He never got the answer to his question from this place. Instead of teaching insight meditation, the bhikkhu in charge taught him how to awaken Kundalini chakras. The advice he received on insight meditation was all incorrect. Fortunately, today, insight meditation and Buddha's core doctrine, which is the doctrine of dependent origination, is available to you through Buddothpado discourses. When the dependent origination is fully understood within the activity and knowledge of how a thought is created, liberation also inevitably happens. How thoughts, sounds, and colors are created must be known. Sounds and colors are not part of thoughts or chitta. When conditions are present, along with the rapid vibration and sparks associated with them, makes the eye see. This is an illusion, just a creation that happens due to conditions. The vision that each person experiences depends on many factors. Some people cannot see certain colors. The vision among the species in the animal world has variations. At the end, everything has been created with the influence of the Suddhashtaka, namely earth, element, liquid, heat, air, colors, smell, taste, and oja or sound. All these are in the continuous flux process of vibrating and changing from one quality to the another. And finally, there's nothing that is permanent. Only permanent thing in the impermanence is only permanent thing is the impermanence. Therefore, nothing can be found from the outside. Actually, what should be declared is not that we cannot find anything from the outside. It is that we do not know anything other than the senses and their activity. According to the Buddha, Salayatana loko, Salayatana nirodho nibbano. You see a wall because of the vibration. It is actually the vibration of all five senses with the speed of more than 1,000,000 per second. The dominant one comes forward, although all five sensual activities are involved. If I is the dominant feature, the creation due to the rapid vibration is the derivatives related to four elements. In that perspective, sensual world is merely an illusion and creation. They do not exist anywhere. Even the feeling of hot or cold is just sensation on the skin. It is therefore an illusion in the mind. This is the truth about the world. Nisatto nijjivo sunno. If you see this truth, the objects you think you see becomes priceless. Everything becomes empty of things. Try to obtain the true knowledge by absorbing the information stated above. If you feel the presence of an individual soul or self, you must follow the process to ruminate in the insight meditation. This is not bringing of the Kundalini power in you. A person who has a thorough knowledge of the true spiritual knowledge can be experienced the animitta samadhi, which is non-dwelling nature of on any forms or objects. This is a special concentration power related to the above stated knowledge. This is called Krutyajnana or the practical knowledge. With the understanding and acquisition of the five faculties within a thought, faith, which is faith, energy, mindfulness or awareness, concentration, and insight, automatically this situation occurs. The quantum theory discovered by the scientists in the era was actually found by the Buddhas 2005 years ago. This refers to the changing nature of perceptions. The Buddha talked about how the soul has been created through the vibration and the sparks and stimulation related to the vibration, and how the sensual world and mind consciousness are created to construct the notion of a self. The scientists have no clue about this discovery. Lobama Dederai, the discourses explains this truth discovered by the Buddha in a way that people can comprehend it. When someone practically experiences the above state truth by following the process, the concept of an individual self and the thought that creates this idea disappear. The end result is becoming an Arahat. This is the answer to your question, and it is explained in a way that you can comprehend it. Please refer to the discourses presented by the Buddothpado channel to completely understand this philosophy. The morning Zoom discussion on Sunday, 3rd September 2023. Participant asked, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. I have a problem in understanding how the reflection or image is created. Is it because something is influencing it to happen from the outside? I would also like to know about the vibration in the particles. Anshu Company. Is the solidity created as a result of the speed of the vibration in the particles? Aryan Mahansa explains. For how long have you been listening to the discourses? And the participant answers, about an year, Aryan answers. And Aryan Mahansa explains, I do not think you have comprehend them correctly. When you have the notion that things exist outside, you are in the wrong weave. Yesterday's Zoom discussion explained this so very well. When you have the idea that there is something outside or there is something inside, you are in the wrong track because both are incorrect. The eradication of the two ends, which are Ajatta and Bahitta, is Nibbana. This doctrine goes beyond the scope of the human mind. This Dhamma can be definitely realized by the wise and only by the wise. Getting misled by the illusions created in the mind, and also when people act governed by the illusion created in the senses, sounds, colors, shapes, even solidity and liquidity, etc., are not real, which is illusions created from moment to moment in the passing thoughts. No patavi, no up, no tejo, na no patavi, no apo, no tejo, no vayu. The Buddha declared in the first Nibbana Sutra. If your senses become inactive, what will happen? This is not knowledge. This must be investigated with the special wisdom. The world is trapped inside their senses and daydreams. People have closed their eyes and with their own hands and shout, it is dark. When eyes are closed, truth cannot be realized. People are trapped inside a cage called ego and self, which is the wrong weave, and they say, my mother, my child, me, mine, I. They are, they are like bird in a cage, trapped and trapped. This has not been created by someone or just created by itself. With conditions, things appear, and when conditions cease, things disappear. I'm asking you, can you think of the time when you were an infant? You were just like a clean cloth. You had a radiant mind. Then no concept of jealousy, ill will, anger. These were not present. How did all these create? Who are you? You cannot understand. The truth about this is you do not have you. You are daydreaming. And you do not know until you fall down onto the ground. After the fall, what is left is the sorrow and pain. Just imagine that you received 1,000,000 rupees. Now, the happiness you get from having it, is it in really a suffering? Then you have to keep it safe. This is also suffering. Then you spend the money to satisfy your six senses, which are things to see, things to hear, and listen to. Delicious food and perfumes for the nose, comforts such as houses, cars, beds, clothing for your body. Finally, all this turns into one big suffering. When you lose the money slowly but surely, it is also suffering. When you get sick after satisfying your senses and tongue, that is also suffering. Now listen to the Buddha's words. The Four Noble Truths. Suffering cause. Suffering, cause of suffering, cessation from the suffering, and path to end of the suffering. Suffering sensation or pain is actually a feeling. I is suffering when I is thought of as an object. In reality, I is only a vibration, a mental formation or a mental image created in the mind is only a power created by the stimulation of all senses. This is true for all six senses. This power of bonding through mental formation, which is called sankhara, is a natural occurrence. This also refers to mental creation through the mental currents. These mental currents do not exist anywhere. They come and go with unimaginable speed. The day you realize that you have lost yourself in you, you will also realize that you have never met yourself ever. You float in the waves, in the vibrations and currents created in the mind. Here is an example. A young man feels the beauty in the nature and gives up social relationships to get mingled with the sky, ocean, waves, mountains, trees, streams, waterfalls, music, etc. There is another young lady who has similar ideas. These are waves. These waves that both of them have are the same. They tally. People look for rain when it is hot. When it rains, look for dryness. According to varied vibration, the concept turns upside down or downside up. The situation is connected with the vibration and waves, and there is no creator here. Let's go back to the story. Okay, for the first time, these two people meet and they are happy to talk about nature and the natural beauty. There's no language to this unique understanding. This is a particular type of mental creation and a connection. Some calls it divine love. In this story, the wonders of the nature exist. Did you understand? This is very valuable for young people to build by harmonious relationships. To recognize this way, words are not necessary. When you can recognize that these are only energy vibrations and there is no truth in them, so many obstacles and problems can be solved. Don't you realize that these are only mental occurrences? Just imagine everything has a name: chair, tree, table, etc. How can you see sounds? These are just sounds. The deep meaning here is seeing without sounds. This does not mean you do not exist, you still exist. This is about making an attempt to make you lose the concept of which is individual, self. Can you find objects that are created by the vibrations? Here is another way to answer your question. If your eardrum is damaged, do you think you will hear sounds? If you are anesthetized, anesthetized for surgery by a medical doctor, do you think you can feel anything? If your foot goes to sleep, can you feel anything in that area? In that case, can we function with senses that are not effective? Therefore, the hot and cold that we feel in the body, does it exist in the body or anywhere else? It might be difficult for you to understand this. Now, think about this: whether sight is available or not. Even insects build houses. A worm does not have sense other than the sensation of getting hot or cold. It cannot bear heat, so it naturally avoids heat. Aren't people also like this? If our body gets burned, we also feel the pain. If you realize this from the bottom of your heart, you will never hurt, even a worm. The inner current you feel and what the worm feels are the same. If the waves get connected sequentially, the endless cycle of birth and death can occur. Samsara Ogaya. A person with the wrong wave thinks the universe is created by God. It is up to you to choose your path. Once Buddha said, Ananda, if people follow a different path, when I guide them to follow the right path to Jetavanaramya, what can I do? The Arahat Mahakashapa came to the Patali forest. He had no competition. If the true nature of Dhamma is understood by someone, he or she would not preach to compete with another. Even Mahamoggallana or Mahasariyut never went beyond the Buddha's word. The important part is the mind, not the body. Buddha commanded Ananda Thero to demolish the sandalwood statue and discard it into the river. Buddha is not a statue, or not even his body is a body, because the mind dies, not the body. This whole process is kind of frequency or a resonation, and it does not stop here. It is not easy to understand this. Your thought patterns are formed according to the system of vibration, and it does not end here. And the reason for the journey in the samsara is hidden in the path. Nama Rupa Pachya Vijnana. Due to the creation of the mind, consciousness, vijnana, seeming mentally and materiality are formed. In this truth lies the energy frequency that creates systems such as telepathy system. This is understood through true wisdom only. When the energy vibrations are stopped through the spiritual process, akampita cheto vimuktiya is be reached. This is also the liberation from the vibration or liberation from influence of energy vibrations. In order to gain this understanding, Sakaya Ditti, or the wrong view of an existence of a soul, must be eradicated. By true understanding, experience that there is nothing you can get from the outside or inside, Ajata and Pahitta. Realizing that there is no existing individual self or soul is the way. Until you reach this level of understanding, the birth and death will continue. Therefore, please get rid of all wrong views, wrong concepts. Contemplate and understand the philosophy completely. Observe how defilements fade in your practice. When vibrations become less and less, this is the heaven in your own mind. Having more vibrations means you are experiencing hell inside your own mind. As explained in this talk, observe how the notion of individual self is created, and with the practice, observe how it dissolves. Recognize the illusions created by the thought in the mind. Also understand what dependent origination, the foundation of Buddha's philosophy. When you experience that sense of individual self is dissolving, this is called liberation from the concept of self. Senses work, but you are free from everything, free from influence of those. You will be able to experience the animitta samadhi, an objectless state of natural concentration or absorption. You can experience this here and now, can be realized here and now. These are the answers to your question. Participant says, thank you very much, Arya and Mahansa. Night Zoom discussion happened on Sunday, 3rd September 2023. Participant asked, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, when I was trying to find the truth in the subject called Aramuna, or mentality or materiality or mental formations, I would like to know to incorporate these with the outside world are as same as the nama and form, name and form. It is so. What is with the arising of the ignorance? There is there is the arising of the tail. It caused by the I consciousness when the I is the subject. Arahant Mahansa explained, Lord Buddha said, do not grab in the Upaklesha Sutta. Then, according to what you said, I think you are lost. If you think according to Dhamma, is it good, but you are entangled in this? When you say trying to find the truth in the subject, what do you mean? There is a special way to analyze Dhamma. It has to be practical. This cannot be knowledge. You try to talk about the true knowledge, but you have problem here. Tell me, what is the practical knowledge? You are trying to seek the practical experience. That is wrong because automatically this should happen. This is the feel of the subject. You do not do or you do not do it or think about it. You should automatically experience it. You are distorted. I will help you think that. I'll help you with this. We say it is only an energy vibration. There's nothing called sounds and colors. This is only something created here and there. Now, it is now existing thing. This section is taught by. It is a delusion to think that things are coming from the outside. Please refer to the discourses related to this subject, including Lovama Dedarai. These are really magnificently unique. Thinnam Sangati Passo refers to the combination of the five senses, and Arya is not related to a person. You can only find a mental purification inside this scope. The object do not exist anywhere. This is about a speed vibration. There is no mind consciousness, vijnana, without mental formation. Also, without mind consciousness, there are no sankhara or mental formations. According to the vibrations, the five aggregates circulate in such a speed, an illusion of an outside world is created. Tinnan Sangati Passo mean Titta, Sutta, Mutta. These three together. Ditta mean seeing, Sutta means hearing, and Mutta means tasting, smelling, and sensation in the body feeling together. This statement has not been told before. This is the first time. This is coming through Dhamma Abhinya, that is magnificent. Tinnan Sangati Passo continues. The eye, colors, shapes, and consciousness together make eye consciousness, which is also known as Paticca. With the concept of these three, eye conscious is constructed. Now, in the mind consciousness, with unimaginable speed, sparks are formed. As a result of this process, the mind takes the image as a real object. This part refers to due to six senses, contact arise, and with contact, sensation arise. At this junction, craving, value, and samaric cycles start to spin. This is also the birth of the I, and explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutra. This is the origin of the cycle of birth and death. The attachment leads to extensive thinking, vitakka, and again with the arising of the feeling of sensations, craving arises. And with the arising of the craving, clinging arises. With the arising of the clinging, a sense of becoming is arises. This is how Paticca Samuppada spins. Dependent origination. People who are missed by the illusion in the mind of consciousness cannot understand this Dhamma. Things are only momentarily created by disappear. With the speed of the vibration, this is the truth. You cannot find any existing thing, nothing at all. All are just illusions created in the mind, and nothing is permanent. It is only a created in the mind, and nothing is permanent. It is only a creation of thoughts in a given moment that occurs due to changing conditions and also disappears along with the conditions. With the realization of this truth, you lose me or I-ness, losing myself in me. You can experience the dependent origination in a given moment or thought by associating the mentality and materiality with the process. This is the path to Nibbana. This is the path to liberation. You will hear the unique Dhamma for decades in the future. Magnificent. You will definitely attend Nibbana. Teruvan Saranai. Aryan Mahanse concluded the Zoom discussion. This is morning Zoom discussion had on Saturday, September 9th, 2023. Participant ask a question. During these days, you explain to the world what the notion of the individual self is about, the weave of existence, and the concept or feeling that is self exists, me. sense. In other words, it is all about the sensual objects and the world that they create. The mind gets the outside object due to the above state view. Accordingly, consciously, the notion of the individual self exists in everything. Kindly explain to me whether I am accurately observing the Dhamma. You also advise us in great detail how to live and how to do daily chores without the notion of a self. At least for 2 hours, if someone can be vigilant and mindful in practice, you say that fruitful results can be achieved. Arahant explains, truly magnificent. However, in your explanation, there's something that should be adjusted. Now we are going to talk about the state of infants. Defilements cannot be planted in the infant's mind. Greed, aversion, and jealousy do not exist in the mind. Buddhist doctrine is so pure, do not have any doubt. You will attain Nibbana. We do not have to be affected by the various views society bears. Absorb the Dhamma presented by the Buddothpado without preconceived concept or with a free mind. When you feel that you are reaching the Nibbana, you get a blissful experience. This experience is unique. I'm going back to the topic related to the infant. We stated that vibration and movements are connected with the six senses. We also state that according to the speed of the vibration and energy movement, various sounds, colors, shapes, hot and cold sensation, etc. occur. The appearance of a thought is infant. The dominant factor out of five senses and the related situation come forward. It can be either sound, colors, or taste, or any of the sensual sensations. The dominant feature is the object. At the moment, for example, when sound is dominant, it is called the subdharma. When smell dominant, it is called gandha. Gandha dharma. Or when a thought appears, it is also called aramane. At this point, the subjective feeling atmiya bhavya comes forward when seeming object related to the aramane exist. When objects such as sounds and colors are taught to a small child, he also receives the notion of existing material or the existence of sensual world. This situation and the notion are also a vibration. For example, when the child is taught colors, the colors red, for example, become powerful in the mind consciousness, vijnana, as a thought. Now he feels everything from the outside and inside is available to him or her. These feelings are entangled with the notion of the individual self or the existence of a self or me. This is the Atmiya Bhavaya. If things exist, me also exists concurrently. You can taste the salt flavor. However, to think about salt and the actual taste of salt are two different things. An infant does not know what red is. He feels, but he does not have the color red or thought about it. He just feels only. This means although the senses works, he is incapable of having the concept stated above or the power of discrimination of objects. But at this moment, when we see a wall, for example, the sense of me also has been created. However, the infant does not know have a wall. Why? Because he does not know the word wall yet. As soon as objects become real in the mind consciousness, the notion of self and the existence of a soul or self is also created. This is the natural formation of a particular thought or an occurrence of a mental formation. In reality, it does not exist. It is an illusion. The creation is due to the rotation of five aggregates, skandhas, which can be explained as the fire circle created by the rapid circulation of the two ends, or the two fireballs. The rotation speed makes it look like there's a fire circle, but it is an illusion, just an appearance. In reality, the situation is a result of the rapid vibration of the sensual sparks in the senses. We have to correct something you said. You stated that notion of self does not exist. The seeming subject itself is this mind consciousness, and that is the notion of a self. The vibration we experience turn into a thought. Thought comes after the vibration. However, when someone is on the true path, the thought disappears. This means the weave of individual existence collapses. The belief that things exist and the defilements that are associated fade with the realization of the above stated truth. In your practice, everything becomes priceless to you. Now we understand all this, including all sensual activities, are created by the vibration and the moment in the phenomena. Thank you, everyone. I worship Aryan Mahanse for his noble guidance, our Kalyana Mitra. Teruvan Sarana, everyone.
Teruvan Saranai. I'm going to continue this Dhamma sermon as usual. And Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. May this early morning bring you a message of true Dhamma. May it guide you towards peace and well-being. And if your mind ever feel like it is burning with worry or pain, may that fire quietly fade away. Leaving your heart calm and peaceful through listening these Dhamma sermons that broadcasting through Buddothpado PeoTV for 24 hours. So actually Aryan Mahansa and these old Dhamma friends are making effort to give this valuable message to this world. That's what we all are thinking to make these Dhamma sermons. So no matter how many Dhamma sermons we listen to each day, if we don't study each one carefully and reflectively, we won't necessarily discover the true Dhamma. The true Dhamma is extremely rare to hear. It doesn't come to us all the time. That is the truth. That is why the Lord Buddha said that this Buddha Sasana survives only through noble friends. Actually, those days we couldn't understand why it said like that. Now we can clearly see and we can understand why it said like that. Once who are listening to these Dhamma sermons now, once you are realizing this Dhamma, you also will be understand why it say like that way. If anyone thinks they can reach Nibbana simply by doing concentration meditation or by just going to the temple or observing precepts on every full moon or Poya day, then there is a serious misunderstanding there. That's how we did for a long time. Our parents, our grandparents, everyone go after that activities to find out the path to Nibbana. During the Buddha's era, being such as Angulimala and like Sunita and Zopaka, Patachara and Kisa Gotami, those characters, when we are thinking about those stories, they realize Nibbana not through rituals, not by trying to alter their karma, and not through long meditation sessions. The awakening happened through direct insight or realizing into Dhamma at the moment of hearing it. We need to investigate on how it happened, how they realize Dhamma like that way. So we should ask ourselves those questions. We need to find out all tangled points. Buddha's doctrine is actually based on the principles of the cause and effect doctrine. Buddothpada Arahant also trying to point out these entangled issues in order to resolve it. The practical side of this cannot put into words. So Buddothpada discourses show the path correctly. Why we are saying like that? Because we are sure, because after realizing this Dhamma, so until realizing this Dhamma, no one can understand why we are saying like that. If someone don't trust, it doesn't matter, because that is the state of pruthajjana, that the condition of that mind. We can't blame to them, because those days also we were also the same. No one can poke fingers to make holes in them, because Buddothpada Arahant presents the Dhamma only after understanding and realizing it. Nibbana is not something that exists inside the mind. The noble friends Arahant constantly emphasize the nature of being freed from the mind. The liberated state is what he points to again and again. He explains every day. He tried a big effort to give this message. I think there are some improvement. Last few years, very few of them was listened to those Dhamma now. I think it's arising step by step, day by day. Actually, if there is no right view or samadhi in the ground of ignorance, that what we are always emphasize. If there are internal and external world means wrong view, that means there is mithya drishti or not samadhi. The noble ground is the place where realization is taking place. The noble eightfold path begin from that realization. Aryastangika marga is the correct view. Samadhi, the after realization, the noble eightfold path begin. Correct thoughts, samma sankappa, correct speech, samma vacha, correct livelihood, samma ajiva, correct action, samma kammanta, correct effort, samma vayama, correct action, samma sati, correct concentration, samma samadhi. The noble eight path can be found within the realization of this truth. If not, it doesn't happen. Sometimes we will learn those days before here in this Dhamma. Samadhi means we have to do the good things like that. We had a good and bad, both sides. So we were taught, oh, that is the samadhi, that is the sammavacha. We want to speak right words, only good words, that way. So once you realize, you will understand what is the eightfold path is. The reason I explain all this is to show how we need to search within ourselves. When you investigate in this way, your own wisdom begin to arise. Because Lord Buddha never found the truth from outside. Always Lord Buddha was find the truth, going to inside internal world, exploring the mind, then it becomes clear to you how to enter this path. Little by little, the mind opens, and understanding is and it start to grow. This is something you must look at with your own wisdom. It's not something that can be shown from the outside, as I explained before. It is an inner nature that you have to develop and see within yourself. Someone can easily misunderstand this Dhamma, what we are talking, if we say that external world is only our own perception, or that we never actually meet an outside world. A person might take it in a wrong argumentative way, without realization. But this is not a belief or theory. This is not a knowledge. It is something to be realized. You can experience by yourself through for your internal direct insight. Actually, realized means we have no words to explain. We have to use those words to explain. It is very difficult to explain. If someone misunderstands that, what is that realization when we say there is no external world, it can even become frightening because they grasp in the wrong way. But when this Dhamma is realized correctly, in right way, if we have entered the right pathway, it brings great compassion. And it brings great kindness, and it brings great loving friendliness. The understanding softens the mind, and who realize this Dhamma, they can understand they can feel the others as well, because it is very, very soft and very sensitive state or condition. Someone might think if there is no external world in the way they imagine, then okay, I don't need to care about anything because there is no anything outside world. But that is misunderstanding. Honestly, be careful when you listen to those Dhamma, exploring everything very carefully. Don't get misunderstanding. Don't think that there is no external world and there is no even me, and then I don't want to do my responsibility. Don't think like that way. That is wrong way. You are in that path. We can see the Lord Buddha never taught us to ignore our responsibilities. In fact, he clearly advised people to fulfill our duties to our parents, for our relatives, and to everyone who depend on us. That is very important when we give this message, to remind you all. If not, you might take right message as a wrong view of your point of view. That guidance, that's why we need a noble friend to guide us. That guidance comes from compassion. It comes from kindness. When we see how people suffer because they don't understand the Dhamma, our natural response is compassion. That is why the Buddha spent his whole life for giving this Dhamma to this world, to help beings who are trapped in this ignorance. That is the great kindness we can say. So this teaching is not something that makes a person callous or irresponsible. When it understood correctly, or when you realize this Dhamma, it brings great compassion, great kindness, and deep sense of responsibility towards others. That is the very important part of this path. This kind of understanding can easily be misunderstood. The deeper these truths become, the more peaceful it is. It never leads to unwholesome thoughts or action. That is why Devadatta, even though he had practiced meditation and attained deep absorption, he still had impurities, impure thoughts, because he had to thoughts like kill the Lord Buddha. Devadatta thought in terms of a person. He hadn't realized this Dhamma. That's why. That is how he saw the Buddha, as an individual, as a personality. He never realized that everything he was doing was only for the sake of his own mental illusion. Because of that wrong view, he could not escape the results of his action. He remained a Pruthakjana and trapped in his own delusion. And he couldn't never escape from his karma, because he never understood by realization this Dhamma. And he never knew how his action comes against to him. This is why the Lord Buddha said that as long as someone remains Pruthakjana, they cannot free themselves from the results of their own action. A person who is still sees everything through the lens of I and mine will always be caught by craving and by the karma that craving creates. In Pruthakjana grounds, they never can escape from the karma. Devadatta thought in terms of a person. He believed, I am doing this. The Buddha is like this. I must become greater than the Buddha, because he held tightly to that the idea of a self. There was a soul. He could not see that everything he did was only feeding his own mental illusion. That's how the Pruthakjana mind is working. That's how trapped into their mind consciousness. But the Buddha related to him with compassion at every moment. We can hear through the stories, the Buddha has no sense of person, no idea for an external being, no belief in a soul. There is no soul. That is, Buddha wasn't a person. That is why the Buddha taught that this Dhamma is timeless, selfless, and beyond the idea of a person or a god or a being. That's why Lord Buddha said, I'm not a person, I'm not a god, or I'm not a being. It's very difficult to understand once you enter this path to Nibbana. So the Buddha's compassion flowed because he saw being suffering due to ignorance, not because he saw them as fixed individuals. That is why he taught this Dhamma throughout his whole life, to free beings from that illusion. Isn't that the great compassion? And how we were misunderstood about the compassion before. And then after realization, we see what is that great compassion? Isn't that great loving kindness? We thought those days loving kindness means when we are praying others and we are wishing for others good health, and then then thinking about the outer world. So even when they were that acted out of delusion, the Lord Buddha related to him with unshaken compassion. That is the This is why the Buddha's compassion is immeasurable and uncountable. The Blessed One taught the Dhamma of cause and effect. So it becomes clear that Buddha explained the principle of cause and effect and conditions, not a system of if I do this, that result must happen. If I do good things, that there is a good results. If I do bad things, that there is a bad results. In the way people usually think about the karma results. Therefore, if someone believes that simply doing a certain action will automatically bring a specific outcome, that person is not misunderstanding the Buddha's teaching. That is not the Buddha's Dhamma, which he give to this world. Once someone enters the stream leading to Nibbana, there is no longer any heaven or hell for that person to meet. Why they don't meet any heaven or hell or place to be born again? Because there is no someone going anywhere and no place to go. When this mind is understood clearly, the ideas of self that dies and goes somewhere simply disappears. That's what happened. One who says this true Dhamma is freed from all 31 realms. There is no any place to go. Such a person sees the Buddha's teaching on non-self directly and timeless Dhamma, non-soul Dhamma. Once you understand or realize those things, that is why this teaching is called the non-soul Dhamma. For someone who has gone beyond the personality view, even a single moment cannot be stretched into fixed, lasting state. They see this directly with wisdom. This is why Dhamma is described as akalika. Akalika means timeless, to be seen here and now. In this moment, we can't say time frame, or past or future or this moment, or will be disappear. Even though this process appears as if a being is born from a mother's womb, in reality there is no soul or person who comes into existence. And even when life ends, there is no self that goes anywhere afterwards. One who truly sees this understands the nature of becoming right here. With that inside, nothing can be grasped as a permanent self. And unshakable or non-vibrating state of reality is the wisdom. Arahant always explain what is this vibration or non-vibration. So every day, every Dhamma sermons, Arahant says, try to make you understand what is this non-vibration Dhamma or state. If there is no force behind thoughts, no power, how can karmic karma vibration arise? We have to think about that point. For a karmic moment to occur, two sides have to come together. Two sides need to be connected in one point. So, but when someone has fully gone beyond the notion of a self, both internally and externally, how can any vibration continue? In that realization, there is nothing left that can shake or move. A karmic formation can arise only when there is the idea of a person or self who acts. There should be a person to react the karma. Without that sense of being, how could karma take shape? For karma to arise, two sides have to meet. And there should be outside, and here should be I am here. The sense of I who does something and the object or situation grasps. But when someone has fully gone beyond the notion of a self, reached non-soul Dhamma, when there is no inner or outer identity to cling to, how can any karmic movement continue? Those questions we should ask ourselves. Then we can go deep and deep to find out, to explore. Actually, doesn't come by thinking. We can't do that by thinking. You have to. It should arise wisdom or through prajna. You have to find out those things. If there is no self, then where is the person who receives karmic results? Who is there to give or receive karma for a reaction to arise? The mind must cling to something outside. It needs a self, an object to hold onto. Without that grasping, there is no one there for a fear to arise, and no one there for karma to land on. So then, in a Dhamma without a soul, how could a soul travel somewhere else carrying karma? Who is there to go for a karmic results to arise? There must be a person who clings and an object that is grasped. Without that grasping, without that imagined self, there is no one for karmic to flow. That's how escaping for karma bhumi. So that's why Lord Buddha asked, "Chakwan niccangwa, aniccangwa." So is this I permanent or impermanent? If the I is true or permanent, if the I is permanent, means suffering is there. Because if the I is true means, if I is permanent means, there should be outside, and here should be a soul. Because of the appearance of being born, the mind begins to grasp the outside world. Then it seems as if there is a self, person who exists, someone who experiences. And right there, pleasure and pain arise. But all of this depend on the belief that there is a real me who is living and feeling. When that illusion is seen through, the whole structure collapses. The same process happens with other senses as well, not only eye, ear, nose, and body. All 5, 6 senses are working like that way. Whenever sense contact appears, the mind immediately reaches outwards and grasps it. And the moment that grasping happens, the sense of a self can appear. Then pleasure and pain arise right here. Because there is a world, there is me to receive pain or pleasure. That is exactly how suffering arises arises within us. Because this sense of being born appears, the mind begins to grasp the outside world. And as long as you grasp the outside, you automatically create a sense of self inside. That is why in every moment you keep building, becoming. Even when you are just watching TV, and you generate craving, aversion, and delusion. Why? Because you believe your five senses and the external world to be truly real. But once we see the truth, or once we realize this Dhamma, we can continue all our daily activities just as before, just as normal, but without getting caught by the mind in every moment. You can hear when children are watching TV, you can hear anything. When they are singing, you can hear anything. But those days you might enjoy, then now what happened with that internal transformation? You don't meet anything from outside. You can hear as usual. Your five senses will function. This is the anidassana nature or condition. Uh, it because it doesn't. You can hear, you can see, and then, but it doesn't touch you inside, because it's detached from both side. I think I feel it like that way. It can only be recognized actually through wisdom or through prajna. Wisdom and consciousness are two completely different realities. Always Aryan Vahanse always try to explain this through Dhamma sermons, what is consciousness and what is wisdom, what is jnana. But it is very difficult to understand without realizing those both condition. When realizing how you free from the mind, when you are in the mind, those conditions you can understand very clearly. That's how then you can explain this way. Without understanding, if we are in the mind, we can't recognize those two conditions. We can't distinguish those two conditions. The consciousness depend on conditions and belongs to the world of appearance. Always consciousness depend on the world. If there is a world, there is no nibbana. Wisdom sees beyond those appearances. The Buddha also pointed to the awakening of wisdom, not the beginning of consciousness. Most of Dhamma sermons we can hear, we can listen from those days to still up to today. Still we can hear they are explaining about the consciousness, not the wisdom. The wisdom, jnana, is not consciousness. Consciousness is called vijnana. Vijnana means this is mind consciousness. That is why the Buddha spoke about arising of wisdom. Wisdom, what we call the jnanassa adhigamaya. Saryan Vahanse explained jnanassa adhigamaya. Why Lord Buddha spoke about the rising of wisdom as jnanassa adhigamaya instead of saying about the rising of consciousness. Vijnanassa adhigamaya. Why Lord Buddha didn't mention about the vijnanassa adhigamaya? Those different. That is the difference of consciousness and wisdom. Vijnana is part of the conditioned world at rise and cases based on contact, senses base, and object. It belongs to the realm of appearance. Jnana means wisdom is unconditioned, uh, knowing. It is not the mind. It sees the nature of reality beyond the place of consciousness. How it's clearly wisdom can see very clearly how the mind is floating, and then how the mind is trying to trap uh, this state. So it's, you can see very clearly when you are going on this path, how wisdom, and then your prajna, how it's sees the mind separately, both conditions. It does not arise through the senses. That is why you must first reach Suttame Jnana, as Arahant always explaining. The wisdom that comes from listening to a noble friend. Also, it is very helpful to listen to a noble friend's Dhamma sermon without hearing the true Dhamma from someone who hasn't seen it. Wisdom cannot begin to arise. That's why very important to listen to Dhamma sermons from noble friends who was already reached to that condition or state. A noble friend, Kalyan Mitra, point out what the ordinary mind cannot see. These are only words we are talking, but except those words, we are unable to explain this Dhamma. That's the next question arising within us. When to who haven't realized this Dhamma, it is very difficult to make them understand or tell about this Dhamma. The consciousness that comes through the eye, nose, and the other senses is just feeling we experience through those senses through 6 doors. These experiences don't really exist as solid thing. We create them in our own minds. I think this is why we use the word jnana. When we talk about different kind of understanding, for example, the wisdom that sees arising and passing away, Udeva jnana, or the wisdom we gain by listening and reading Suttame jnana, all of these are forms of a lead for wisdom, not consciousness. Once you see how your mind creates name and form, nama rupa, you begin to understand what consciousness and what is wisdom is. Then you can clearly see the difference between the two of those conditions, as I explained before. When this difference becomes clear, just the Buddha explained, you can let go of consciousness and recognize wisdom of what it truly is. When name and form disappear, when it disappear, consciousness also becomes invisible. Therefore, this is called the anidassana state, where consciousness is no longer appear. The mind becomes free from consciousness. This is what Buddha described as sankitte nibbidaya, turning away through the understanding. Because of this realization, once reach Nibbana. If you want to understand this properly, you must look at everything very carefully and clearly. Explore yourselves. This is why Lord Buddha said that even a Sotapanna, Sakadagami, Anagami, or Arihat must see the arising and passing away. What does it mean? Udeva jnana. So why Lord Buddha said like that way? We should ask questions ourselves. It is not the end, actually. What arises and passes away is nama rupa, not a soul or not a self. This is why the Lord Buddha guided disciples to see Udayavaya, not Udayavaya Jnana, not Udayavaya Vijnana. That's what it's very beautiful when understanding something. Why Lord Buddha hasn't said like that? So very clearly can see how he has guided, and also Aryan say also the same thing, telling everyone path to Nibbana, correct path to Nibbana. When someone truly sees the nature of form, they see birth, its arising and its passing away, samudaya and attagame. And because of this clear seeing, they understand that every formation, rupa, formation means rupa, is simply an object of the sense, a form of sound, a form of color, a form of touch. Therefore, when this whole process is understood, the practice as it really is, the mind awakens in that very moment, in this moment, and this awakening to the present moment. We can't say at the present moment as well, is what we call nibbana. That is the direct uh, realization of truth. In the beginning, you have to practice by exploring your five senses, and then it will automatically arise in within you. However, once your inner transformation begins, wisdom will start to arise on its own. You never can think, and you can't never take by pulling the wisdom. It's arising within you automatically. At that point, you don't need to force the mind or make effort to take the wisdom. It is not thinking. Then the thinking and thought process and the mind and the wisdom, everything you can see very very separately, very clearly. The realization grows naturally within you when the mind becomes purified. Jnana arises by itself. As Arahant said, actually, if you are going through on this path with Arahant's guidance, you will realize everything very clearly. Then you never can't stay without accepting those points. When you are passing that state, you can understand. You are on the state of the like that condition, then you never can understand. That's what we also have experienced. When we are passing that state, then we can realizing, this is the point Aryan say point out, and then we can realize this is the ekaino maggo, because everyone is experiencing same way. And that's how noble friends know the other person where is on the path, and then that's how he knows. And therefore you first need to understand how form begins, and for that you need to the wisdom that sees how the mind has been moving from the very beginning. When someone sees the mind clearly, they also see how form arises. In the same way, they understand how form comes to end. However, until this realized from within you, from inside, form does not truly disappear, and the path to Nibbana does not open for you. Only when the rising and ending of form of understood with wisdom does the way to freedom becomes visible and realize. This happens in the mind object that appears right now. Itirupang means simply means the object that the mind is holding in this in this very moment. And the whole Dhamma is based on this present mind object. In short, it is whatever appears in the mind right now, nothing more, nothing less, nothing you can meet, and then no power, no person to give power for your that thoughts. No owner actually. I feel no owner for those thought process. There is without a owner, the thought process can't do anything. So no power, no person to give power for those thoughts. Everything you need to understand is happening right now in this very instant, in this moment. The formation of the mind is this very moment is called Kshana Sampatti. Arahant always explain Kshana Sampatti. I mean, so those words actually we know from Arahant. But we realize and we can understand later when you enter in the path to Nibbana. That is why it mentioned as Durlabhanja Kshana Sampatti. It is very, very rare to realize that is extremely rare. Here in this Dhamma and truly understand even little of it is very hard to find. That's what I want to mention before ending the Dhamma sermons. Sometimes you may hear this message by accident. However, you might not recognize it because your level of ajnana determines how much you can understand. We can't say anything. We were also the same before we hear in this Dhamma. Even if you hear it, you may still miss the meaning simply because the mind is not ready to take this message. But try and listen again and again. Today we have many Dhamma talks everywhere. Most of them telling us to do good, avoid bad, and keep the mind clean. Try to control the mind. Those are helpful, but they do not reveal the deeper meaning, or that is not the path to Nibbana. This is why people struggle to understand why the Buddha said, Sabbha Sankara Samatto. So all formation must be claimed. That is why he said Sabbha Sankara Samatto, because so when the Buddha said Sabbha means all of it, not only good things. Every moment of the mind, not just wholesome thoughts, not just unwholesome thoughts, but the entire activity of the mind, all of them is the Sankara. Everything the mind builds is called Sankara. This is why he said Sabba Sankara Samato. All formation must be stilled, because as long as any formation is active, the mind keeps creating the world, keeps creating suffering. As long as you hold on good Sankara, you will continue in the cycle of rebirth. That's what I want to mention before I stop this Dhamma sermon. That is very important to understand why Lord Buddha has emphasized Sabba Sankara Samato. That is not freedom. That is not Nibbana. If you have try to erase only bad Sankara with keeping good Sankara. If you keep good Sankara, there is a person. That means there is a self. That is not the non-soul Dhamma. So I think time is going be fast, and then I think may this gentle breeze Dhamma bring you peace, and then I think this Dhamma is very rare. This moment of Kshana Sampatti is very rare, and this human birth is very rare. And please, when you listen to these Dhamma sermons, may all three comes together for you in the most fortunate way. So your inner mind can truly awaken. This Dhamma is actually very easy to realize, but yet very hard to see. So try to listen Dhamma sermons, Buddothpado Dhamma sermons. You will find out one day what is the true Dhamma. So someone will continue this noble message from now. So I will step back now. Teruvan Saranai, everyone, and Teruvan Saranai Arlan Wahanse. I think I can continue little 10 minutes like that way. I think there is another 10 more minutes. I think, yeah. I think another 10 minutes I have to speak. So I will continue for another 10 minutes. Sorry about it if I disturb. So I think I was talking about the Kshana Sampatti, how it's very rare. So that is why we should understand about and exploring ourselves why it is important to understand this Dhamma, this every moment of this mind. That is why we need to understand about the Sankara. I think I was talking about the Sankara at a few minutes before. So everyone is thinking about remove from our mind the bad Sankara and keeping good Sankara. So you but still you will continue the cycle of rebirth. You that is not freedom, and it is not nibbana. Arahant Wahanse always trying to clear this tangle point to show you when you clinging to good thoughts, you still create the ideas of as a good person. I'm a good person. I'm a good person mean I have a good things mean there is a self. There is a soul. There is a external world and internal world, both. Still, you are in your mind, not free from your mind. But if there is still a person, how can be happen? How can be? It is a non-soul dhamma. So as long as you hold on to good sankara, the inner and outer world stay connected, as I explained. That means you are still in the ordinary state. Still you are pruthakjana ground. You are stay in the pruthakjana ground, because there are good sankara you are holding in your mind. It is not yet the noble level or state, because when good sankara remain, the sense of I and my world is still alive. The cycle of birth and death continues. When this is realized, birth and death lose their meaning. That is why Lord Buddha said that birth and death are overcome. Maranaya Jayagatta, there's birth and death overcome. So that's why Lord Buddha explained there is no death, no birth, there is no person, no time. When we are awakened to this moment, we don't meet past or present or moment. Or if you get the past thoughts, and if disturbed by those thoughts from the past event that you had, that you experience, but if there is no person, if there is no non-soul dhamma, then who are hanging with that thoughts? That's what happened inside you when you realize this Dhamma. Then step by step, day by day, it's fading away your fire, and then fading away the power. It gradually it's reduced the power that you gave for your thoughts. That's what happened. That inner, we can learn many Pali words and understand the meaning, deep meaning, and even explain sutra very clearly. But if the mind is only collecting knowledge, that is not the path the Buddha, Lord Buddha has pointed to. Buddhist practice begin when the mind is start to change from inside. When wisdom arise, when jnana arise, when the mind becomes still, when sankhara settle, that inner transformation is what matters, not how much we can recite or explain. I remember that even when I spoke with Arahant for the first time in 2022, as I can remember, I felt I had a lot of knowledge about the Pali and the Dhamma and everything. I thought I know the Dhamma, and I thought that time, I thought I have avabodha, realize. I thought I understood the Dhamma that time. But one day, while I listening to Dhamma sermons on YouTube, I suddenly realized there was a deep moment happening inside me when I was listening to Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma sermon. And I didn't understand a lot of that Dhamma sermon at that time for the first day. Actually, I couldn't understand fully Dhamma sermons those days. But I thought some meaningful and deep Dhamma things hidden in that Dhamma sermon. So, but later something heavy and profound touched my inner mind because I didn't stop listening those Dhamma sermons. I knew that there are something what I am looking for, but I couldn't understand. But I didn't stop listening those Dhamma sermons. I was listening every day. That is why when you hear true Dhamma message, you might not grasp it the first time. You must even miss it completely for the first time. I also felt like that for the first time when I was listening to Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma sermon. Then I thought, oh, I never heard this Dhamma, like this discussion. I only, as usual, I was hoping to Dhamma sermons, what we hear as usual for every day about the karma. We were always listen for about the karma about karma. But if it is genuine Dhamma, it's worth listening again and again. That's why I'm emphasizing here. You must look carefully, explore deeply, and observe how your mind responds. Go and deeper. Listen again and again. Try to understand what Aryan Mahanse and these old Dhamma friends, what they are talking, what they are trying to give, the very beautiful, very deep message to this world. This Dhamma is rare. This moment of Shana Sampatti is rare, and this human birth is rare. Try to understand those three circumstances very, very deeply. May all three comes together for you in the most fortunate way, so your inner mind can truly awaken to this moment. I'm sure if you are listening regularly, every day when you hear this message, you will find out the path to Nibbana. That's why I explained my experience for the first time. I couldn't understand something. When Aryan Mahanse explained about the Abhisankarana, I couldn't understand actually. I never heard like that way Dhamma sermon before. This Dhamma sermon is actually very... Aryan Mahanse is used very simple words, easy to understand, but very hard to say. That's why I mentioned earlier. So let's meet again through another Dhamma message, perhaps around 5 o'clock, 4 to 5 o'clock tomorrow. So may all be find refuge in Triple Gem. Someone will continue this noble message. So I will stop now. Anteruwan saranai Aryan Mahanse. Wada namaskar karana. Saranai. Please accept my humble worship. Today I'm going to discuss an important theory of our mind. That means the creation of our mind. How our mind has created the formation of mind. It is really important for everyone to understand the formation of mind. Anyone surrender for everyone. Today I want to discuss one of the main issues we have when we go on this
Dhammapada, summoned by Buddothpada and Master. The main thing is to identification of soul doctrine is difficult for everyone, not only for me, for everyone. I guess it is not an easy task. Therefore, I would like to share my ideas throughout 2 years. I got many experience in that concept. So, first of all, we should know what is our soul. That understanding comes through Sattva-jnanaya. Most of the time, our Buddothpada says it is not an easy task to identify our soul, because even though when we are hearing the summons for many years, if we can't understand it's the correct meaning of it, I think we have some difficulties to identify our soul. So, first of all, we should know what is soul. In Sinhala it says Atma Samyava. What is soul? Soul means when you have a feeling of something, you have a soul there. Even though I tell this, you won't be able to understand why. Well, what is the soul? Now, when you see a book, for an example, when you see a book, the soul is there. When you hear something, the soul is there. When you taste something, your soul is there. Why Buddothpada and Master explain it? Every single moment we are living with our soul. It belongs to our thoughts. That means the soul is always connected with our thoughts or feelings. Now, we know we have 5 organs, senses. Your eye, your ear, your nose, your tongue, your body, and the other part is your mind. Everything comes together, the mind creates, right? So, when you think, when you examine carefully, if one organ, carefully observe one organ in your body, I think you will be able to understand the concept of soul. It may take time. It doesn't matter. No hurry. We have to examine this soul, our soul, to identify our soul. It takes time. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Because we need time, because we always think about how we attain Nibbana. If you have an idea thoroughly in your mind, I think you won't be able to understand this concept either. So it is not a hard thing even. You must have a patience first. According to my experience, I say we have a patience. We must have a patience to understand this concept when we go on this path. For an example, when you see something in your eye, you get an image. You get an image. For an example, when you look outside, you can see various things. A tree. When you look at a tree, you see a tree. But we say there is a tree outside. There's a tree outside because we can see a tree. We don't say, we can't say there's nothing outside. But when you see a tree, inside there is a person. See the tree. That is you. I see the tree. You you are the one seeing the tree, not your eye. That is how we see, right? But when you examine this eye very carefully, what is your eye? It is an organ, it's a sense. It has a power, that eye has a power to generate or create an image when it opens a sunlight. You get an image or shadow. Into your eye. When light comes into your eye, you can see a shadow. So when you think of it, how can we see the shadow or image from outside? According to Buddha says, the shadow comes to your eye because of the current or spark generates in your eye. It has a power to create an image. No one can control it. You are not responsible for it. Because when our body organs has created like that, there's no control over that matter, right? So that the main idea in what I want to say is the current, the power or spark, whatever the word I use, you have to understand that power comes automatically. Our eye is working very hard. It has a very high speed. Cannot even imagine, cannot even say that power, the spark generates or can create an image. It shows, right? So that image, we say, I saw this thing. I saw a tree. But tree doesn't know that that is a tree. It is a tree. The eye doesn't know. I doesn't know it's a tree. Who says tree? We are the one. We are the one calling it is as a tree. Why? What's the reason? When you are born as a child, you don't know anything, but at least you don't know you have born it, right? You are one kind of a system, right? Like that. The tree doesn't know the tree is there. The eye doesn't know the tree is there. The eye doesn't know the tree. The tree is there, and the light doesn't know the tree is there. The power doesn't know the tree is there. No one is responsible for tree. Because of the word we heard before, it is a tree, we continuously saying it is a tree. But truth is not there. Only your eye has a power to generate an image. It comes automatically. No one can control it, right? So, this power always be combined with I am the one looking at, I can see, I am there. My eye, I can see the tree outside. That is the thing. It has that our ignorance. We don't know it is because earlier I was thought there's a tree outside. We can see anything. But there's it has two extremes. When you see a tree, there's a tree outside and there's a person inside. You can see two extremes are there. So when you have two extremes, you won't be able to see the correct way of Dhamma, Anatma doctrine, Anatta Sanya. When you see how it has formed, the tree has formed, basically the formation of your mind, you can definitely understand how your soul has formed by yourself. Understand what I said? So every time you have to examine to your organs. There is no person in that. Only it has, your organ has a power or it has a current to generate an image, a sound, a taste, a feel, and a thoughts. It happens automatically. When you add some words, when you see, this is the wrong way. That leads to create soul doctrine. I hope that you have an idea, at least small idea, how you can understand the formation of your mind. Every time when you hear something, when you taste something, when you see something, when you feel something, you have to find out how it has formed. That means the formation of your mind. There is no place for mind even, right? So therefore, go to your childhood and see how many words or collection of data needs to create your world. Just imagine from our childhood up to now, so many things you have in your mind. Because of when you think your mind is, you have a mind, you must struggle or you have to always struggle with your thoughts because you feel it is true. My mind says like that. My mind see like that. I feel it. That is the ignorance we have in our lives. So don't hesitate to understand this concept and don't rush to understand this concept. One day, when you examine this theory very carefully by listening Dhamma Samatha, you will be able to understand this is true. The I, that means I has a power to generate an image. The ear has power to generate sound. The tongue has a power to generate taste. The nose has the power of creating fragrance. The body has power to feel whatever outside. That means warm, cold, softness, hardness, everything we feel it when we touch these things, right? Basically, you must have an idea. These are five senses. These are not belongs to us. It is our body system. No one is responsible for this body system because it has a natural process. In that natural process, you try to examine carefully where you are. If you feel, when you think your thoughts are right, you have thought, there is a place for thought, there is a mind, I have a mind, I always thinking. No, it is not like that. It comes automatically. Sound plus words is equal to create your mind. Not only that, other things even, right? The basically sound and your voice. That means words. When we add words for a sound, it makes an image or feeling or thought, and it's create a mind. Mind is a thought. Aramunu. In Sinhala it says aramuna. Situvilla. In English it says feel. Thoughts. But these are the words commonly used in English, right? Thoughts, especially thoughts. Thoughts are not true. We are living in an imaginary world. We imagine these are the things we experience. Your imagination is not true. It is wrong. That is why we always try to understand to live from the imagined world and living the real world. So, the Anathma doctrine is very important till you are attaining Nibbana. I want to say it again. You won't be able to clear that point at once. It takes time. Don't worry. It takes time according to your capacity, according to your knowledge in that is Satyaඥana. It will help you to understand this concept. I want to say we have to examine very carefully your five senses and basically keep in mind it has spark. It is a spark. Spark. It has sparks. Eye has a spark. Ear has a spark. Tongue has a spark. Body has a spark. Mind is another spark with all these things, right? Just imagine when you have a current spark. It doesn't know it is a spark even. It doesn't know this is a sound. It doesn't know this is an image. This is a color. It doesn't know this is a taste. The spark doesn't know anything. It comes automatically. It doesn't exist even. It comes and go, comes and go, comes and go. It comes and goes, comes and goes. It happens at a high speed. And we won't be able to understand the speed of it even. When it happens over and over and over again, these sparks, it has a main power to generate. These things are existing every time. That is another main thing in that concept. When it happens over and over again, we think it is there. Tree is there. Book is there. Cold is here. Softness is, I feel softness. Hardness I feel. Why? Because of the speed. At a fraction of a second, your mind works, right? I don't know. I can just even imagine the speed of our mind, right? It is a system. It's like a machine, right? So try to understand this speed of the power every time give us an false idea that everything is there. Everything is alive, not alive. It is a creation in every single moment. It is not a permanent thing even. It is not a permanent thing because creation, creating every second, is there a permanent thing? Can we say like that? No, we can't say. There's not a permanence in there. No non-permanence. So try to understand this concept carefully. It takes time. Don't worry. No hurry. No hurry. You have to examine. When you taste something, you know it is sweet, it is bitter, it has sour. But sour doesn't know it is sour. Your tongue doesn't know it is sour. The object we eat doesn't know it as sour. How? Who says sour? Your mind. Because you have previous experiences in your mind. You have a lot of collection of data. When something touch in your tongue, you know this is sour, this is sweet, this is and not sweet, and taste, not taste even. Your mind says because of the data you have in your mind. The data is not complete to give a true idea of your mind. The word you have put that for that spark, giving you an false idea. That is the hidden thing inside this concept. I think you get at least a small, at least a small idea what is Anatma Sanya, Anatma doctrine. Try to understand this. Try to understand this noble truth. Our Arahant Master always try to explain you for everyone, not only you, for me, for everyone in Zoom discussion, the identification of your soul. Every time we think, when you think, the soul is there. There's a person inside, there's a living being inside, but there is no one is inside. Your feelings are, it's a fantasy. It's not a real world. Real world is, it comes when it comes to your feeling, not your thought, not from your thought. It's a hidden thing. It's difficult to explain, but you feel it. There's no person inside. There is no taste inside. It's only a spark. It's only a sense we have. We get from our senses. It's only there are only senses we have in our body, not our body. It's a system. So try to understand this. It will remove your false idea, the person inside you as called a soul will remove little by little. When you take a pot filled with water, think that the water is your thoughts. When you take one drop from that pot to outside, one day the pot will be empty. All the data you have put in your mind will be deleted. There's no, in that process even, no one is doing it. It happens automatically. When you go Patishotta, it happens automatically. No one is doing it. There's no person. It does not belong to a person. It happens automatically. Actually, I'm telling the truth. According to my experiences, it takes time. It doesn't matter for me. When you are in a hurry, you won't be able to feel it. You won't be able to understand it. Take your own time and try to understand this concept, the soul concept. How does it form? How your mind has formed. I think it will help you to remove your idea of a person that you have inside in every thoughts. Understand what I said? So when you think of your eye, that is the main organ we have now. So when you think of your eye, it gives us a shadow, but behind that it has a current. It has a current. That means it is a spark. In general, we can say it is a spark. Now, when you imagine, if you can imagine how that spark shows us an image is there. But we can see from the outside, in other words, right? So, now you know we are unaware of it. So we always think everything we see coming from the outside, not in your eye, not inside your eye. Why? Because we haven't heard a correct path to identify how that image has formed. It is really important to know how we can see that image or shadow from outside, and we consider it is always coming from the outside. But out there, there is an object we see from our eye. That object also doesn't know. Now, take an example. It is a book. It doesn't say, now you are going to see me. I am a book, right? Your lens in your eye doesn't indicate, I am the one doing this part. Because of me, you can see the book. It doesn't say, right? And the power that generates inside the eye doesn't say, no, you two are wrong. I am the one generating this image. You have only one duty. I am the one making it as an image. Who says like that? No one. Any of your part in your eye doesn't say anything. Doesn't say anything. It is a mechanical system. It's a mechanical system. So, in that mechanical system, no one knows what is their part. No one knows their part. It's happening eventually. That means it's occurring all the time. But we are unaware of it. We don't know it is happening all the time. But we are living with the thoughts. These are true. These are the things we can see outside. Is there always with us. When it's very hard to live from these things because we were attached so much in different ways. It's the sad part. I mean, when you are attached so much to somebody else or to someone, maybe your family, maybe your friends, maybe some objects in your house, valuable things. If you have a car, you love it, right? You love to drive your car. You love to have your car. And when you take a person, for an example, we love our mother, father. If you have children, you love your children. You can't leave them, right? Because you are always thinking these people are always with us, right? These people are always with us. This is the real world we live in. It is not like that. That is what it is, an imaginary world. Imaginary world make us fool. Our foolishness. That foolishness can be eradicated little by little, step by step, by understanding the way of creating an image inside your eye. But I want to say something. Have you ever heard the eye say, I am the eye? No, right? We are the one put that name, that organ. This is my eye. This is my tongue. This is my nose. Right? In Sinhala, asa kana nase, sharire, like that. In other language, they say in their language, in Tamil, it belongs to their language, right? It is a simple thing, because you can understand the words we put on these organs or else or everything is not true. According to the countries, according to the languages they speak, differ. Because of that, they explain these organs are in different ways, right? That is also you have to understand. It's a simple thing, no? It's not a hard thing to understand this concept, right? When you examine this theory in your mind, you have to think it in your mind, right? Little by little, you will get to know the truth, the noble truth of Lord Buddha said, right? Now take another, when you think of our ear, it's a main organ. We cannot hear anything without this sensor. It's a main sensor in our body, right? Now, ear doesn't know it's a ear. Ear doesn't know it makes sounds. The part of the ear inside that means eardrum doesn't know that is eardrum. Even it doesn't know the wave comes and touches that drum and makes a sound. Who says sound? The other one says sound. When the wave touches the ear drum, it makes a sound. It makes a sound, right? But sound doesn't know it is a sound. But we are the ones saying, it is a sound. Now, when you hear a sound, it's a sound. When you are talking with someone else, so you can hear the voice of that person, right? Now, when you go on the road, you can hear different sounds, right? But we can identify in different sounds. This is a voice of a car, voice of a bus, voice of a motorbike, like that. Why? What's the main reason behind it? Because you have so many datas in your mind. That is irreversible, right? When you hear a sound of a vehicle, at once you will recognize it's a car. In that part, you cannot separate the voice and the color. It comes both at once. No separation. Cannot separate even. Never ever. You cannot separate the voice, that means sound, and the color. It's really hard. But the mechanism is there. That's why Arahant always says sound plus color is equal to your soul or thought. Sound plus color means it comes as a combination. The effect of this combination make a thought. No one can separate it. It's always together. And it comes at a high speed even. That's why we are continuously hearing. We can hear everything continuous. The speed you can't imagine. and imagine. When you see something, that part only it happens in your mind. Right? When you hear something, only that part, that process happens. Just imagine with these five senses, the speed of the mind is unbelievable, right? 1 second, one thought, not a 1 second even. It is hard to explain, right? Only one thought. How many thoughts you have for a while? Cannot count. Uncountable thoughts we have. This is a problem also. It makes us fool, right? Because we always think it is there. When something is there, you are also there. That is the hardest thing. Because I am the one talking, I am the one hearing, I am the one testing, like that. We always have. Cannot separate you from that feeling. If you understand the theory well, how the mind is formed, then only you will be able to get rid of from your mind. Understand what I say. I hope you can understand this. If you feel it's a simple thing. Yes, when you hear this thing, oh, it's a simple matter. We can understand. But when you are being practical, it's not an easy task. According to my experience, I'm saying like that. Somehow your soul is attached to everywhere, in every thoughts, in every single day, and every single moment. That's why we always think we are living today. This is the end of the day. This tomorrow I have to go to the office. I have to do my work. I have a lot of work. Why? You are living. We think that we are living. Yes, that's why we are continuing all these things, right? We are living. Who says no? Because I'm here, no. You can't see me. I can talk to you. I can do my work without any problem, right? So always think we are living. That's the problem we have. We are not living. It's a power generates from your senses that you are living because of the speed, because of the senses speed. It happens. If Buddha has not explained the speed of these 5 organs, we won't be able to understand a single thing. I'm so gratitude to Buddothpada and Answer explaining this theory in each and every moment and each and every Dhammasana. So try to understand this. The senses makes you happy, but that happiness will turn as a sorrow because there's no permanent happiness in this world. The permanent happiness you will see one day when you are get rid of your five senses, from your five senses. In Sinhalese, it says, ayatana nirvana. Then only you will feel, I am out of the thought. Now I am living. Now you are going on with the feel. I'm sorry to say, it's really hard to explain what is feel. It is inside. It is coming up inside. It is coming inside when you are get rid of from your five organs. You know, this world is not true world. This is an imaginary world. Initially, you have to think of it. This is not the real thing. What I am using, what I am talking, what I am seeing. But after listening this Dhamma, you will be able to handle this situation without thinking it. When you think, that means you are there. It is not a fear. I can understand. What I'm explaining is really hard to explain, right? Thought and the feel. It's entirely different thing, right? Thought always gives a false idea. Without thought, you will get a feel. You feel it. Now, for an example, when you get into the water, you feel cold, right? How can you explain it that is cold? Only your body can feel, right? The coldness. When you go under the sun, you feel hot, right? That is a feeling. That's a feeling. When you feel hungry, it's a feeling, right? Like that. It's very hard to explain what is feeling. Thought is not a real word. When you have feel, that means there is no soul in that. There is no soul in that, right? According to my experience, that feel is so beautiful. Even though I explain it's beautiful, then someone is there, no. Right? It is a different experience. It is a different experience what I have undergoing, what I'm going through, right? Without mind and living with a feeling. It is no, in this situation, we cannot expose me, I am like that, I'm there, I'm living. No, there is no one in that way. It is a peaceful thing, right? We are not unnecessarily involving or anything. And you see everything, occurrence, the things happening, things are happening, I'm doing it, not like that. Things are happening, and you do only your responsibility without you, and that means you are get rid of your mind. Mind is off there, right? Simple thing I'm saying. Your mind is off in that situation. Mind is not working actually. You are living with the feeling. Not you actually. There's no person in that. It comes automatically. The system generates that, right? That system generates that feeling. It is also when the power of your thought is reducing, that feeling comes. No one is doing it. That is also happening automatically. There is an automatic system. Understand what I say? I think some people can understand to a certain limit. It has a limitations because according to your knowledge, Satඥāna, and when you compare this Dhamma with your uh, experiences, that feeling, that understanding of what is feel, what is thought, will know that you are the one person and have that feeling, right? I cannot say you exactly this person, this man has this feeling or what one experience in that situation, right? But even though I'm saying you are the one, there is no one there, but to communicate, I have to use that word. I have to use that word. So what I want to say is, at least take a few minutes when you are practicing this Dhamma. You have to examine your 5 organs or senses carefully. Examines their action mind. When you're practicing actions, we have action mind. That means kriyasita. That also have no one. In that even no one is there. I am sorry, it's very hard to explain that no one is there. That is also happening automatically. The incredible thing is, in this system, generates everything automatically. It's incredible. That's incredible. That is incredible, right? You have to understand this. Again, I want to say, don't be in a hurry. You have to. One day you will realize what is feel, what is thought, what are the 5 senses, what is this spark. Gradually, you will learn. You will understand. Okay. I hope that you can get some idea on it. I hope that you have an idea of your mind, how it has created or how it has formed. So it's really important in your life to understand this concept. That is what we should know, basically, and we mainly. So I'm going to conclude my discussion now. We'll meet another day, discuss something more than this in the future. Everyone Saranai and Mansa. Everyone Saranai and Mansa. Everyone Saranai for all of you.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Thank you, our Buddha.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. ඔබ වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Abidhamma friends. Let's talk about the illusion again today. So we have been talking about this illusion and the power arising within the thoughts so far. So this great illusion, and how does it arise? It is a natural process. We discussed it a little bit yesterday with me. So why we have to talk about and why we have to understand this illusion? As I said, it's an illusion. The me, the world around me, everything is an illusion. The world that you perceive is different from the world that your partner is experiencing or perceiving. Or that world is different from the world that perceived by your friend. So how would you say that the fixed world is outside and fixed me is here to perceive the world? It is not possible. And what are the facts we have to say that the world outside does not exist? Or, in other words, actually, in the correct, clear way, the world that you perceive is not actually out there. What you perceive is a mental construct, or it's a mind centered world. This is what the Buddha said as Chittena Niyati Loko. The world that we perceive is a mind based world. What you're actually perceiving is just the mind consciousness. Yes, all other five senses are helping to build that mind illusion. So the mind is the magician here, the great magician, and the magician crafts the mind consciousness by fusing all five consciousnesses, including eye consciousness, sound consciousness, hearing, and then tasting, and then the body consciousness even. So, but even though I said mind as a magician, there is no one who do it. It is happening naturally as according to the mechanism. And what is the mechanism? It is just how the mind conscious arises by entangling all five other consciousnesses. So we are limited of experience to the five senses plus the mind sensor. So that's why we say that this is a sensory world that you perceive. How could you say that it is the world outside when you are actually perceiving this mind created or the sensor created world? What you are capable sensing is not what exactly outside, but the craft that created here at this very moment. So when you're saying that you are talking with your mom, it is not actually mom exists outside in your way. It is just the mom got created as a mental perception. How does this mom got created here? So think about it. What are the experience you have when you say your mom is in front of you? You hear mom's voice. That is the sound consciousness or the ear consciousness. And you see your mom's image. That is the I consciousness. And you smells your mom, that warm smell, comforting smell. That is the nose consciousness or smell consciousness. And then you feel her soft hands, the body, the warmth, and the pressure. So, this is the body consciousness. And when you, I mean, here the test consciousness not just doing a much thing, but like if it's not like a prominent property, but like you can say that test consciousness presents here as well. So together, these five consciousnesses entangled and mind consciousness arises as a single wave or a vibration. This vibration is the perception of mom. And then if it happens like in each 1 second, you would see that like actually the mom is not existing here. It is just a vibration, and for some time, no vibration, and then another vibration like that. Because these vibrations are discrete vibrations, they're not continuous vibrations. However, our senses are not capable of detecting these vibrations separately. So, when this vibration happens as a fast occurring speed, the subsequent vibrations concatenate each other to create the illusion of mom, where we say that mom exists. That is the existing field. That is the power underneath the perception mom. And you know that when I say my mom and your mom, you have assigned two different values. I mean, it's not you assigned it. This process assigned the value itself. That is the beauty of this mind consciousness. When does this power got assigned and how energized it is now? I mean, it depends on all your experiences. All vibrations arises then and there. And then the power arises, and this power is what we call the existing field. At the same time, it is again the soul. What is so called soul here is this power. And you say that it's me who sees my mom, and I love my mom, and I want to stay with my mom and talk with my mom, and then I want to spend my time with my mom. Everything, all these are words, all these are thoughts. But the power underneath is the power that arises within the mom, the mother consciousness. I mean, the mother perception. So, when you say that this is my mom, it's your mom, and the highest value assigned for your mom. But when it comes to a different mom, what happens? It's a mom of someone else's. And do you feel the same burning sensation when you say, I want to go shopping with my mom? My mom is the best mom in the world. So you feel the power arises within this mind consciousness. But at the same time, when you say that, like, my friend's mom will bring me shopping, it's a different perception. It has unique power assigned, isn't it? But mostly, I would say, for most of you, the perception for your friend's mom has a less power in comparison to the perception of your mom, because The power is so intense for the perception of your mom. Why? Because it got energized and got intensified over a period of time with different experiences. But don't get the wrong idea here. I'm not trying to say that your mom exists long time. Moment to moment, due to the ignorance, the perception got real for you. The misconception grows with time where you are here and mom exists outside. So it's actually an illusion, isn't it? Now your mom becomes so real. If I tell you that your mom does not exist outside, you are not even ready to believe that. When I say that your mom is a mental perception and it's a mental driven world, that you are right here now, you're not ready to accept that truth. Why? Because it got normalized over time. So the illusion that we perceive we need to understand deeper. And when you understand it deeper, what happens? This illusion now no longer be real. That's the nice thing. Through the understanding, the misconception loosens up, dissolves, and the power within the vibration starts to fades away. And what happens to the mom's perception? The mom's perception still arises, but it doesn't project it to outside. It arises and ceases at the very moment without keeping anything to the future or clinging into the past. And when again the mom perception arises, it arises as a new perception. But the power underneath disappeared. What does it mean? The perceiver who perceived the mom perception disappeared. And the mom perception arises as a natural phenomena. That's it. So, understanding is the key. Checking the power within you is the key. So, there is a twofold path here. First, you're supposed to understand the Satyajnana, the truth, the true Dhamma, in other words, the Buddhist philosophy. Even though it looks very complicated, and in Abidhamma, in Pali, or in Buddhist scriptures, there are a lot of suttas. But all these suttas explain one thing, which is the mechanism of this system, how it arises, how this thought arises. So, understanding is the key, and you can go deeper and deeper with this truth. And one more thing, the truth is not separated from you. The world is not separated from you. The world is actually you. Any perception you arises is you. The Dhamma is you. The truth, the true Buddhist philosophy, these concepts are you. Why? It's not that something there is a truth and I'm finding the truth and I'm go behind the truth to be liberated, my mind. That's not what I'm going to do.
What I'm going to do is I'm understanding the inner truth within this thought process. So it's here. We should unwrap it like you unwrap a present that you received during Christmas. You're so curious. You need to unwrap it and check what you have received from your loved ones. But if you try to tear that wrapping paper, you might miss something. And then if you try to break the box, you would see that you're missing something. And then if you go deeper, and then you might receive the gift, but it's a partial gift. That gift might not be the full gift because everything that you are trying to search has something underneath, hidden. That is this secret of soul, the existing power. So be careful when you are exploring the Buddhist philosophy. Search it with the mindful way. Always be patient. Patience is the key. One of the traits that you need to practice. Slowly unwrap the wrapping paper. Slowly unwrap the box. Slowly check what is the gift inside. And then the gift that you find would be you, nothing else. If you think that a gift is inside the box that is external from you, you are still trapping in the illusion. Try to find yourself within the Buddhist philosophy. That is the most important thing that you will receive in this world, because the truth is so rare to be found. Just imagine in your life, in order to find the true friends is one of the hardest thing. In order to find someone truthful to you, it's one of the hardest thing. So like the same way, truth, this Dhamma, true Dhamma, is hidden and it's so hard to find. Now you are so fortunate. Why? You are hearing this. If you are hearing means you have the ability to understand this. You need a skill set. Let's develop this skill set. What do we need to do? You have to follow this twofold path. The first is understanding the Buddhist philosophy. In order to understand Buddhist philosophy, you have to be open-minded and curiously check what Buddha has said. How to find what Buddha has said? It is in Tripitaka, in the sacred book of Buddhism that everybody believe or everybody known about. So, but it would be difficult for you to understand the Tripitaka because it's written in Pali and Sanskrit, I guess. So there is a singular translation, but it's a translation. You all know what is the difference between original uh, original source and the translated source. Always there are discrepancies. So in order to avoid those discrepancies and then understand the actual Buddha's message, one main thing you can do, which is to find someone who has experienced it. find someone has passed where you are at right now in this path to liberation. Do we have people like that? Yes, we do. And Buddha said that the Buddha Sasana or this Buddhist community, which is the true Buddhism, I mean, saying that like the people try to find the liberation of the community consists of the people who really explore the liberation to liberation path. So you have to rely on this, a person who have experienced it. Who are they? We call them as noble friends. Noble friends are not the friends that you have around you. The noble friend is not a person who help you when you need help, or they're not the people who are so lovable and then so dear to you. The noble friends are not good friends. They can be good friends, but that is not the definition of a noble friend. Noble friend is a person who have walked in the path to liberation and achieve nibbana or achieve the liberation or became the liberation. That's the best way of saying that. Because when we say that achieve something, we think that something is there. But nirvana means something is not there. That is not a thing. It means like you become the nibbana. Once someone achieve nirvana means actually you become nibbana or the non-vibration. Any vibration that we talk about carries a power. If the power is there, the vibration is there. When the vibration is there, the power is there. It's kind of a cycle. But when the power disappears, the vibration disappears. So this is what we call as the non-vibration, not a different state or different thing called non-vibration or nibbana or liberation of mind. That is not an existing state. When the power disappears, that's the non-vibration, something like that. So when you're learning Buddhist philosophy, a person who experienced this power, identified this mind power, the burning sensation within them, and then that person has experience on how did this power disappeared. How did this power disappeared? And it completely got eradicated from the system. The system runs, but the power does not exist. So that is an Arahant. That means we need the guidance from that kind of friend who is a noble friend. And do we have noble friend? Do we know someone like that? Yes. That is our Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, who has explained this Dhamma in a very nice manner. Even a contemporary seeker can understand this. Any truth seeker, we invite you to come and see it because there is something for you to understand here. There is something that you need to see through. Only thing that you will find is yourself. We are so used to go outside and look for the things outside. You complain that something is not correct, which is outside, isn't it? You say that this is amazing, which is outside. But we are not here to talk about anything outside. We are trying to focus on what is inside. What is this fluctuation of this power? The vibration. Do you feel it? The power underneath this vibration. Do you feel it? That's what we are here to explore. So, the noble friend who has experienced this path can guide you and reveal to the world that this is an illusion and you are caught in an illusion. You can escape this illusion. So, that is that is the difference between a noble friend and another good friend. Even though a noble friend could be a good friend is not always a noble friend. So you're fortunate that this platform, Buddothpada Dhamma disclosures, and this platform, the Buddothpada platform, allows you to talk with our Arahant Wahanse, who is one of the noble friends I have met in my life and the greatest noble friend, my greatest teacher, I would say. Why? Because he helped me to awaken to the truth within. So this is not a belief. This is not simply obsession over the person that we call Buddothpada and Wahanse. It is that the respect that we have through the understanding of the Dhamma and through the internal transformation within the followers of Buddothpada Deshana. So it's a different community, the community that you have never seen before. The people who understand Dhamma try to deliver it to the world for you to understand. And we try to make it accessible by doing a lot of Zoom discussions, broadcasting in YouTube and other TV channels. So your noble friend, Buddothpada Arahant Wahanse, put in so much effort to deliver this message to the world. So what is your task? He doesn't ask anything, only one thing from you, which is listen to this Dhamma, see through the illusion, explore it with the penetrative insight, the Vidarshana, and try to catch the me who plays this game. Try to see the power which is only felt and cannot be explained. So that's the task you have assigned by the Buddothpada Arahant Wahanse. But as Buddha said, Arahant Wahanse doesn't say to believe him. Try to experience it. This is start with intellectual knowledge, but experiential knowledge is the most important thing, I would say. So Arahant Wahanse explained how the light arises, how the I consciousness arises, how each consciousness arises as vibrations, and then how the mind vibration arises. And the power within the vibration is you. You are there. The suffering is there. Because anything that you pursue, let's say the mom perception that we discussed before, it has a big power assigned to it. And when that means the value that got assigned for that mom perception mom is very high. If you hear a bad news about mom, you feel so shattered, right? You can feel that burning sensation within you. Why? Because the power got assigned for that mom thought is so high. This is why you have to explore how the mom got created here. The perception of mom is not real thing. It is a mental construct. But power make it like it's exist outside. When you understand how this mom perception start to get created, you know that when the mom there, you're there. So the sadness, the suffering, the anger, or in other words, all these defilements, which can be categorized as raga, dvesha, moha, the craving, aversion, and delusion arises. And even though we say three different words, this is the feel is same. Even though it's raga, even though it's dvesha, even though it's moha. In other words, even it is a craving, aversion, or delusion, it is felt in one way, which is the mind power. The feeling of the burning sensation. This is defilements. So, can I eradicate these defilements? Because these defilements are bad. Let's say you're mad, you're very angry at your mom. Can you think that, like, oh, my mom is so bad here. I'm correct. My mom is wrong. So it is. Can you say that, like, this power arises? Um, can you remove this power purposefully because this is a wrongdoing of your mom or wrongdoing of yours? Like logically, can you remove it? No, it would grow instead because you're trying to put more effort. Means you're there. So the person who tried to fix this is there, and this burning sensation either will stay at same level, or would increase. So we cannot do anything purposefully. Why? When we say that there is someone to do this purposefully, always you are there. A doer is here, perceiver is here. So you would suffer. The suffering is inevitable. One thing we can do, as I mentioned before, understand how the perception of mom arises. And amazingly, the power start to dissolve and disappears. This is the path. This is the correct path. If you say that I'm angry, I got angry thoughts, you're still talking about the thoughts, not the feel. If you can detect your self-perception, the thought, the existing feel, you have developed some skills to detect yourself or the defilements within you, or the soul, or the existing power. And then when you do the insight meditation on understanding and use that Buddhist philosophy, intellectual knowledge to this problem, actually you don't need to solve it. The problem solves by itself. The perception that got entangled, detangled, and the power disappears. This is the path. It diminishes the defilements. Buddha's words, the path is that the path that dissolves these defilements, or the soul, or the me, or the existing field. So, the path is right here, and it's alive, and it's self evident. It's you who needs to take the decision. It's your choice, it's your call. Not, let's not wait until you lost your whole world. Let's not wait until you're retired. Let's not wait until your semester is over. Let's not wait until the vacation arrives. Let's not wait until the right time. The right time is right here at this moment. It is the best time for you to investigate. Even though you feel like it's a long journey, no. It is here in this moment. Buddha said, if you explore one of the leaves in a tree, you are able to, and if you understand that leaf properly, you know about all other leaves like that. It's all about one thought. If you see through this thought clearly, you know the truth behind every thought, every vibration. It is not that you're memorizing things. This is how it happens. This is how it happens. It's not like that. You're not applying that knowledge to every thought. When you understand one thought properly, you can see through this illusion and understand the power. And this power is the indicator, the measurement of your ego. When this power arises, when the ego arises, then you can again put penetrative insight and then explore this thought carefully. And you will see that it disappears very soon. You're not suppressing, instead, you check the mechanism. So, this path is beautiful because it's not a forceful path. We let it happen naturally. The let go happens naturally. So, this is the practical aspect of the path. Once you know the true Dhamma, understanding the mechanism, how does this system created, how the thoughts arises, it's you will feel the power, and then you will put your you will think, you will see through the illusion through penetrative insight, and it start to diminish, your defilements start to vanish. So this is the path. If you're saying that, like, if you try to think it as a thought, again you are losing the track. So don't think. Instead, try to feel it. If you feel it, don't try to think. So what will happen at the end? At the end means like during this path. Initially, you will think about it constantly. You will contemplate. When a thought arises, you will check how does it got real. Only if it got real. But how to distinguish between a thought became a real thing, or like is it just a thought? Only the power can tells you the story. If the power arises within the thought, that means that thought got real, established. You're there to experience that thought, or the entity, or the person outside. So the duality got created at that very moment. So, but you don't have data to talk about an outside world. Always you have this sensory created, mind created world, perception. Even not a world, it's just a perception at a time, at this very moment. That's it. In the next instant, it's another perception, and that perception arises without linger into the past, the previous thought maybe, without attaching to the future, or without keeping any residues to the future. So, understanding one thought is the key, but it might not be enough for you right now. If you actually see through the illusion, the science is got revealed, and you will be Arahant. So we have seen in the stories that Bahir Daruchira Arihant got to meet Lord Buddha and listened to one single gatha and got liberated. How did it happen? Because it's just one thought you have to see through. When the illusion reveals, that's it. You become the intrinsic nature of Buddha, which is the Arahant. It's not a person anymore there. It's just a system working. How cool it is. With just one gatha, which explain seeing is just seeing, just a raw sensation, without what has seen or who has seen. It is just the consciousness. It is the same for hearing. There is no sound outside, or we don't have the data about sound outside. It's just hearing without a sound outside and a person who hears out inside. It's just the hearing, no duality. Duality arises due to the ignorance, which that we don't know that this is just a process. Through the ignorance, the wrong vision builds up, where we think that everything happened to me, that I am the center of this world. Everything happened around me. So, the truth is needed. The wisdom will open up your eye and move you to the correct vision, which gives you an angle to see through this process as a natural phenomena without a person who is doing this process. I know it is hard to believe. How would you say that like there is no one to do this? It's hard to believe. But when you actually see through this process, the thought process, it arises, it ceases. That's it. And then another thought arises and ceases. But how does you remember stuff? The mom that you have seen 10 years ago, still your mom, right? That's what you feel. Why? Because the memories telepathize at that right moment. So you feel like, oh, this is the mom that helped me in the homework. This is the mom bought me nice clothes. This is the mom who cooked nice food, the delicious food. So this is the mom took care of me when I was sick. So where does those memories arises? Is there a history? We don't talk about a history. This is a timeless truth. This is the timeless Dhamma. Only this very moment, even that moment is an illusion. That's what we talk about here. So how did that vibration arises with the memory? Not because that there is an existing memory. When the mom perception arises, that vibration equal to another vibration arises together at this very moment. Why? We call this what is this mechanism? This is the resonance. In physics, we talk about the resonance. When there is a one tuning fork at one end of the lab, and if there is another tuning fork which is identical to the first one, is in another corner of the laboratory. When we pluck the first tuning fork, it starts to vibrate. And then without any external forces on the second tuning fork, it starts to vibrate. Why? The first vibration happened in the first tuning fork is equivalent to the resonance frequency of the second tuning fork. So the vibrations are same and the second tuning fork start to vibrate. Like the same way, when the mom perception arises, because it's a vibration, another vibration come and equalize with this mom perception. And when they're equal, that vibration arises, the second vibration arises with the mom perception and merge together to create another brand new vibration, which carries the power, which carries the memory, which carries the feel. So we call that, but due to that power, that existent power, we call that the past exists. My mom helped me with my homework 10 years ago. And you have a story to tell now because it's keep telepathizing. The resonance happens again and again. You feel like you're there to experience this illusion. The memories. So you have a story to tell. But actually what happened? Waves arises, the vibration arises, the equal vibrations got telepathized, the resonance occurs, and the adding of the two waves, the merging of two waves, create a brand new wave, which is what we call as the mind consciousness, the ultimate mind consciousness vibration. And you felt the power within the vibration. And another vibration arises like that. You felt the power. Another vibration felt, and another power associated with it. At the end, what we have the power, you feel like it was there from the beginning to end. But actually, these are discrete vibration, as I mentioned, due to the limitations of your sensory faculties. You feel like all these fast occurring vibrations at one single vibration, like a quantum packet. Multiple vibrations come together to create the total vibration. And this is what we perceive at the actual mom vibration. You can see here the vibration evolves. It includes the power, includes the color image, it includes everything, all consciousnesses. It includes the feel, the memories, so called memories, and the power. So this is the story. And who creates this? Nobody. It is just a natural phenomenon. And then who is you there? It is just a misconception. You tend to label and put a label for me. To put a label me to the power that you feel. And when did it happen? It happened during the kindergarten. Like when you are in the preschool, you started to feel this power. And then, like when you're a kid too, you might have felt the power. But this power got real, and you felt that this power is me, and this me got established with time. It came to a reality. But that reality is not an absolute reality. It's an illusion. So, everything started with the misconception of self. That's why how to enter into the path, you need to see through this illusion and you need to come to the correct vision from the wrong vision. That is where the path starts. So, stream enterer turn their vector from wrong vision to the right vision. Your vector might rotate 180 degrees because you were going in one path where that you thought that happiness comes from the materialistic things outside or the people who live outside. That was the wrong vision. Everything was existing outside. But now when the vector turns into you, 180 degrees angle, and the vector points towards you, you know that this world does not exist outside. It is the sensory created world. Sensor created world. And these sensory faculties are responsible giving this realistic feel, which is the power underneath. So that's the secret. So this power was there, and this power would give you the misconception. That's the label that you put. The me is the power arised. So how to move through this path? You need to come to your senses and you need to understand these sensory functions, sensor created world. And you will be moving from wrong vision to the right vision. You see the the world through a different angle now, where the doer does not present. The person who um, create this world is not there anymore. It isn't just a natural process. This is the reality. I mean, this is the illusion. When you all believe that illusion is there, actually you don't see the actual illusion, right? You think that it's the reality. When you drop a stone on a lake, you see the wave moves forward as ripples, the water ripples. You are so concentrated on the ripples and you do not see the power underneath these particles, vibrations, the ripples. As an example, which creates the um, wave move forward. Because in physics, we know that the molecules or the particles, the water molecules, start to vibrate up and down as a simple harmonic motion. And then, due to the simultaneous motion of these water molecules, create this wave. The ripples move forward, radially outward from where the disturbance happened. But you only focused on the wave traveling outside, like outward. You don't see, you do not notice the simple harmonic motion of these particles, which tells you a story where the power underneath. So you are caught up with this illusion, which is the ripple moving. But within that illusion, the power arises, which is you, so called you, or so called soul. So this is how you see what you see. I mean, you have to see through the illusion, through the penetrative insight. That's the key. Once you understand the true Dhamma, you will start to feel that burning desire, the burning sensation, which is the mind power or the soul or the you, the power. And once you feel it, you are supposed to create your own raft, which means you know about yourself. Where is the most power arises? Where is the less power? And when the most power arises, how do you understand the illusion that arises? And then once you understand the illusion, you are allowing the power to disappear. It's not a forceful thing because you're not there to force it. It would happen effortlessly. So you have to understand a thought. That's all you have to do. Yeah. Buddha said that we should see the truth behind the stimuli arises. And if it is caught up with the illusion due to the ignorance, see through it. Otherwise, you don't have to do anything because if a thought arises without a power, with a null power, you don't have to do anything because you're not there. You're not there to observe it. You're not there to suffer. So you don't have to worry about that thought. Just focus on the thoughts arise with the power. This is the practical path. And it is self evident within you. You will see the defilement and it fades away. So I invite you all to practice this, and we invite all of you to be awakened to the truth and liberated, get liberated. Teruvan Saranai Abidhamma, friends. Teruvan Saranai Arahant. ඔබ වහන්සේගේ පාද නමස්කාර කරමි.
Thank you very much, sister. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Dhamma friends. It's time for the book reading. This is the awakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. The True Dhamma has awakened, Volume 2. I will start with Volume 2 from page number 1. Let's listen to book reading. It is time to awaken to the pure truth. Let us talk a bit about the practical side of going on the path. By now, you would have listened to many sermons. I hope you analyze them all very well. You need to identify the correct path of nirvana, and you need to recognize the correct direction towards the nirvana all by yourself. It is of all extreme importance that you know the philosophy, Buddha Darshana, that is Buddha preached to the world. Without the knowledge of the basic principle, there is no path to nirvana. Actually, we should all strive to understand the Buddha's philosophy, and we should all practice to follow the correct path to nirvana. Everybody has to understand the Purvabhaga Pratipadawa, which means that we need to understand the philosophy of the Buddha. In order to understand it, we have to listen to many sermons, and we have to associate and discuss it with a Kalyana Mitra, one who has already understood the philosophy of the Buddha and who has already realized the pure truth. We have to find out what is the truth in this world. Unless a Buddha teaches us and open our eyes to the truth, we would never know the truth. In order for us to move forward in this teaching, we believe that we have already learned and understood the philosophy of the Buddha. Sometimes, many of you may not have heard about the philosophy of the Buddha, and maybe you would not have realized the pure truth either. This sermon will be of most importance to the few of you who have already listened to and understood the philosophy of the Buddha. What are we presenting to you now is more than a sermon. What we are presenting to you now is our practical experiences of following the path to nirvana. We feel that you listen to our experiences, it will be of great importance to you. We are going to explain about how to practice and how to go on the path. We assume that you already know about how to be on the path. In future, we will be releasing many sermons about how to be on the path, and they will be useful to clear your doubts and find out the correct path to nirvana. We will also try to reveal the path to you by describing the discourses of the Buddha. When you keep listening to these sermons, you will begin to understand the correct and the practical way to be on the path. Let us focus on the practical side on how to be on the path. We will be addressing the people who already started to follow the path. It does not matter if you are a layperson,
an ordained priest, a woman, or old person, or a young person. What is of importance is that we all have a mind consciousness. If you have a mind, then you have happiness and suffering. If you have a mind, there is also a way to let go of your mind consciousness. If you have a way to let go of your mind, that means you have a possibility of attaining nirvana too. That means that there is a way to come out of suffering, and this is all that matters. It does not matter about the social status of a person who will be listening to the practical method of following the path. You will be either a king or a poor man. Both are human beings who have the fear of death. When we look at all people through Dhamma, they are all of the same nature. People are really helpless. They do not know the truth, which means they all have a false view of the world, a mithya dushtiya. As long as they are ignorant about the pure truth that the Buddha preached, they have a false view of the world, which means avidya or ignorance. You have already understood and you already know that the outside which you see does not exist. You have heard and you already know that we live only with thoughts. You already know that for elements that we see outside is an illusion. You also know that there is no outside. You know that we are under a false impression that what we experience as outside really exists outside. It is only us who name the nut tree, the nougat tree, the mango tree, and the breadfruit tree, etc. We name all what we see in different languages, in Sinhala, Tamil, English, Chinese, etc. All the languages are only signals. They are known as sanya. It is only a sound. For each image, we assign a sound. The trying of the sound to an image forms a thought. A thought means it is a knowing. A thought means that you know. It is also known as the vijnana or the mind consciousness. Sound plus image equals thought. The trying of the sound to the image is the thing that creates a story for us. If the sound is regarded as only a sound, and if the image that you see is regarded as only a color, then a story cannot be formed. Then a thing or an object will not be formed, and then won't be any more problems for you. Sutta means, ditta means seen or chakku vinyane, sight consciousness. Sutta means hearing or sota vinyane, sound consciousness. Apply the same thing to the other senses too. Mutta means all the other three types of senses, feelings. Smell or Jnana Vinyanya, smell consciousness. Taste or Juha Vinyanya, taste consciousness. Body sensations or Kaya Vinyanya, touch consciousness. Let the smell be only a smell. Let the taste be only a taste. Let the body sensation of heat, cold, and the touch feeling be only a body sensation. Then a story cannot be created for us. All the above explanations are only to the persons who already know the dharma, the philosophy. We will not try to clarify the details of the philosophy, so you at in this moment, we assume you know it already. From this point onwards, we should concentrate only on the practical side of going on the path. Now we already know and we have the knowledge that this world is not true. And when we know that we live in a world of thoughts which we ourselves have created by ourselves. This is very clear to us now, but for you, this is only a knowledge, a learning. But you have at all the above explanations are only to the persons who already know the Dharma, the philosophy. We will not try to clarify the details of the philosophy to you at in this moment. We assume you know it already. From the point onwards, we should concentrate only on the practical side of going on the path. Now we already know and we have the knowledge that this world is not true. And we know that we live in a world of thoughts which we ourselves have created by ourselves. This is very clear to us now. But for you, this is only a knowledge, a learning. But you have not experienced the relation, pure truth yet, have you? Even at this moment, you continuously receive a lot of stimuli, aramunu, from your six senses. Your thoughts are nothing but a flow of stimuli that you receive from your six senses. There is not a moment when you do not receive stimuli from your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind consciousness. This is like a machine. This continuous flow of stimuli, aramunu, is due to the phenomenon of impermanence, also known as anitya sabhavaya. Let us analyze what it means by a flow of thoughts. Can the blowing of the wind be stopped? Can you assign a beginning to the wind? Can you assign an end to the blowing wind? The wind that blows is a flow, a sotaya. It flows. The river flows. In the same way, the mind consciousness flows the thoughts. The mind consciousness is a flow. The mind means it is a flow of thoughts. The mind is similar to the wind that blows. There is no beginning and there is no end to it. It is an unending flow of thoughts, or Situvili Sansaraya. There is nothing as a river. If you dip your hands into the river, all what you feel is some water or some wetness on your hand. There is also nothing as the wind. It is only a name that we have assigned to the blowing. There is also nothing as river. There is also nothing as rain. If we try to touch the rain, all we feel is some water in our hands. It is us who assigned a name as rain to the water that falls from the sky. Similarly, there is nothing as a mind. It is only a flow. We assume that by now you have already understood that there is no such thing as a mind. That is only a flow of thoughts. Also, you already know that this flow of thoughts is only an illusion, a lie. It is a false wave, dushtya. The Buddha explained a few of the natural phenomena of this world. Number one, the four seasons, Irtuniyama. Number two, the germination of a seed, Bijaniyama. Number three, the law of cause and effect, Karma Niyama. And the last, number four, the forming of the mind, Chitta Niyama. These are a few natural phenomena of this world. The phenomenon of the mind consciousness is when a thought is formed and how it ceases immediately. Now you understand that there is no person, no any form of life in this flow of thoughts. You also know that according to the mundane world, Sammutiya, we say that when we are born with a pure and untainted mind. And the pure and untainted mind is called Prabhashvara Siddha. Taints mean to contaminate, to pollute. Taints are Raga, Dvesha, Moha. If you have already realized the pure truth, you will always see beyond this illusion, mundane world. Laukika Bhumiya, and you will live without creating trains in your mind. But if you are still on your journey to attain nirvana, you have to realize that what it means by me in this illusional mundane world is actually the birth of your senses. The birth of your sight at this moment is the birth of you. Khandanam patibhavo ayatananam patilabho ayang uchati bhavapachaya jati. The above text says the same thing. Our birth means the birth of our senses. Due to the formation of skandha, 5 aggregates, these illusional senses are formed, and due to the formation of the illusional senses, this illusional I-ness is formed. You create your own sense. And as a result, you create your own birth of your own illusional I concept. This is the true story. This illusion is something that is created due to the ignorance of the pure truth. Actually, if we say that you create your own illusion, then there is an honest in that thought. But how do you explain that there is nothing using language? It is impossible to teach about how to go on the path without using a language. And when we use a language to explain the path, it creates a you and a me. This is also another illusion according to the path, pure truth. A person does not exist. But in order to convey this truth, this message of the Buddha, we have to use thoughts, sanya or signals to convey it to you. This truth, this satsanya are extremely complex teachings. Our language is very limited and it is difficult to explain about the truth, the non-duality or the oneness with words because words contain the concept of duality. The Buddha said that the birth is the seen at the moment, the hearing at that moment, the tasting at that moment. And you can apply this to all the 6 senses. The birth is when there is a stimulus, aramuna, received by any one of the 6 senses, nothing else. Now, according to the pure truth, we know that there is nothing as death, but how it is that there is no death? In this illusional, normal, mundane world, we say that our mother gave birth to us and brought us into this world. And once we die, we are buried in the ground, and that is called death. If you really think about it, this is the death of the mind that is considered as death. Also, the breathing stops. That too means death. If you really think about it, you would realize that every moment you feel alive, it means that along with the liveliness, the mind consciousness is also born. For example, let us see how a baby comes to life due to breathing. The moment the air enters the body of the baby, the characteristics of the Shuddhashtaka, smallest unit, makes the body of the baby feel light, lahuta, soft and flexible, mudita, and allows the proper coordination of the bodily movements. Come Mantha. The baby's skin and the body begin to stretch out and fill up with air, giving a liveliness that enables the baby to make some movements. If the air did not enter the body, you would not hear a crying or a whistling sound that comes from the baby's throat. Also, if the air had not entered the body, there would not be a circulation of blood either. If the air did not enter the body of the baby would not be able to raise his arms and legs with lightness, and neither would there be an expansion, contraction, or any movement of the baby's body. If the baby's body did not fill up with air, the baby's body would be stiff like a piece of dead wood or like a stone. Therefore, when the air goes into the baby's body and when the baby begins to inhale and exhale, we could say that the cause of his liveliness is because of the air that entered his body. As a result, the six senses and skandha, five aggregates, begin to form from the time the breathing begins. And what we feel them because of an illusional speed of illusional skandha. Sanya is part of the skandha, five aggregates. Sanya is felt like a vibration. Therefore, everything, a sound, a color, image, a taste, a smell, a thought, a touch, all these six senses are felt as vibrations. There is nothing in these vibrations. It is all a lie, an illusion. If you believe that everything that we experience from our five senses comes from outside, and if you believe that the outside world exists, then you would create sankhara, which will take you into an endless cycle of rebirth and death. The three types of sankhara, illusional mental formations are: number one, vachi sankhara, verbal action; number two, kaya sankhara, body action; and last, number three, mano sankhara, mental action. If you believe that there is an outside and everything outside is true, then you create sankhara, which in turn generate lobha, greed, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion. If you believe in the outside, you could say that you create karma, which will take you into an endless cycle of rebirths and deaths. Also, you believe in the outside according to your verbal, bodily, and mental actions. You would create merits or bad merits and suffering endlessly. But when you turn towards the practical side of being on the path, you won't accumulate karma. When you go on the path, you will only consider the working of the Paladhamma. And one day, when you realize the pure truth, you will always see the Dharmatavaya, which means that nothing exists. Iti imasming sati ida hoti. Imasming asati idam nahoti. This, the meaning of the text above is, if you believe in a thing outside, then another thing would be created. But if you don't believe in a thing outside, then nothing will be created. In other words, what it means is, there is light, you can see, but if there isn't any light, you cannot see anything. The same way, if you don't believe in the outside, if you know that it is an illusion, then there won't be any reason for a thought to be formed. Chakkung paticca rupecha uppajjati chakku vijnanam. This means, if your eye sense receives some light and an image, only a thought is created in the eye consciousness. The image does not contain anything. Therefore, the image is only a thought. The discourse of the Maha Nidhana Sutraya and the Salayatana Sutraya teaches you how the mind consciousness is created. The eye consciousness does not recognize any object that falls upon it. The eye consciousness is similar to a camera, it only takes a photograph. The eye consciousness receives only a shape and a spark. The eye consciousness is similar to the mirror that gleams when held towards the sunlight. There is only a gleam or shine on the eye consciousness. The forming of the mind consciousness is natural phenomenon. As soon as the senses receive any stimulus, automatically a thought is formed in the mind consciousness. When a shape called mother is given a sound like ma, 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 then the child tries to produce the same sound from his voice as ma, ma, and he forms a word. The hearing of words is similar to when there is thunder up in the skies. When the frequency of the vibration from the noise of the thunder matches the natural frequency of the window pane, then window panes begin to vibrate to the sounds of the thunder. But nothing came from the sky towards the window panes. Nothing came from the sky. In the same way, when an adult teaches a child to say mother, the child uses his voice to imitate the sound of the vibration he hears. And that is how he learns to form the sound or the word. Learning of words is also a natural phenomenon. It happens automatically. The fact that we don't understand this natural phenomenon is avidya, or the ignorance of not knowing the Dhamma. Due to our ignorance, we create sankhara and trains such as lobha, dvesha, moha, which takes us in this unending cycle of suffering. The text Avidya Pachaya Sankara explains that our ignorance about the pure truth bring about suffering. Ignorance about the pure truth that the outside does not exist bring about sankara or mental formations. These sankara locks up in the false view, dushtiya, and that prevents us from seeing the illusion of our mind consciousness. Within this illusion, there is a natural phenomenon that happens automatically. This natural phenomenon, or this Swabhavika Sansiddhya, is that along with the shape and the sound, all the other information about that image is automatically tied up to that image. In other words, when information from all the other five senses gets tied up to the image, it makes us feel that it is there and that is really exists. For example, when the child hears the word mother, all the recognizing signs of the mother comes to his mind at once. The shape of the mother, the sound of the mother's voice, mother's smell, the touch of the mother, and all these feelings reminds him of the mother. This is a Sabhavika Sansiddhya. Nobody does anything to remind the child about the mother. It just happens automatically. The child does not necessarily to see the shape of the mother to remind him about his mother. This illusion of a mother's materializes in his mind even if he hears her voice, sees her sari, or smell her perfume. It is an illusion of the mind. Mother is an illusion of the mind. The belief that the inside and the outside exists is known as the Sakkaya Dushtiya. Sak means it exists, Kaya means altogether. The belief that you think that you exist is Sakkaya Dushtiya. For each stimulus, Aramuna, there are other stimuli that come together to convince us that what we experience outside is true and it is real and that thing truly exists. And we really believe that this thing that is outside really exists. The belief that The outside exists is a delusion, a mulava. There is nothing as such. All the explanation given above is to teach you about how this illusion is formed. For you, this is only knowledge. You have to practice how to come out of this illusion and realize the pure truth yourself. From this point onwards, let us learn how to practice going on the path to nirvana. Every time you receive a thought, you have to keep in mind that it is only a thought and that there is nothing in it. You have to keep in mind that the outside does not exist and that is only an illusion. You also have to know that the thought is a lie. The above practice of seeing that there is no truth to the thought means observing the udayavaya of the skandha that forms at every moment. Another way of seeing the truth in the thought is to observe the thought according to the yathabhuta jnana, the moment that the thought arises. You also have to keep in mind that the outside does not exist at all and that the outside is a lie. Keep in mind and see that even the thought does not exist. See that the thought is also a lie. The Buddha said, Tatra Tatra Vipassati. This means to observe the thought the moment it arises on the spot. If our mind is not calm, we cannot see these thoughts clearly. If you see the pure truth in one thought, we would be able to overcome this illusional death and rebirth. The above stanza means that we need some discipline in the mind to enable us to closely analyze a thought. When we begin to go on the path, we clearly need to see how one thought arises and how it immediately ceases to exist or how it disappears. Even after we live for a long time in this life, at the end, we would only have one thought just before our time of death. Even while living, we have only one thought at a time. The last thought that arises just before we leave this mundane world is known as the Chutisita. Seeing the truth in this thought means you see the illusionary nature of the thought. You see that there is nothing in the thought and you let it go. At the end, at the last stages of your life, you will know you would do the same thing to the last thought that arises in your mind. You would see the truth. You would see that the last thought is also a lie and you would let it go. Let us see the importance of studying just one thought. For example, if you have a mango tree that has 5,000 leaves on it and you pick one leaf from the tree and study the structure of that leaf, you will learn a lot about that leaf. You know that the rest of the leaves on the tree would have a similar structure to the leaf that was picked by you. Similarly, just that one thought that arises in your mind consciousness will be the same as all the other thoughts that arises in your mind. What you need to do is to understand just one thought. Understand how the thought is formed and how it ceases to be. Udayaware. The wisdom to see the formation and the ceasation of the thought is called Udayabhyana. Actually, our problem is that we fail to see the truth in this fleeting thought. When we begin to see on the path to nirvana, applying effort to see the truth in each thought is of utmost importance. By now, you would have observed SIL, attended many medication classes held in this society, practiced Samatha Bhavana, concentration meditation, and you would have followed various other methods to control your senses. What you need to do now is to rearrange all this knowledge that you acquired so far and use it in a beneficial way to release yourself from this illusional thought. You should realize the pure truth and attain nirvana. Now we have a presentation to do for all those people who have arrived at the point after learning various methods on how to control your senses. What do we have to understand now? We need to understand how a thought is formed and how it ceases to be. The arising and the cessation of the thought is a natural phenomenon. It just happens. Nobody makes it happen. There is nothing as a thought and there is nothing as a mind consciousness. Let us consider the thought that you see something in front of you. Let us say that you see a book. The fact that you seeing something means that you exist at the moment. You see the book only because you are there. So you cannot say that you are different to the book. Therefore, the book is you. According to the Buddha Darshanaya or the philosophy of Buddha, you are the same as or equal to the book. You equals book or the book is you. You cannot say you are different from the book. There is no thing as I am standing here and I see a book. The fact that you see a book means that you are the book. If you see a table in front of you, it means that you are the table. If you see a brick wall in front of you, it means you are the brick wall. There is nothing as me or self. It is only a seeing. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only a hearing. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only a feeling of touch. There is nothing in it. It is not real. In other words, you do not exist. The Buddha said, Dute duta mattang, sute sutta mattang, ute mutta mattang, vinyane vinyana mattang. The meaning of these are there is only a seeing, there is only a hearing, there is only a sense of feeling, there is only a sense of knowledge, nothing else. In all, what we experienced above is only a knowledge that we acquired from this sermon. Now you know that the book means me. We also know that the table seen in front of is me. So I have read up to page number 25. So I'm going to conclude from page number 25, volume 2, as the time has come to the end. So I take this opportunity to thank you very much for listening to this book reading. And most of all, I want to pay my respect to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, Avasarai Aryan Wahanse, Pada Namaskara Karami, Tervan Saranai. May the Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you very much for listening to this book reading up to page 25. Tervan Saranai.
Good morning, everybody. Theron Sana Sir. Theron Sana, everybody. Thank you, Greta, for reading the book. So we'll continue the book reading from the book The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 26. Even though you have this knowledge about how you don't exist, you do have another problem, and that is, how are we to realize this pure truth? What should we do to realize this truth? Isn't this your problem now? Many people request me to teach them a practical method on how to analyze the formation and the cessation of the five aggregates or the skandha. They want to know how to develop the Udayavada Jnana. Therefore, we are going to teach you how to go on the path. Now, we are going to reveal you the way we practiced the analyzing of the Udayavaya of the thought. Even though we presented this to you in a day, we had to practice this for a very long time before we realized the truth ourselves. We realized that our I-ness and our mental fetters dissolved a lot during this time period of our practice. And we realized that there was an improvement in our path to Nirvana. Now we have realized the truth. Therefore, we are able to let go of the thought. We are at ease with our thoughts. We know how to let go of the thought. But at your stage, you might not find it so easy. This is a very deep and complex philosophy which is difficult to understand. We are going to teach you how to end this endless cycle of rebirth, the samsara. Now you are going to get ready to end this endless cycle of death and rebirth. All these years, you had always created a cause, a hetu, to give rise to a thought. This time, you will remove the cause that gives rise to any thought, and you will awaken to a supreme moment of truth. Awakening to the moment of truth is an auspicious moment. It will be an end to the illusion that you exist. When you realize that you never existed, it is like experiencing your end, your death. In other words, you will realize that when there is no you, there is no death. Your realization that you never existed to face death is a very pleasant feeling. When you become one with the nature, you feel like a bird that left the cage to fly away into freedom. Your thoughts or your mind consciousness disintegrates into nothingness. Collection of thoughts or your mind consciousness keeps you a prisoner in your belief that you exist. Realizing the pure truth will set you free from all this illusion. You will feel a very pleasant lightness after you realize the pure truth. This is where our practical path would lead you to. You have to attempt to see just one thought. Now you are also going to get ready to do a huge operation to realize the truth. The Buddha preached the Four Noble Truths to make us understand that believing in any of the stimuli or aramana that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. Supposing we receive an image of a book, and if we believe that it truly exists outside, it is called samudaya. This belief that the book truly exists outside means that we are actually tricking ourselves. It is our ignorance of the pure truth, also known as avidya, which makes us believe in the outside. Samudaya exists only because of your ignorance of the pure truth. If there is a samudaya, it means that you have been tricked by ignorance and that you believe that the book truly exists outside. If you believe in the book, you begin to develop an attachment or dislike to it. It can make you happy or it can make you sad. At this point, you begin to create karma for yourself by generating thoughts of lobha, desire, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion, craving, or tanha, or a liking for the book can arise. If there is a book outside, you definitely tend to get attached to it, or you would dislike it. If you believe in the book you see outside, then craving, clinging, birth, old age, death, sorrow, and lamentation will follow. To avoid going through all this suffering, how could you use this thought to realize this truth? Can we use this thought to come out of our suffering? We will teach you how to do that. You have to see the truth in the thought. First, you have to observe that there is no book outside. You have to know that the outside is only an illusion. Second, the book is seen within the samadhi, which is an illusional mundane world. Third, the mundane world does not exist outside. Fourth, the book is only a thought. It does not exist outside. And the last one, the thought too is a lie. It does not exist anywhere. If you have the wisdom to see all the above qualities in an aramana or stimulus, and if you have thoroughly understood the Dhamma, then you could begin your journey to realize the ultimate truth. Once you develop the Satya Jnana, it will lead to Krutya Jnana, which in turn will lead to Krutak Jnana. When you go on the path, you have to develop the Satya Jnana. Developing the Satya Jnana means you need to realize that you don't exist. You need to eliminate your Sakkaya Drushti. You have to recognize that everything that we experience or feel from our six senses does not belong to anybody. Once you completely attain the realization that there is no you, you automatically move to develop the Krutya Jnana. Krutya Jnana means you realize that this illusion is created only by the six senses. And you clearly see the nimitti svabhava of the six senses. When you have the wisdom of the Krutya Jnana, you just don't do anything. The seeing of the illusion automatically happens. Automatically happens means you don't think that there is no outside. You already feel that there is no outside. At the stage of Kruta the moment you receive an aramana from any one of your senses, you will immediately be able to realize that the book which you see outside is only a thought and that it does not exist outside. and then you let go of that thought. When you let go of one thought, it is similar to letting go of a long string of consecutive thoughts that arise in the mind consciousness. To come to this stage of Krutajnana, you should be a Sotapanna. Only a person who has developed the wisdom of a Sotapanna and an Anagami could come to this point of Krutajnana. If we explain it even further, we could say that only a person who has practically experienced the pure truth, a person who has dropped off his concept of self, and a person who is on the path to nirvana can be at this stage of Krutajnana or at this stage of wisdom. At this stage of Krutajnana, you should already have a deep realization that the stimulus or aramuna that comes from outside or the book seen outside is just only a sanyava, a perception that has been introduced to your mind consciousness before. You should also know very well that perception of a book is something that was not introduced to you at this moment. The perception of a book was something that was introduced to you before. Also, you must have a very clear understanding that except for the thought that was formed at this moment, there is no other thought. You always have only one thought. And you should also know that the thought is formed only in this moment. You should also have a very clear understanding that there is nothing as the moment either. And you should not have and you should have the understanding and the wisdom that not even a book exists at this moment. It is an illusion. When you arrive at this point of wisdom, you will awaken to the moment of the pure truth, that truly nothing exists at all. When you awaken to the moment, you will experience the nothingness, the shunyata. When you have practically experienced and realized the pure truth, that the outside does not exist, you will not believe the illusion of the book you see outside. You will also have a very clear realization that what you see outside is only a thought. Then you will let go of your thought too. With that deep realization and wisdom, you will let go of the belief in both the outside and the thought at all together. That letting go of the outside and the thought will awaken you to the moment of the pure truth. When a thought ceases to form, you too cease to form or materialize. It is known as Shunyata Vimukti or Cheto Vimukti. Nothing exists, Shunya. There is no thought, Animittai. There is no happiness, no sadness, Apranita. Shunyatave, nothingness is the Buddha Svabhava, no thought. When you realize the pure truth that nothing exists, there is nothing for you to get attached to or to develop a dislike to. You realize that you don't generate or create kills or taints such as lobha, dvesha, and moha. This realization is wisdom. This realization is called asavakya jnana, being conscious of each arama and using the trividyava to analyze each sense input or aramana leads to this Chaito Vimukti. Trividyava means applying the three types of wisdom to analyze a thought, and they are Upe Nivasanusati Yuturpati and Asavakya. First, applying the wisdom of Upe Nivasanusati means analyzing how the thoughts were formed right from the beginning of our birth. Yuturpati means understanding the arising and the cessation of a thought, and knowing that the thought does not exist. The wisdom of the Asavakya Jnana means understanding and feeling your things getting dissolved little by little. These stains are lobha, dvesha, and moha. You also realize that you get less affected by the six senses too. The shunyata, the nothingness, can be realized or experienced by thoroughly studying and understanding the teachings of the Buddha. The teachings are the first one, the Four Noble Truths, or also known as Chaturarya Satya. Second, the Four Foundations of Mindfulness, Satara Satipatthana. Third one, the Noble Eightfold Path, also known as Arya Ashtangika Magya. And the last one, by analyzing and studying the deep Dhamma of the dependent origination, or the Paticca Samuppada. You can very closely study any of the above teachings and realize the pure truth in one thought. All the above teachings can help you to analyze and realize the truth about thought. Now let us learn how to analyze each thought so we can realize the pure truth, the Dhamma, the nothingness, in one fleeting moment or in one fleeting thought, ek kshanika sitaka. Now let us understand how all our suffering began. It all starts from a thought. When a thought arises, it is called samudaya. The thought that arose could be a thought of a book. The arising of a thought of a book can bring you happiness or sorrow. Happiness or sorrow are both suffering. Both happiness and sorrow give rise to feelings or Vedana. These feelings are either good feelings or bad feelings. The reason for your suffering is this appearance of an illusion or the appearance of this fantasy. The appearance of the book is your illusion. But what if you see the pure truth in that thought? Then the book ceases to exist and you will realize the pure truth in that moment. Seeing the truth in every thought is the way to go on the path to attain Nirvana. Seeing the truth in each thought is our path. Now we have to learn to apply some effort to focus and be on the path to Nirvana. Our goal should be to study and understand the Dhamma very well. Then we should apply the Dhamma to each thought and realize the pure truth ourselves. When you apply some effort and realize the Dhamma or the pure truth, your wisdom begins to increase automatically. You will realize the pure truth only through wisdom, which you developed from a deep and clear understanding of the Dhamma. This realization of the pure truth through the wisdom of Dhamma is called Sankitena Nibbidaya. It is with wisdom that you can realize the pure truth. You have to apply a lot of effort to go on the path and to realize the pure truth. One of the most important things you need to do is to listen to many sermons as possible. The Buddha preached many sermons too, so people at various levels of understanding could easily understand the Dhamma. If you study the Dhamma very well and follow the path of the Buddha, you can become an Arahant, the fourth stage of attainment of the Supramandin or the Lokottara Bhumi. To analyze the Dharma that nothing exists, you can be in any of your four body postures, also known as Hatara Iriya. You need not necessarily be in a seated position or the lotus position. Actually, analyzing your thoughts could be considered as the only meditation which will help you to be on the path. You should learn to see the Dhamma that nothing exists in all the four postures while doing your day-to-day work. That is, while standing, walking, sitting, or lying down. Let us see Let us see how we can see and how we can observe the Dhamma while doing our day-to-day work in any of the four postures or Sattva. At the beginning of your journey on the path, we would recommend a bit of the Samatha meditation or the concentration meditation and a bit of the Vipassana meditation. The reason for needing a bit of Samatha meditation is because we have to train our mind to observe the Arahant, the stimulus that comes to your mind consciousness. If we do not train our mind to see the Aramana or the stimulus, the mind will be fleeting about so fast that you would not be able to see the Aramana that comes from seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, or thinking. Not being able to see the Aramana is a big problem many of us face when we try to go on the path. The moment we try to see the thought that arose, we have already lost the concentration of trying to see the thought. The mind runs off. How do we learn to see the thought the moment it comes? It is up to you to develop the focus to see the thought that arrives to your mind. Seeing the thought that comes to your mind is a kusala, a wholesome deed, a skill that will help you to realize the pure truth. The Buddha said, Sabba papasa akaranam kusalasa upasampada satitya pariyo dapanam etang buddhana sasanam. If you have a fleeting mind, it means you are not skillful. In here, fleeting means passes so quickly or passing swiftly. If you are not able to see your thought, or if you are not skillful in seeing your thought, it means that your unskillfulness is going to prevent you from realizing the pure truth. All fleeting thoughts are not wholesome or beneficial. Fleeting thoughts do not help you attain nirvana. Fleeting thoughts are not wholesome because all fleeting thoughts consist of raga or greed, dvesha or ill will, and moha, delusion. The stanza Kusalasa Upasampada means train yourself to see the thought that arises in your mind. This seeing of the thought is a wholesome act which will help you realize the pure truth. Seeing the thought that comes to your mind is a wholesome act, a kusala. This wholesome act is also known as Upasampada. Satisha Pariyodapana means that one has to take hold of your mind, control your fleeting mind. Etam Buddhana Sasana means this is the preaching of all Buddhas. We would like to remind you that all these teachings are only for the followers who are already on the path and for the followers who have already realized the pure truth. We believe that you already know the Dhamma by knowledge, or you must have already realized the pure truth. We also believe that you already know the meaning of the word Buddha. Buddha means emptiness or solitude. It means that there is no thing, but what you see outside are all things. You see conventional name or Sammati Rachanapati, names that we assign to things that we see in this illusion. When you look outside, you see the brick wall, you see the ground, you see the sky, and you see the trees. All these, it is only a scene, isn't it? Now, what we are going to do is we are going to teach you that all what you see is all an illusion. We are going to explore the philosophy of the Buddha, and we are also going to teach you how to realize the pure truth. You have to learn how to see what the Buddha taught us. After having a deep understanding of his philosophy, when you look outside, you see things around you, don't you? You have to learn to look beyond this scenery which you see outside. What you see outside are all conventional names or samadhi that we have assigned to them. Look very carefully. In this scenery that we see outside, we see the sky, the ground, etc. All these are thoughts. When you look outside, you actually see an image which has been created by your thoughts. But that image is not the truth. They are only thoughts. The sky means a thought. The mango tree means a thought. The table means a thought. The window means a thought. All are thoughts. If all the objects you think you see catches on fire and they turn to ash, the chair, the bed, the windows, all these materials made of the four elements, won't they turn into a gas and disappear? If the four elements exist, we should see them with our eyes. This talk is not about detecting the four elements in objects. We try our best to explain the philosophy of the Buddha using the language, but in many instances we fail to do so, as it is not an easy to explain our experience of the realization of the pure truth using a language. We already realize the pure truth, and we also want you to experience and realize the pure truth. Getting back to teaching you about how to go on the path. Imagine a screen that is in front of you in a film hall. When the projector at the other end of the film theater projects the light onto the screen, images appear on the screen. It is very similar to the television screen. Behind these images, there is a screen. But what you see is not the screen. What you see are the nut trees, coconut trees, mango trees, people, houses, and vehicles which do not exist on the screen. They are only colors upon the screen. You see only colors. You keep watching a film which is only a projection of colors on a screen. But what you actually do is you keep staring at the screen. You do the same thing in front of the television screen too. This is the same thing that happens in a world that we consider to be real. What you see outside are your thoughts. Think of what you see outside as images that falls onto the film screen. You don't see the screen at all, do you? Some time ago, artists drew beautiful murals or paintings on brick walls near schools, and they drew on the walls near public places in towns. You only looked at the beautiful murals, but not the wall on which it was drawn. You only look at the images on the wall, and you try to figure out the story that painting was trying to teach us or convey us. When you looked at a picture on the wall, you only looked at the coconut trees, the ocean, or any other image on the wall. But you didn't notice the brick wall or the background on which it was drawn. The screen at the background can be considered as the pure, untainted mind or the Prabhaswara Siddha. When you paint your own thoughts and images on this pure and untainted mind, you tend to contaminate and destroy the purity of your mind consciousness. Untainted means without kills, not polluted. There is a population of 800 billion in this world. Each and every one of them live in their own worlds, created by their own thoughts. They are all mental worlds. None of those mental worlds are true. Even though they talk to each other, exchange their views with each other, it is all an illusion. They will all die one day. They will turn to soil on the ground. Nobody can imagine what is being said now. All the 800 billion people will all collapse one day. Will happen to them because they do not know the pure truth. Then what is the pure truth? Only a very few understand and realize this pure truth. You have to learn to erase the thought that comes to your mind at that moment. And then, with that erased mind, you look at the world outside. You call this a kind of meditation. When you receive a thought, you should look at the mind without the image. It is similar to looking at the theater screen without looking at the images on it. This seeing is like attaining nirvana. It is like seeing the truth. Realizing the truth is known as the awakening of the Dhammachakkhusa. Awakening of the Yathabhuta Jnana means you see the true nature of all things. You understand and realize how all things come together to form this illusion. Once you realize the truth, you will no longer be tricked by this illusion, by this film.